Tales of the Reincarnated Lord. Chapter 51 The Slough Slavers. After 4 days of travel on sea, the Armatrin harbor was within sights. This place looks rather small. The size of the harbor itself is at least 10 times smaller than that of the Golden Bays. Lorist laughed and said, "How can you compare a place like this to Moronti City? Originally, this place started off as a group of fishing villages. Had it not been for formation of the Lormo Duchy, nobody would even bother to come here after 6 years of war. Rumor says that the smuggling operations run by the Ford Trade Union in the Empire were mostly carried out here. For it to be developed into a small town right after the war is already a rather amazing feat. I bet that in a few years it would evolve into a rather populous port city. No matter how populous it becomes, it has nothing to do with us anyways." "My lord, you said that the fatty is waiting for us there," asked Els. "He told me in the letter that he would set up camp outside of town." "We'll get to know more when we ask around after we get off on the port," replied Lorist with uncertainty. While the harbor was already within viewing distance by noon, they only managed to dock their ships around 3 in the afternoon due to the curvy waterways which made it hard for anyone to reach the harbor safely without getting stranded on shallow sea if they didn't have a guide. Lorist, Els, Elisa, Howard, Reedy and Pat all got off the boat and noticed that nobody was at the harbor to receive them and felt that something was off. "That's weird," Charade said that he would send someone over to the harbor in the letter, "but why haven't I seen a single one of our people?" Els nodded towards Lorist without saying a thing and headed towards a tavern nearby with a sign that depicted a beer cup and a fish to gather some information. Lorist waited for a while and the tax collector got off the boat with Shadecamp following behind. Lorist waved towards him and the tax collector came over respectfully. "My lord, how may I help you? I believe that around 3,000 people got off at this harbor around 10 days ago. Do you know where they have set up camp?" asked Lorist as he stuffed a gold Ford into the officer's pocket. The officer's face instantly gleamed as he said, "Of course I do. They're within a small pine forest to the south of the town. They must be your subordinates, right? The raging bear symbol on their flags is identical to yours." Lorist nodded at that statement. The officer continued, "My lord, I'm afraid that your people have run into some trouble. The place where they set up camp is near the Slough Slavers' camp. I heard that some sort of conflict had sparked between the two parties and your people have been stranded within the vicinity of their camp for 4 days now." "Oh? And who is this Slough fellow?" asked Lorist. The tax collector started hesitating. Lorist tossed him another gold coin and his expression changed. In a low voice, he said, "My lord, Slough is a famous leader of a mercenary group. He is really formidable and he is closely affiliated to the people at Port Nupit. If it's possible, I advise you to send someone to visit him with a gift and apologize for your subordinates' actions to settle the issue." "Oh, I see. Thank you for your kind advice," said Lorist, unmoved. The officer gave a bow and replied, "You're welcome. Then, I'll take my leave here. Everyone, get back onto the boats." "Reedy, ask Terman and Yuri to come over," instructed Lorist. Els quickly got back to the boat and told everyone the news he had obtained from the people at the tavern. According to him, the mercenary group leader called Slough was in actuality the head of a slave trading syndicate and is currently the local hegemon whose power and influence rivals even that of the local lords. The lord had no choice but to come to a concession with Slough that states that as long as his slaver group doesn't impede the businesses in the area so that he can collect taxes from the business owners, he would leave the group alone. Els said that Charade had arrived 11 days ago at the harbor and had set up camp within the pine forest south to the town, which was within vicinity of the syndicate's own camp. For some reason, they have attracted the slavers' attention and battles broke out between them. Having not enough weapons and armor for his forces, Charade could only quickly have someone cut down several trees to block up the entrance of their camp. It also seemed that several people have already been captured with a few more dead. Slough's syndicate also had a formidable fighting force at their disposal, including 3 gold ranks, more than 40 silver ranks as well as at least 200 iron and bronze ranks. It was no wonder that the Dominion Lord didn't dare to find trouble with them. There were even rumors that a brother of Sloth was a blade master, however he rarely spent his time with them. Everyone was sullen at hearing the news. None of them would have expected to run into an obstacle that early in the journey. Pat, Reedy, and Shadekampf, you guys stay on the boat and take care of Howard and Elisa. Yuri, make sure you have at least 12 other guards with you and protect our goods. Even though the boats fly the flag of the Peterson Merchant Guild and not many people would dare to get on their bad side, we must prepare for the worst. Set up the Caro ballistas and make sure they are well shielded. If anyone attacks, kill them. Currently, Lorist was filled with an air of bloodlust. As for the rest of you, suit up in your armors. Termin, prepare 5 carriages and load a large amount of crossbow bolts onto it and follow me to the camp. We'll kill anyone that dares bar our way. There were 38 senior students from the academy that were willing to accompany Lorist on this journey, among which 12 departed early with Charade, another 12 stayed behind with Yuri and 5 of the 14 left wore full-body armors like Termin. Another 7 of them and Els were equipped with the light cavalry armor purchased from the Dawn Academy, each armed with a crossbow and 5 javelins. Lorist picked a scale armor that only protected his upper torso and tried moving around in it. Satisfied that it wasn't impeding his movement and agility, Lorist got on his horse with 12 javelins within the quiver hanging from side of the saddle. Renting 5 transport carriages from the port at a high price of 1 large silver each, Termin had the coachman follow them to Charade's camp and promised that they wouldn't be held responsible if they lose the cargo should an attack break out. With 6 fully armored knights as the vanguard and Termin riding at the very front, they set out towards the south and quickly exited the city and proceeded towards the highway that led to the pine forest. After traveling for a while, they could see a simple roadblock up ahead which was formed by a few trees stacked up together. A few other people could be seen standing around the area and one of them signaled for Lorist's group to stop. Without a single word, Termin lowered his lance and pointed it towards the front. The other knights behind him soon followed suit with exception of the one in the middle holding the battle standard of the Nortons up high in the air. All 5 lances of the knights emitted a blade of light as they charged forward. Gah! They're all silver-ranked knights. The roadblockers didn't dare to stand in front of them and hastily moved to the side and started running to their grazing mounts as they cursed out loudly. The first one to crash against the trees blocking the way was Termin. Bang! A loud sound erupted when the trunk was smashed into smithereens, clearing up the path ahead. All 5 of the carriages and the rest of the group rushed forward without delay. Pointing at the carriages while swearing in loud voices, some of the enemy got on their mounts and gave pursuit while the others fired at Lorist's group with their bows in a fit of rage. In the midst of all that chaos, a sudden cold, crisp voice could be heard. Men, ready your javelins! Kill them all! Screams of agony rang out on all over the place. Elsa's group dashed around the battlefield and the ones closer to the enemy fired their crossbows with some further away launching javelins in the enemy's direction, killing 10 or so overwhelmed fighters in but an instant. The few archers of the enemy were the first ones to fall, followed by 2 mounted fighters with their horses nailed to the ground from the javelins aimed at them. The shrieks of the fallen horses were extremely unpleasant to hear. Holding his horse by the reins, Lorist picked up a javelin with his left hand, focused on his target and let the javelin fly. In a few moments, 12 of the roadblockers died beneath the lightning bolt-like javelins. Upon seeing Lorist run out of javelins, one silver swordsman who was playing dead rushed towards him with a loud cry and jumped high up in the air with both his hands raised as he prepared to unleash a downward slash, aiming to strike Lorist off his mount and escape with it himself. A blade of light started emanating from the assailant's sword. When the assailant saw Lorist drawing his sword and preparing to parry his own, he didn't give it much heed as Lorist's blade did not have a glow on it. Humph! An iron rank like him wants to block a strike from me, a 3-star silver rank? He'll die instantly after I break his sword in half and then the horse will be mine. Beyond the assailant's expectations, Lorist's sword didn't break and instead, a strong force could be felt passing through his own sword into his hand. His weapon was sent flying far through the air as he helplessly stared at Lorist's agile sword strike slither like a snake through the space between them and going for his throat before everything turned pitch black. Corpses could be seen scattered all over the road. Of all the people who dared to block their way, more than 30 of them were lying on the ground dead, with 4 or 5 others frantically escaping, whereas Lorist's group of 9 were completely unscathed. The result of the battle was really satisfactory to Lorist. He didn't expect to kill 13 people just at the start of the battle, as well as 10 odd of the 20+ people that followed later. Els and the rest of the group didn't even have to face one person each of the remaining enemies. One senior student came up to Lorist and saluted him respectfully with an expression full of admiration. "Check the bodies again and make sure to drive a blade down the ones who are still alive. Collect their belongings, I'll join you guys shortly," instructed Lorist. The belongings referred to the enemy's mounts, weapons, clothes as well as provisions and other resources. Lorist believed that he was already quite generous for not taking their undergarments. Had Charade been the one to manage this, he'll leave the bodies stark naked on the ground after stripping them of everything they had. "Yes, my lord," replied the senior student. "Els, when we arrive at the camp later, give them the mounts, weapons and armor that you've collected. As for the money, you guys can divide it among yourselves. Don't forget to leave some for Termin," Lorist told Els. "My lord, the way loot is divided is already set by Charade. You can't just decide by yourself to change the regulations like that," reminded Els. "Oh, apologies. I've forgotten. Then let's divide it according to the regulations," said Lorist. After taking a turn at the road, the flag of the Raging Bear could be seen within the camp. There was another encampment 200+ meters away from the aforementioned one, fortified by a rampart made of mud and stone, making it look far more secure and tidier than Charade's camp that was constructed with simple wooden trunks. That must be the slavers' camp. When the main gate of the camp was finally open, a cheer erupted when the ones inside saw Lorist. The slavers in the other camp gathered to see what was going on, with some of them riding to where they set up their roadblock, obviously curious at how a small convoy of 5 carriages managed to make their way to the pine forest. Getting off his horse, Lorist told Termin, "Secure the area and distribute the spears and the crossbows." A senior student from the academy with a bandage on his head hurriedly came over to salute them. Lorist recognized this fellow. He was one of the 12 academy students that set off with Charade's group. "Ah, you must be Dulles. How did you get injured? Is it serious?" asked Lorist worriedly. Dulles replied gratefully, "It's just some bruises, nothing big." "Lord Locke, you're finally here. Charade is within that tent over there and he has been injured while Knight Potterfang is resting up because he was on patrol last night. I've already sent someone to notify him." "All right. Bring me to see Knight Charade," said Lorist. Pushing open the tent entrance, Lorist saw Charade sitting down all wrapped up like a dumpling. "Hey, fatty. Somehow, you don't look as fat when you're all wrapped up," joked Els. Staring at Els, Charade pouted before saying, "I knew that you would come along. It's a shame I didn't make a bet with somebody, otherwise I would have won myself quite a bit of money." Solution. Els was completely speechless. "How are your injuries? Are they grave?" asked Lorist. "It's fine, I only got slashed a few times and lost some amount of blood. Lundmord told me that I'll fully recover within 20 days. Lord, I really didn't expect for us to falter right at the start of our journey," said Charade. Lundmord was one of the 12 senior students of the academy that went to Port Nupit with Charade, and he was a beginner rank herbalist. Els sat down by Charade's side and patted on his thigh, as that was the only part that wasn't wrapped up in bandages. Els said, "Fatty, who did this to you? Your brother will definitely make him pay. The likes of you? Drop that notion. That fellow's a gold swordsman. I already got 7 wounds from fighting against him for only a while. If you were there, you would have been stained red with your own blood in no time," Charade replied. Soul, don't forget that I'm stronger than you. I'll show you how I take care of that guy, said Els, dissatisfied at being looked down upon. All right, cut that. Charade, tell us more about the situation, said Lorist. Basically, after Charade and Potter Fang arrived at Port Nupit, the latter got in touch with several of his old comrades. One of them was working as a bodyguard for a slave trader, and Potter Fang managed to easily purchase over 700 young and fit slaves from him without a hitch. It was worth mentioning that all of them had awakened their battle force, and most of them were of the iron rank, with the rest being bronze ranks. Many of them used to be troops of the former Christian Empire or garrison troops from different cities who have been taken captive during the conflict and sold to slave traders. They were mainly held back from escaping due to their captured family members. Charade said that he managed to get the slaves for a total cost of 16,000 gold coins, and also spent quite a bit on clothing and food. However, after paying the down payment for the food he ordered, he noticed that he was only left with around 4,000 gold coins, and he still needed to pay around 3,000 gold coins to settle the whole bill as well as transport the food. That's why he was hesitant to purchase weapons and armor to equip the slaves he had just obtained, since he expected Loris to bring those over when the time came to meet. It ended up with the sloth slavers setting their praying eyes on them due to the slaves not being armed. The slavers had been paying attention to Charade's group for 2 whole days after they set up camp, and believed that they were another rival slave trading group due to the slaves they bought. That being said, Sloth's group weren't going to let them off that easily and sent someone to notify Charade of their conditions. First, they were to pay 5,000 gold coins of toll. Second, they must leave at least half of the slaves they had behind. Naturally, Charade refused those conditions and explained that they weren't slavers but rather the army of the Norton family. However, the other party was completely ignorant of the existence of the Nortons, and even said that even if the Nortons were nobles, they must also heed their demands. Originally, Charade would still try to negotiate peacefully with them if that was an option. However, the moment the Norton family was humiliated like that, Charade instantly killed one of them and beat up the rest before chasing them away. It was after that when Charade noticed that something was wrong, as the folks of the town viewed them in hostile light and refused to sell them any weapons, even down to the smallest kitchen knives. Unable to do anything about the fact, Charade quickly went back to the camp and tasked the soldiers to fortify it with an ad hoc wall made from tree trunks. With less than 100 sets of equipment and more than 3,000 people, they almost crumbled under the forces of the slavers. It was fortunate that Potter Fang and his 2 ex-colleagues managed to hold back the enemy's gold rank fighter. Coupled with the 12 academy students' rampage, they managed to cause the slaving group roughly 30 casualties and forced their forces to retreat. For the past 3 days, 17 slaves have already died, with 50 more injured and 40 others captured. 7 of the 12 academy students were also wounded from the battle and were currently recuperating from their injuries. The slavers have also changed their tactic and started to besiege Charade's camp and waited for them to run out of food and other resources before finishing them off. Thankfully, Lorist's group arrived just as the provisions were about to run out. At that point, the tent's flaps were pushed open and Potter Fang came in with 2 other men. Upon seeing Lorist, Potter Fang said, "My lord, you're finally here." After that, he introduced the 2 men beside him to Lorist. "My lord, these 2 are my former comrades in the army. This one here is Lightnovel and he's a 2-star gold swordsman, and this is Mons Malak and he's at the peak of the 3-star silver rank. Both of them would like to follow us to the Northlands to check that place out." What Potter Fang meant was simple: these 2 wanted to find a family to serve, but they didn't understand Lorist's demeanor well enough. That's why they decided to join the journey to see whether Lorist would be a good fit with their principles before deciding whether to join the forces of the Norton family. Potter Fang hoped that Lorist would allow them to tag along. Standing up and saluting the 2, Lorist said, "I thank you 2 for helping us out. Had it not been for you guys, the camp might have been breached long ago. The Norton family will definitely not forget this favor. If there's anything the Norton family can help the 2 of you with, we will try our best." The shorter guy, Lightnovel, smiled and said frankly, "You're far too polite. It goes without question that we would help our comrade Pog here out when he's in trouble. There's no need to go out of your way to thank us." Mons Malak wore a serious expression without saying anything and merely nodded. Just as Lorist was about to continue speaking, Dulles rushed into the tent from the outside with a nervous look on his face. "Lord Locke, the enemy is preparing to attack us again." Chapter 52 Slaughter. "Oh, the slavers are here already? Well, I guess it's a given since we destroyed their roadblock and killed 30 plus of their people. I'll go check it out," said Lorist as he turned towards the tent exit. "Oh? Milord, you managed to kill so many of them?" asked Charade. Potter Fang and the other two were stunned. "That's right. What other fate would they have for daring to obstruct our passage?" "Milord ordered us to obliterate the roadblock right away," answered Els proudly as he followed behind Lorist. "But Milord, you've just arrived. Shouldn't you take a short rest?" Potter Fang asked. Lorist understood the hidden meaning in Potter Fang's words. Potter Fang was suggesting that he not act rashly and analyze the situation at hand first. He didn't know that Lorist already had a clear grasp of it from asking around at the port and already made a decision. "That's not needed. It wouldn't be too late for me to rest up after wiping them out," Lorist answered. He then instructed, "Dulles, go to the carriage and get me a few quivers worth of javelins. Remember to stick close to me later." It was much more efficient to eliminate the enemy by throwing javelins infused with internal energy. Even a fully prepared silver swordsman couldn't take it head-on, not to say much of one who is unwary of the threat the javelins posed. During the battle at the roadblock, 2 riders and their mounts were nailed to the ground by javelins thrown by Lorist. "Pfft!" Lightnovel, who was following Potter Fang, laughed out loud. He said, "Pog, your lord is quite the bloodthirsty one. He can even say something like wiping all of them out like it's the easiest thing in the world. Don't forget that they have 3 gold ranks. If Lord Locke says so, he'll be able to accomplish it," said Potter Fang without turning back as he headed towards the camp's main entrance. Arriving at the entrance, Lorist told Terman, "Organize these fellows and get those who are armed and equipped to follow me. Also, prepare the knights for a charge. Els, bring a few mounted soldiers with you and carry more javelins. We'll definitely kill the rowdy bunch of slavers who dared to mess with the Norton family." Upon hearing what Lorist had said, the whole group of people around him started cheering out loud while waving their weapons in the air. "Kill them all!" The entrance of the camp was opened and Lorist rushed out as the vanguard towards the attacking slavers. The 2 camps were only 200 meters apart and at that moment, the group of slavers numbered around 240 people. They had just crossed the middle of the battlefield and were shouting something along the lines of avenging their fallen comrades. Seeing the camp's door open and Lorist rushing out, they stopped in their tracks. There was only a distance of tens of meters between the attackers and the camp now. Seeing the horde of slaves holding spears and crossbows, the attackers' expressions changed. "Damn! We really shouldn't have stopped attacking a few days before. Now that they are armed, they'll be far more troublesome to dispose of and cause us even more casualties," said a yellow-faced man who was wearing a 1-star gold battle force badge. "There's no point mulling about it now. It's all the fault of the useless ones we sent to block the road. If they were half as competent, they wouldn't have let them transport the weapons back to their camp. Oh well, I'm sure they'll rush back into the safety of their camp once we kill a number of them," said another bulky middle-aged man beside. On his chest was a 2-star gold battle force badge. "It's not just that. Only 5 of them managed to come back with the rest all dead. The main reason for that was I didn't expect the enemy to have any reinforcements and only intended to stop them from going to the town to purchase food and other provisions. I thought that we could crush them after they run out of resources. What I'm more worried about now is whether we have actually mistaken the forces of the Norton family for another slaver group. If that's the case, then the aftermath definitely isn't something to look forward to," said yet another old man who wore a 3-star gold battle force badge in a worrying tone. Stop worrying about it, old chum. Didn't the ones who returned tell us that they only had 5 silver-ranked knights and 10 other silver swordsmen? They said that the main reason they lost was because they were caught off guard. It's still not too late to hold them off right now. Also, when Master Pike and Boss come back in 10 days, the enemy will no doubt be crushed. Even if we don't manage to break into their camp, at least we can still hold them here, said the middle-aged man confidently. Currently, Lorist by himself was already within 20 meters of his enemies. The first thing he said instantly enraged the attacking slavers. So, trash like you dare to obstruct the Norton family's way? Do you have a death wish? You guys had better kneel and expose your necks so that you may enjoy the luxury of a painless death. The yellow-faced man was the first one to succumb to the provocation. He said, I don't know how you got the galls to spout bullshit like this. I'm anticipating the look of your face when you beg for mercy the moment I defeat you. Since you came over to die on your own accord, I'll grant that wish of yours, said Lorist as he drew his sword and rushed forward. Ha 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 ha, the middle-aged man standing at the back starting laughing uncontrollably. Damn, even though he was some kind of sword saint judging by his attitude and the way he spoke. But in actuality, he's just an iron rank who doesn't even have a blade glow. You gotta respect him for being brave enough to come forward to offer his life. Third brother, make sure you make a good example out of him so that the enemy attackers will think twice before acting. Even though Lorist didn't wear a battle force badge, the absence of the blade glow on his sword gave his rank away. The group of slavers started laughing out loud at the incongruous situation. The yellow-faced man readied himself and with a gleaming flash of his sword, he sent a light blade projectile towards Lorist's silhouette. But the shadow of Lorist suddenly jerked and the light blade passed his body by a hair's breadth. By that time, his long sword already slammed hard into that of the yellow-faced man, burying it deep into the ground. The distance between the two closed within an instant. Badly startled, the yellow-faced man attempted to retreat only to discover that he wasn't able to move from his spot from having his sword stuck in the ground from Lorist's previous strike. With a loud swish, Lorist's left hand drew a short sword from his waist and traced a path with it across the yellow-faced man's neck. After the blade re-emerged from the other side of the neck, the head of the man flew off and landed on the ground with blood spurting all over and the body still standing slumped and unmoving. All that happened within a time frame so short that the observers only saw the two figures clash once before witnessing the gruesome death of the yellow-faced man. The 2-star gold rank standing behind was shocked into a stupor. Before he recovered, he heard Lorist say, "It's your turn next." Seeing Lorist rush over like an unstoppable storm, the middle-aged man scrambled to draw his sword and infuse it with battle force to parry the incoming strike. Like a raging tempest, the sword in Lorist's hand lashed out in a series of attacks non-stop, with each strike creating a loud, crisp sound of clashing metal. Clink! The sword of the middle-aged man, which was radiating a faint blade glow, snapped into two from Lorist's attack. Unable to believe what just had happened, the man stood there unmoving and in but a flash, one of his arms was severed and was sent flying through the air. "Arg!" cried the man in much agony, before Lorist decapitated him and silenced him permanently. "You," the 3-star gold-ranked old man standing nearby was retreating non-stop as if he had just seen a wraith. Seeing Lorist turn his attention to him only served to unnerve him even more. "Old man, now it's your turn to pass on," said Lorist with a smile. In the old man's eyes, the smile looked ever so sinister and terrifying. The contrast between Lorist's low voice and his light-hearted laughter sounded like the cry of a bloodthirsty demonic being. For 2 gold ranks to fall under his blade within but a moment was something that old man could never dream of. Given his knowledge of the abilities of the 2 other swordsmen, one of whom had a sword style that was even more devious and aggressive than his own, the old man understood that to face Lorist head-on was akin to suicide. Scared beyond his wits from being targeted by Lorist, that old man backed off until his way was blocked by the people behind him. As he approached, the old man shouted loudly, "Everyone, let's attack together." He's only one person. Turn him into mincemeat. After that, the old man disappeared into the crowd. Even though the slavers at the front witnessed Lorist slaughter the other two gold ranks, the ones behind were not aware of the situation and started rushing towards him at the sound of the old man's shout, pushing the ones in front forward as well. Lorist laughed and said, "Just in time." The sword in his hand whooshed as it arced through the fabric of space. Lorist completely abandoned his usual principle of keeping his abilities hidden and engaged in total massacre. After all, his friends joined him on the journey despite having to forsake their comfortable lives at Moranti City. Nobody would have expected for them to be oppressed by the slavers right after their departure. If he still wanted to hide his abilities at this point, there was no doubt that his soldiers would lose their morale and cause many issues to surface in the future. To foster the confidence of his forces and take action in response of his injured family knights and the other senior students of the academy, Lorist steeled his resolve to not spare any one of these slavers. Thus, the first battle on the journey north broke out. At that moment, Lorist felt extra energized and focused. From his dynamic vision, the incoming enemies looked like a horde of slow, stunted puppets. With a low grunt, Lorist danced with his sword into the sea of people. Blades flashed all over with chunks of meat airborne as fountains of blood stained the whole battlefield. Amidst severed heads and limbs as well as broken weapons, Lorist was akin to a tiger that had gotten into the middle of a herd of sheep. Chaos broke out wherever he went. Everything could be summarized into a series of agonizing screams, swords clashing, and surprised gasps. The enemies started to retreat as quickly as they had rushed over, much like the coming and receding of a wave at the shore of a beach. The slavers all backed off from Lorist, leaving him standing alone in the middle of a circular space. Bathed all over with blood, his whole form was dyed dark red with about 27 or 28 corpses lying on the ground beside him, some of which were headless or had their limbs separated from their body. The whole battlefield fell into complete silence with everyone looking at Lorist, speechless at the gruesome sight. The slavers were all dumbfounded by that scene while the Norton family's forces looked upon him with crazed fervor, admiration, and respect. Wales and Malak both had their mouths agape. Looking at Potter Fang, Wales asked, Is he really an iron rank like you said?" Wiping some blood off his face, Lorist could see the 3-star gold-ranked old man gingerly moving away from him. He, Lorist started laughing lightly. "Old man, where do you think you're going? You better stay there obediently so that I don't have to waste so much energy on you." The old man instantly broke into a run. Lorist quickly followed and slayed those who dared to impede him. The slavers who got out of the way had temporarily survived while some who were still dumbfounded found themselves on the ground the next moment with their necks slit. The slavers' group quickly collapsed as most of their members tossed their weapons and ran back in the direction of their camp, terrified. Terman waved his hand and his group of knights leveled their lances and started their charge. Riding over with 10 other senior students of the academy, Els shouted loudly on horseback, "Norton!" Their other students responded by shouting in unison, "Norton!" The cheers were echoed by the multitudes of slaves as well. They all shouted the name of Lorist's family spiritedly. That old fellow was rather sharp as he didn't return to the slavers' camp but instead circled around it to escape to the town. He believed that he would be able to blend in like a fish in the sea the moment he reached and escaped that horrifying youth. Huffing and panting, the town was already within sight. The old man stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. But the moment he turned to his back, his soul almost fled his body. Behind him was that freakish youth who still had blood dripping all over his body. With a face full of smiles, he said, "Go on, keep running. I'd like to see for how much longer you can last." That old man felt both his legs give out at that moment and he couldn't do anything about it. He even felt the irresistible urge to relax his bladder and let out the contents within. Kneeling in front of Lorist, the old man said, I surrender." "Hey, old man, you think that we're playing pretend war like little kids? Do you think I will spare you just because you said you'll surrender? It doesn't work that way, you know." Lorist felt that the old man's action was pretty laughable. I'm already pretty old and I've been thinking of quitting for some time now. I only stayed with them because I had no other choice. Also, I didn't even kill one of your men and only managed to wound that fat one lightly in the first battle, which isn't anything he shouldn't be able to recover from." The old man kept kneeling as he tried to find excuses for himself. "Oh, so Charade was hurt by this old guy. Then you're implying that I should be thankful to you for that and let you go," laughed Lorist. "I wouldn't dare," replied the old man while he shook his head. Sounds of horses galloping could be heard. It was Dulles who came over with 2 horses and some other javelins. "Milord, sorry I'm late," he apologized. "Hee, it's no big deal. These slavers turned out to be quite a piece of cake." "They're all bark but no bite," replied Lorist. He looked over to that old man and said, "Oldie, no matter the circumstance, you're still a 3-star gold rank, you know. Shouldn't you at least draw your sword and die from a glorious death?" The old man shook his head fervently and he said, "That's merely suicide, I don't want to do that at all. I only ask for you to spare my worthless life." "All right, this old fellow seems like a pretty laid-back fellow." Taking out a javelin from his quiver, Lorist hurled it towards that old man and it landed only inches beside him. The old man's body twitched as he wet his own pants on the spot. "Soul, oldie! You actually got so scared you wet yourself. You truly bring shame to gold swordsmen," cursed Lorist. I've always been the cowardly sort. I couldn't hold it in after seeing Milord's mighty form," stammered the old man with a face reddened from embarrassment. "Well, I wouldn't mind sparing you, but what's in it for me?" asked Lorist. I'll give half of my savings to you, milord." "There should be at least 1,000 gold fords," said the old man after considering it for quite a while. Lorist shook his head and said, "It's not enough. You're a gold swordsman, and it's not like I lack any money either. I'd rather cut your head off and show it off to the others than take your measly amount of money. I'll even give you my high-ranked battle force manual," added the old man. "Hee, it's already a given that I'll get it after I kill you," said Lorist as he readied another javelin. "It is not with me right now," said that old man stubbornly. "Relax, I'm sure there's someone who would recognize you. I'll just have them lead me to your home and take that whole place apart if I have to," consoled Lorist. The old man despaired and he finally said after hesitating, I have a granddaughter and she's really beautiful. She's only 18 and is still a virgin. I'll let you have her, milord." "Soul, old man. You're too shameless, you know. For you to offer your own granddaughter to others for your own life is the worst thing you can do as someone's elder," shouted Lorist angrily. "That's not the case. My granddaughter can only survive if I am alive. The only reason she's not being oppressed is because people take into account that I am her grandfather. If I die, she'll be helpless on her own and might even suffer a fate worse than death. That's why at the very least I have to survive to ensure her safety and well-being," declared the old man forthrightly. "Oh, you do have a good point. However, that still doesn't cut it. I can easily get your daughter the same way I get your other belongings after I kill you," said Lorist. "Milord, I beg you. What can I do to make you spare me?" The old man couldn't help but break into tears. "Dulles, what do you say?" asked Lorist as he made a hand sign to him. Dulles got the message and started playing along. "Milord, that old man is so pitiful, and it's not like he actively acted against us and killed any of our comrades. Why don't you let him live?" "That won't do. Those who dare go against the Norton family must be punished without exception," said Lorist as his killing intent filled the surroundings. "Then, how about this? Milord, why don't you take him in as a slave? Let him serve you for 10 years and if he does well, he'll be able to regain his freedom by then," suggested Dulles. "But do you think he'll be willing?" Lorist pretended to be interested and shook his head. "I think killing him will be easier though, otherwise I'll be worried that he'll act against me one day." At that moment, the old man started kowtowing and said, "Of course I'm willing. I'll definitely serve my lord to the best of my ability and be loyal at all times." "All right, then I'll you live. Dulles, tie him up and make him sign a slave contract once we get back to the camp. After that, take his gold coins, battle force manual as well as all his family members along. Don't forget that pretty granddaughter of his," said Lorist. "Yes, my lord." Chapter 53 Occupying the Bastide. Seeing Lorist and the other two return to the battlefield, Els rode over to greet his lord. "My lord, the battle was a huge success. We even managed to conquer their main camp," said Els excitedly with a face reddened with excitement as he shouted towards Lorist's group of 3. Lorist asked, "What are you doing?" "Walking the horses." "Nope, Knight Potter Fang had me scour the area for any slavers that might have escaped," Els answered. "Did you just say that we conquered their camp?" "That's right. Locke, when you unleashed the beast within and started slaughtering non-stop among their ranks, the slavers' forces broke formation and rushed back towards their main camp. We have successfully taken advantage of that and occupied their base in one fell swoop. Just now, Charade had someone carry him to the enemy base so that he can help manage the loot and asked me to call you over." Even though Els was a Norton family knight, he was pretty casual when he talked to Lorist and frequently forgot the formal nature of their relationship and behaved as he would when they went on mercenary missions. But Lorist didn't mind it as it made him feel less awkward around him. He asked, "How are our casualties?" "Casualties? There were none, other than 2 slave soldiers who accidentally tripped and fell during the charge and sprained their ankles and got some bruises here and there. The 2 of them instantly became the laughing stock of the whole camp. As for the slavers, at least half of them perished and the rest were all apprehended by our forces. Oh, and you better head there quick. There are still another 2,000 plus captured slaves waiting to be handled based on your decision," Els said. "There's no rush," said Lorist. He turned to the old man behind him and asked, "Hey, old man, where did you guys get the slaves in your camp from?" The old man looked rather pathetic as he was tied up all over with a long rope with its end held in Dulles's hand. A quiver with 5 javelins was also hung on his back because Lorist was worried that the horse would tire out quickly from the load. Lorist said that even though the captured fighter looked aged, he was nevertheless a 3-star gold rank and had incredible physical endurance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to run all the way to the town in one breath. Having just escaped the fate of certain death, the old man could only accept his treatment without a single complaint. The old man replied, "Master, these slaves had all been purchased or captured from the Red Lee's kingdom during the past half-year. I heard that some of my colleagues had razed several villages and killed all the elderly while enslaving the young and able. Life in troubled times truly is akin to that of a dog's." As a common peasant, not only did they have to labor tirelessly to pay the unreasonable taxes levied by their lords, they also had to survive invasions from enemies, especially slave traders. The common folk could be carrying out their daily routine like any other day only to end up as slaves with their family members killed overnight from slaver attacks. Lorist said disdainfully, "Old man, as a 3-star gold swordsman, why are you hanging around these scum that are no better than foul beasts?" The old man said, "Master, I did not have a choice in that matter. 6 years ago when I was on the way to Moronti City with my granddaughter, she fell ill when we were resting at Armatrin Harbor and I didn't have enough money to give her the appropriate treatment. She only managed to survive because I relied on the slaver group. During these 6 years, I have never harmed a single slave and even helped quite a number of people." The old man was originally a garrison captain of a small city back in the days of the Christian Empire and lived quite a decent life. However, when the 3 princes started the struggle for power, the first wave of battles engulfed his hometown. With his son and daughter-in-law both dead, his own wife soon passed away from extreme depression. Worried about his daughter's livelihood, the old man deserted the army and brought his 12-year-old grandchild to Moronti City, only to be forced to stop at Armatrin harbor due to severe seasickness. When he found that he had no way to overcome that hurdle, he met the leader of the slaver group, Sloth, and joined their group to ensure her daughter's health and safety and has remained within it ever since. The old man said that the leader of the group knew that he didn't like to do dirty work, so he was tasked to stand guard and protect their army camp instead. He explained that he managed to stop some others from needlessly hurting the slaves during his years of service there. But in the end they were still sold off, right? Said Els in a dissatisfied tone. Old man, since you are of the opinion that slavery is an unethical business, why didn't you leave right after your granddaughter recovered? For you to have stayed there for 6 whole years. They say birds of the same feather flock together. Since you stuck with them for so long, don't pretend to be a good person. Do you think they'll let me leave just because I want to? Said the old man bitterly. When my granddaughter recovered, they moved us to the Slough Bastide right away and we have stayed there ever since. That is Slough's main base of operations and the security there is nothing to laugh at. It would still be fine for me to escape alone, but there was no way I would be able to pull that off with my granddaughter. Aside from that, Slough himself is also a gold-ranked fighter with his cousin brother Pike being a blade master. At that time, I could only accept my fate. Lorist's expression was a little heavy as he said, Old man, tell me about Slough and his bastide as well as that blade master cousin of his. I'll need as many details as I can get. Having spent 6 years with the slavers, the old man was quite informed about their situation. He said that in the early days, Slough used to be a mercenary who somehow got to know a slave merchant at Port Nupit and started catching slaves for him. The internal conflict within the empire was a golden opportunity that he exploited, and over the years, his band of slavers had expanded quite a lot with over 300 men in present day. Even the local lord couldn't do anything about Slough. When Slough started profiting quite a bit from the slave trade, he commissioned for a bastide to be constructed over a large plot of land and made it his home base. Within it lived the family members of the slavers as well as 800 other slaves who worked at the vineyard within the bastide. The wine produced by Slough had started gaining quite a reputation in recent years. There were 2 main factors that contributed to the bastide's strong defense: terrain and manpower. However, just last month, Slough intended to get a noble title and establish himself as a landed noble and brought a couple of people to the capital for that purpose before proceeding to Port Nupit to handle some other business dealings and would only return after around 10 days. Now that most of the slavers were at the camp in the pine forest, the bastide's defense was currently at its weakest with only 10-odd silver swordsmen and 50-odd iron-ranked constables who were put in charge of patrolling the town and keeping the slaves in check. Even though Slough was a 2-star gold swordsman, his recent successes had caused him to gain quite a bit of weight and his combat ability to even deteriorate. Right now, his main backing was that blade master cousin of his. Have you sparred against blade master Pike before? Asked Lorist. Nodding his head, the old man answered, Yes, I have. It was almost half a year ago during a banquet held in celebration of the harvest festival. I was picked to be his sparring partner and fought for about 10 bouts and dropped my sword and surrendered when I saw his displeased expression. I estimate that I can continue on for 100 more moves and might even stand a chance to win. Nodding, Lorist already had an idea about the blade master's skills. Oh, that's right. I forgot to ask for your name, said Lorist. Milord, I am called Englich, replied the old man. After arriving at the main camp, Lorist saw that the main entrance was open. As he was about to bring his horse to the stable, he saw Charade sitting on a cushion in the middle of the camp plaza, enraged. It turned out that Charade was angry because the scribe he tasked to write down the things he said because his hand was injured had terrible handwriting and kept getting the words wrong. The senior student who was helping him out also had a rather bad temper. After being scolded, he threw the pen and beast skin down and said that his hand was meant to wield a sword, not to write, and that Charade should be grateful that he bothered to help out in the first place. After that, that man left and Charade started blowing up again. Trying hard to suppress his laughter, Lorist picked up the stuff on the ground and handed it to Dulles. Dulles, go to the slave camp and pick a few of them who can write well and let them serve charade. Els, bring Knight Potterfang and Knight Terman over, I have something to discuss. Without delay, Terman, Potterfang, and his 2 comrades came over hastily. After briefing the knights on the situation of Slough, Lorist suggested that they attack the Bastide right now as it is at its most unguarded state and handle Slough and his cousin Blade Master Pike when they returned 10 days later. Lorist planned to have Englich, who had just surrendered to him, trick the guards of the Bastide to open the gates before having Terman bring his troops to quickly wipe out any resistance that sparks. Finally, he would have Dulles lead the slave soldiers to clear out the Bastide while Els would lead another group of slave soldiers who could ride to seal off the entire Bastide to avoid letting anyone from within to escape. When the trouble settles, the group would then abandon the camp in the pine forest and move over to the Bastide entirely. And while they attack the Bastide, Potterfang was to stand guard at the camp and make sure nothing out of the ordinary happens. Everyone agreed to Lorist's plans except for Potterfang, who was worried Lorist would run into trouble by bringing the 3-star gold-ranked old man alone with him to trick the enemy to open their gates. However, Wales said, "Why don't I accompany Mr. Norton here on that trip? I've been feeling quite bored and don't have anything better to do anyway." Potterfang was extremely pleased that Lord Wales had offered himself to help and thanked him while patting his shoulder. Lorist politely saluted him and expressed his gratitude as well. "Mr. Lode, I shall be troubling you to help me out. I'm really grateful for your assistance." Wales quickly returned the greeting. "Mr. Norton, you're being too polite. If you don't mind, you can call me Lowe's just like Pog does." Lorist laughed out loud and stretched his hand out for a handshake. "All right, Lowe's. You can refer to me as Locke too. That's what my friends call me." After taking a bath and changing out of his blood-stained garments, as well as letting Englich wash up and change his urine-stained pants, he got the rest to complete the preparations and rode off to Slough's Bastide with Lowe's and Englich. The Bastide was approximately 7,000 meters from the slaver camp. Several buildings could be seen on the hills west to the main highway near the town. Lorist and Lowe's chatted and laughed along the way to their destination. In actuality, Lowe's was quite a candid and proud youth. He said that his father used to be a mercenary and had left him a high-ranked battle force manual, hoping that he would one day become a legendary mercenary. However, due to having been exposed to stories of knighthood and chivalry at a young age, Lowe's enlisted for the army without letting his father know. His dream was to become a knight instead of a mercenary, and that enraged his father to the point where he almost got a stroke. In the Wittelian Legion, Lowe's was known as a fearless and unparalleled general. However, the Legion was disbanded after the Civil War tore the Empire apart. Lowe's returned home only to find his family and friends all gone. Suddenly losing everything he cared about, he no longer had any attachments and formed a group with a few other of his comrades to go venture the world. On one fateful trip, he rescued a slave trader from a bandit attack and got hired as a bodyguard and followed him all the way to Port Nupit. It was then when he bumped into Potterfang, who was there to purchase some slaves to form the main force of the Norton family on the journey to the Northlands. Intrigued by the prospect of adventure, Lowe's brought another friend who was unwilling to continue working as a bodyguard for a slaver, Mons Malak, along to see Potterfang. The conquest of the Bastide went without a hitch, with Lowe's not even having to fight himself. Any sign of resistance was settled swiftly by Lorist using his javelins. Upon reaching the gates, the guards who were on duty dropped their guard entirely after seeing Englich and lowered the drawbridge for them to enter. After Lorist slit the guards with his sword, the other silver-ranked guards all rushed over to swarm Lorist's group, thinking that they had an edge because of the disparity in numbers. At that moment, Lorist took a javelin out of his quiver and with lightning speed, flung it out one after another, unleashing a rain of javelins unto the enemy forces. Of the 10 silver ranks that rushed over, easily half of them fell from the first volley, with the rest preparing to cut down the javelins with their swords, only to be met with following waves of incessant javelin fire and ultimately experiencing gruesome deaths from being pierced straight through. After Lorist expended 3 quivers worth of javelins, not one enemy remained standing. Having witnessed that terrifying scene, Englich started shivering and felt extremely fortunate that he recognized the might of that man and surrendered quickly, thus having his life spared in the end. Loz on the other hand was admirably praising Lorist's skill. Terman subsequently brought the rest of his troops into the Bastide and successfully occupied it, followed by him cooperating with Dulles to clear out the whole Bastide of enemy troops. Even though the iron-ranked slave supervisors attempted to retaliate, under the assault of Terman and the senior academy students, they gave up entirely after 10 or so of their own died with not even one of Terman's men injured in the slightest. Dulles commented that the supervisors were digging their own graves for being crazy enough to take on a fully armed group of silver swordsmen with only a few whips and short swords. Lorist then instructed Terman to bring a group of people to go back to the camp and inform Charade and Potterfang to move over to the Bastide and have some carriages go to the port to transport their other resources and equipment. After that, he told Dulles to gather the slaves in the Bastide together before detaining the other family members of the slavers and kill anyone who dares to resist. He also instructed Els to increase the level of security at the Bastide. The tasks he had to do just kept piling up. Wistful cries at the residential area of the Bastide could be heard as the fierce, imposing slave soldiers marched inside and gathered the residents per Lorist's orders. Some sounds of battle and conflict rang out as well. However, the resistance was short-lived and was soon quelled, resulting in a few lavishly dressed corpses littered around the pavements and yards of the houses. It could be seen from the state of the corpses that the pent-up rage and hate harbored by the slaves was no small matter. During all that, Lorist followed Englich to his granddaughter's residence. Along the way, the patrolling slave soldiers all greeted him respectfully and the families of the slavers looked at him with hateful glances. Lorist was relieved that the slave soldiers didn't break any regulations, and only killed the ones who resisted without harassing the women nor taking the slavers' belongings as they pleased. Though, perhaps that was because they knew that they would have to hand in the loot anyway and would end up being punished for any attempt at embezzlement. After forcing the family members out of their houses, they patiently awaited their next order. Englika's granddaughter was quite the beauty, being quite fair-skinned and having a quiet air about her. She stood in front of the yard with a slight look of terror on her face beside a 16-year-old handmaiden. After seeing her grandfather, she leaped forward and hugged him tightly, unwilling to let go. Nodding towards a saluting slave soldier nearby, Lorist checked out Englika's granddaughter before saying, "Let's talk when we're inside." Even though the hut was small, it was quite well kept. Lorist saw a half-written beast skin on the table and picked it up to take a look. The words on the beast skin were organized and neat except for the last one, which ended in a very long stroke. It was apparent that she was in the middle of writing the document when the slave soldiers attacked. "Are you copying a book?" asked Lorist. The girl shyly nodded. "Your words are pretty neat," praised Lorist. "Englich, it's time you handed over your goods," Lorist continued. The old man's expression turned downcast as he entered a small room and took out a small box with a beast skin book. Upon opening the box, a pile of glimmering gold coins could be seen. This contains all my savings over the years. There are 1,437 gold fords within," said the old man with a pained heart. Taking out one gold coin, Lorist said, "Old man, do you know how much blood and tears have been spilled for these gold coins? These coins are unclean and tainted. If you spend them, you will one day face the consequences. If you don't get punished, eventually, your descendants will. I think it would be better for both of us if I take it away and resolve that problem for you." He then took out a pouch from his pocket and tossed it to the old man. Within that is 10 odd gold coins which are clean and rightfully earned and isn't the product of anyone's suffering. You can spend them with a good conscience, knowing that nobody has been harmed for those gold coins. I'll be giving them to you. As for this water attribute battle force manual, Lorist flipped through the manual and tossed it to the young girl beside. "Have your granddaughter make me a copy and keep the original for yourself. During these 2 days, you are to stay here with your granddaughter and her handmaiden while I think about how I should handle you. If you need anything, just tell the patrolling soldiers outside, understood?" The old man quickly saluted and said, "Thank you, my lord. I will await your further instruction." Loris then took the box full of gold coins and left the hut. Chapter 54 Reorganization and Maidservants. At the central plaza of the Slough Bastide was a sea of people. It was the third day since Lorist's group occupied the Bastide. In the middle of the plaza stood around 700 spear-wielding slave soldiers with their family members all gathered up beside them in the square, along with another 1,000+ slaves who worked in the Bastide's vineyard. Appearing before all of them on the balcony of a building that faced the center of the plaza was Lorist, who could be seen holding an iron bullhorn in his hand. On the second day the Bastide was conquered, his armed forces have moved over entirely to the Bastide from the camp in the pine forest. With the miscellaneous matters out of the way, what followed was the forces' reorganization. Lorist intended to give a speech to the slaves present and inspire hope and dreams within them as well as confidence for them to join him on the journey to the Northlands. Putting the bullhorn to his mouth, he said, "I'd like to introduce myself. I am Baron Norden, the head of the family of the Roaring Raging Bear of the Northlands." Lorist introduced himself while shamelessly adding that he was the head of the Nordens even though the official ceremony of succession hasn't been carried out. "I believe that many of you here understand back then that my knights have paid quite a heavy price to liberate the likes of you from the grasps of the slave traders at Port Nupit along with your family members to join us on the journey to the Northlands and promised your freedom when we reach there. However, what I didn't expect was for us to run into the assault of these asinine slavers who wished to deprive you of your birthright and treat you people like nothing more than products and property whose sole purpose is to make them profit. Before I could send reinforcements to your side, you have managed to fend off the attack of the slavers despite being not properly equipped and managed to keep the camp secure before my arrival. After that, you have also successfully swarmed the camp of the slavers and even occupied this Bastide, which is their main base. During the whole process, you all have managed to fulfill your responsibilities and obey the regulations that we have set up and completed the tasks we have assigned you. Your performance has truly won my heartfelt respect, as well as earned yourselves the freedom you deserve. As the head of the Norden family, I, Baron Norden, hereby declare that from today onwards, you are no longer slaves and are instead proud and noble soldiers of the Norden family." Yeah! All the slave soldiers at the plaza gave a loud cheer that shook the eardrums of everyone present. Lorist waited for a while and gestured for the crowd to quiet down. "By the time we reach the Northlands, your families will be treated as free citizens and will be eligible to enjoy benefits that are entailed to family members of the Norden family armed forces. You will also be assigned houses and farmland and will be able to lead the rest of your lives in peace." At that moment, the family members of the slave soldiers cheered loudly together as well. During this resistance against the slavers, 17 of our heroic soldiers has sacrificed their lives for our victory with 4 others injured and handicapped as a result. However, the Norden family will not forget the contribution and loyalty of our soldiers. The family members of the fallen soldiers will still be entitled to the treatment of that of families with members in our army and will also receive 1 large silver every month as a pension for up to 20 years. This applies to disabled soldiers as well, but they will be able to continue receiving the pension for the rest of their lives. This policy of mine will definitely not change. The soldiers of the family were all moved by the speech, with some of the family members of the fallen soldiers breaking out in tears. It was apparent that they were quite worried about being abandoned by the Lord, as they would effectively be a burden on the convoy. For normal foot soldiers who lived their lives walking on tightropes, their biggest worry was the fates of their family members after their deaths on the battlefield. If they served under a generous lord, their family might receive a few silver coins as reimbursement for their loss. But for selfish lords who didn't care about the welfare of their families, not only would they blame the loss of the battles on their own soldiers, they might even sell the family members of the fallen soldiers to slave traders for a small profit. The promises that Lorist had made were completely unprecedented in the history of the Grindia continent. It was common knowledge that as the number of fallen soldiers reached the tens of thousands, the pension fee would add up to a rather large sum which would become an unbearable burden on the ruler. In the midst of a war-torn age, there was no lord who dared to make promises like that to their soldiers. In actuality, Lorist had gotten into quite a big argument with Charade over the issue. Even Potter Fang was against Lorist's decision, citing his experience in the Wittelian Legion that the family members of the fallen soldiers were only paid a year's worth of the soldier's salary in a lump sum and not throughout the span of 20 years like Lorist had decided. Lorist then brought up the battle with the slavers. By the time he had killed more than 30 people alone, which was not even half of the number of people the enemy had, the slavers crumbled and retreated right away. After Terman and Elsa's assault, they killed another half of their forces but didn't sustain any casualties at all, apart from the 2 jokers which had hurt themselves from tripping. Lorist told Charade and Potter Fang back then that he wanted to foster the kind of army that was willing to fight until their last breath and wouldn't give up even during the gravest of circumstances, to the point that they would gladly sacrifice their own lives just to give their own forces the slightest edge in battle, unlike the slavers they had fought who turned and ran the moment the battle was to their disadvantage. Only an army like that could become a force to be reckoned with and deter any other powers from preying on the Norton family and make them think twice whether it would actually cause them more loss than gain should they decide to provoke the Nortons. And to build that army, Lorist said that the first thing that should be handled was the alleviation of the soldiers' worries and attachments so that they would not hesitate to perish for the sake of their families, which was what the whole point of the pension plan he had in mind was centered around. He also told Charade and Potter Fang that the pension fund wouldn't be that big a burden that they had thought. 20 years' worth of pensions for a fallen soldier would only amount to 240 large silvers, which was equal to 12 gold fords in total. Even though 12 gold fords might not seem like a huge amount to a soldier on the battlefield, it would be able to provide their families with 20 years of security and comfortable living. Additionally, the pension was to be handed out gradually and not all at once. It was akin to the Norton family borrowing 12 gold fords and paying an interest of only 1 large silver a month, and the money could be used to develop many things in the Dominion. A large silver of interest per fallen soldier was actually a relatively small amount. It was at that moment when Charade and Potter Fang realized the real benefits of the plan and felt that they didn't think as far as Lorist had. Lorist also mentioned that this was only the first step, and that there were still many things to be managed within the family's armed forces, such as educating the soldiers to obey orders and regulations, as well as developing their sense of pride and belonging to the armed forces of the Norton family. However, that wasn't something that could be done in a short amount of time and had to be gradually nurtured and polished from long periods of training and participation in battles. As the cheers from the people at the plaza started to quiet down, Lorist once again raised his bullhorn and said, "Soldiers of the family, the Northlands are still far away and the journey will no doubt be arduous. Before we resume our march, you will have to undergo reorganization and further training. I will provide you with helmets to protect yourselves and sharp weapons for you to cut down anyone who dares to bar our way. Whether they're bandits or greedy lords who dare to set their sights on us, they will no doubt end up as ash and dust beneath the wheels of our chariots. Nobody can stop us from going home. I promise that I will not abandon any single one of you in the name of the Raging Bear. We will definitely return to the Northlands and live the rest of our lives in bliss." The crowd in the plaza instantly erupted and began chanting, "Norton! Norton!" Once again raising the horn to his mouth, Lorist addressed the slaves who had been liberated from the Bastide and the enemy camp. "There are no slaves in the Norton family, and the family will also never deal with slaves. Hence, I am declaring the slaves who were liberated by us from the camp and the Bastide free men and women." Once again the people at the crowd broke into loud cheers. "However, even though you've regained your freedom, you will not be allowed to leave just yet and will temporarily have to remain in this Bastide until the day we depart for the Northlands. At that point, we would also provide the ones who wish to leave with funds for transport and food. If you have nowhere else to return to, we also welcome you to join our army and let your families enjoy the benefits of being one of our soldiers. For those who do not wish to stay, you shall be assigned work and be paid for your efforts before we depart." He then placed the bullhorn down and waved to the crowd, triggering loud applauses and cheers once again before he turned and left the balcony. Giving a speech in front of so many people is still a first for me. I was nervous as heck, Lorist muttered, before receiving the linen cloth Shadecamp passed over and wiped his face with it. The lounge on the second floor of the building was currently fully seated with Charade leaning on a soft couch and Turman and Yuri seated beside him. Opposite to them sat Potter Fang and his two comrades, with the rest of the people in the room being the 38 senior students from the Dawn Academy, some of whom were still wearing bandages from the injuries they had sustained. Els and Pat were absent from the meeting as they were tasked with patrolling the area while Reedy brought Elisa to the park in the Bastide for a walk. Howard, on the other hand, stood beside Lorist as his personal attendant with a solemn look on his face. Aside from them, Englich could be seen leaning on a wall at a corner of the room with his beautiful granddaughter beside him, patiently waiting to hear what Lorist had in mind for them. Lorist sat down on his seat and Shadecamp stood at his place beside Howard. "So, we'll be executing it according to what we've discussed for the past 2 days, said Lorist. "Nightpog, I will assign the task of reorganizing a 500-strong heavy armored battalion to you." Potter Fang stood up and saluted before he said, "I will not let Milord down. Yuri, the reorganization of the 60-men light cavalry must be hastened and not taken lightly, as that unit will serve as the eyes and ears for our army." "Yes, Milord. Please be assured," replied Yuri as he got up. "Turman, your night brigade is a little too small with only 14 men in it. How about this? Let every one of your knights pick 2 attendants who will be granted the rank of a squire when their battle force reaches the silver rank. Should they earn an achievement, they will also be allowed to join the ranks of the family knights. Of the 38 senior students from the academy, only 13 others and Turman have formally received training to be a knight. As knights served as the main assault force on the battlefield, Lorist decided to add a couple more to their ranks even if they weren't properly trained ones, so that the brigade would seem more domineering and threatening on the battlefield." "Understood," replied Turman. "Dulles, I'll leave the 12 Caro ballistas to you. Assemble some people to operate them as soon as possible." "Yes, Milord," saluted Dulles. "Lundmord, how's the formation of your herbalist unit going?" asked Lorist. "Milord, I have found a beginner rank herbalist as well as 2 herbalist apprentices from the slave camp. Unfortunately, those 3 were the only ones who had remotely any knowledge in the field. I've already recruited them into the unit. However, there seems to be a man and his daughter in the Bastide who are respectively mid-ranked and beginner rank herbalists who were employed by Slough and are currently in detention." "Milord, how about it?" said Lundmord, standing. He was one of the senior students at the academy who had the qualifications of a beginner rank herbalist, but had somehow gotten into an argument with a herbalism professor in the academy, Nate Borg, and had his own status as a herbalism instructor revoked. He was then convinced by Charade and joined the northbound journey in the heat of the moment. Go ask the slaves and see if the father and daughter have committed any atrocities towards them like their masters. If that is not the case, then release them and return their belongings before asking them if they want to join us. Should they be reluctant to do so, do not force them and let them leave as they please," said Lorist. "Yes, Milord. I will do as you will." "Sigh, we're still quite lacking in capable people," thought Lorist as he started to set his sights on Potterfung's 2 other comrades. "Mr. Mons and Lowe's, can I ask the 2 of you for a favor?" asked Lorist politely. Lowe's gave a carefree smile and said, "Lord Locke, please do not hesitate to state your request. We'll be honored to be able to help you out." Mons Malak also nodded in agreement. "Well, the thing is, I want to form another 360-strong company of crossbowmen with another pike infantry regiment. Can I temporarily invite the 2 of you welcome guests of the family to serve as the officers in charge of these 2 units? I believe you also know that many of my mates from the academy have no experience in the army and wouldn't be too appropriate for the role of an officer at the moment. Given that the 2 of you are experienced military officers, would you mind lending me a hand in this matter?" asked Lorist. "No problem. How about you, Malak. Loz answered quickly without hesitation and looked at his partner for his response. Mons Malak merely nodded. How about this? Since Malak was originally the military judge of the Wittelian Legion, let him take charge of the crossbowman company. I'll lead the pike infantry regiment since getting up close and personal with the enemy is more of my thing, said Loz. Then I'll be relying on you two from now on, said Lorist with much joy. Currently, we only have about 700 official members in the family's armed forces. But we have liberated over 3,000 slaves just recently, and most of them are strong youths whose families have been either killed or captured by the slavers. That's why I hope that you guys will do your best to encourage them to join our army. But make sure you do not force them to join unwillingly, all right? Yes, my lord, replied everyone in the hall. Knight Charade's task will be the heaviest of all of you. He's the chief supervisor of our convoy and all matters large and small must be handled by him. I have also appointed Shadekampf to be his aide. Other than that, I will also have Night Elves recruit some people to form a constable unit that will be in charge of maintaining the order of the people of the convoy, said Lorist. He then looked towards Englich, who was leaning on the wall, and his granddaughter before waving for them to come over. You guys are really lucky, said Lorist as he looked at the pair intriguingly. I have just made an oath publicly that the Norton family will not have slaves, so you two are still free people. However, the fact that Englich had participated in the fight against our forces still stands true. Even though I've spared your life, you must still pay for the consequences of your actions. I have here 2 contracts for you and your granddaughter to sign. Don't worry, they're not slave contracts but servant contracts instead. After 10 years of service, the 2 of you are free to leave the Norton family. Shadekampf came over from the side holding 2 beastskin parchments and a pen and handed the items to Englich and his granddaughter. Staring at the contract with his face twitching for quite a while, Englich gave a large sigh before signing his name and putting his fingerprint on the contract. His granddaughter followed suit with a pale look on her face. So, you're called Mollyze? Lorist asked as he looked toward that pale-faced girl. Yes, my lord, replied the girl in slight fear. Your handwriting is really neat and the battle force manual I had you copy for me was nicely done without any errors. Don't worry, I won't be letting you do menial chores like serving drinks and the such. Do you see that fatty over there? He was hurt by your grandfather and is unable to write due to his injuries. That's why from today onwards, you will be his personal maidservant and act as his right hand. Not only would you have to look after him and attend to any of his needs, you'll also have to write down whatever he needs you to. Your role is to basically be his assistant and secretary, understood, said Lorist as he pointed at Charade. The girl bowed and said, Yes, my lord. I will do as you wish and serve as his maidservant and secretary. Charade had a stunned look on his face. My lord, my lord. Locke, stop kidding around. I don't need any maidservants. Why don't you keep her by your side? Charade was so flustered to the point he called Lorist by his nickname. Lorist responded with a straight face, This is my decision and it is final. It's not like I need a scribe following me around anyway. I'm sure you'll appreciate the extra help as you'll get pretty busy soon enough. Also, your tent is as messy and dirty as a pig's sty. You'll definitely need to have someone help you keep the place orderly. Also, you can also use the other slaves who helped you out with the writing to carry out your errands and help you out with the matters of the convoy. Oh, and Mollyze here also has a maidservant herself. According to what I've heard, her parents were both killed by slavers and Mollyze was the one who purchased her from the slavers. Right now, she has regained her freedom. Charade, you may also get her to sign the servant contract and have her serve you together with Mollyze. Englich, please stay by Knight Charade's side for now and obey his instructions. Understood, my lord. Your will is my command, said Englich as he breathed a relieved sigh. He was satisfied as long as he would be able to be by his granddaughter's side. Everyone had left after the meeting, including Howard who had gone to look for Elisa. Rubbing his temples gently, Lorist thought, gosh, it's so tiring being the head of the family. I need to manage almost everything. Thank goodness I have Charade helping me out. Otherwise, I'll definitely go crazy from doing every little thing by myself. Hey, Locke, I heard that you gave a beautiful young lass to that fatty. The only one who dared to speak like that to Lorist was no other than Els. Ah, you've come, said Lorist as he raised his head to see Els rapidly approaching. Just now, I heard Yuri and the gang talk about how jealous they were of Charade when I passed by. Surely they can search for their own maidservant, right? I heard from Shade Camp that we have liberated more than 10 beautiful virgin girls from the slaver camp who were originally going to be sold for high prices at Port Nupit. Shade Camp even tried to get a few of them to be my personal maidservants, but I've rejected that offer. Later, you can tell Yuri and the others that they are allowed to let any of the girls sign a servant contract, but only if they do so willingly, said Lorist. Hey? Something's not right. Locke, are you not feeling well or something? Asked Els curiously. What about me? Lorist was also confused as to why Els asked something like that. Let's see, there was that one time you did it with Louise on your birthday, and then there were 5 times with Nina over the years, 4 times with Sala, 3 or 4 times with Jamile, and finally, we have the new girl Molly, whom you did it with the most, somewhere around 7 times. You've basically bedded almost every girl in the inn. It's not like you are impotent or against having intercourse with women. But this time, not only did you give such a great beauty to Charade, you also refused to take in the pretty, young girls as your servants. Is something wrong, your junk? Said Els as he looked at his hands and recounted the times Lorist engaged in coitus. Good solution. Lorist really didn't know what to say and freaked out by grabbing hold of Els and gave him a good pummeling. I'm a man who has needs too, you know. At that time, I've just broken up with my girlfriend, so where else do you think I could have gone for some intimacy? The brothel you've opened? Who asked you to peep, hey? Who gave you the permission? Needless to say, the fact that Els was so informed about the matter was because he was observing every one of Lorist's encounters in secret. Even Lorist himself wasn't that clear about the number of times he had intercourse with a woman. Lorist felt much better after giving Els a good beating. Sitting back on his chair, he said, "Sigh, Els, you should understand best. We haven't even started heading north, but we've already run into our first obstacle. Who knows how much tougher it will be on us during the rest of the journey? What do you think others will think of me if I lust after women at this point in time? Wouldn't they be disappointed and leave me in disgust? You've also been the leader of a syndicate yourself. Surely you understand how the people who follow you think. If I'm really that desperate for women, I wouldn't be leading this convoy in the first place." Els stood up again and nodded. "You do have a point. But still, a girl that pretty is really a shame to not have by your side." Even though he pummeled Els in the face, Lorist didn't use too much force and Els got up looking fine without showing any sign of pain nor injury. Then again, it wasn't the first time Lorist hit him like this. That's hardly anything to feel unfortunate about. Beauties are all over the place. During this journey north, I must also make sure the senior students that followed me get some benefits as well. It is my hope that they find their soulmate during the journey so that they may settle down in the Dominion when we finally arrive there. Also, Els, you've reminded me of something. Didn't we also detain the concubines of Sloth and Blade Master Pike? You should go get Loz and Mons Malak and let them pick one girl each to be their maidservant. Let the rest of the senior students choose from the remaining ones after that. Actually, you can pick one yourself too, said Lorist. Understood, my lord, Els answered as he bowed and saluted. Chapter 55 Ambush and the Yields. My lord, I really don't have the guts for this. The moment I stand in front of you, I lose all my will and energy to swing my sword. I don't usually feel this frightened even when facing a blade master like Pike. However, the moment I see you, I have the urge of dropping my sword and surrendering right away. I really don't know why I feel like this as well," stammered Englich. "Soul, this old man has had his balls burst from fighting against me that one time and wouldn't spar with me at all." Lorist lazily waved his hand and said, "Fine, you can leave." The old man felt like he had been spared a death sentence and left hurriedly after saluting Lorist. Currently, the most important thing on the list was handling Sloth and Blade Master Pike when they returned 10 days later. Lorist was confident that he would be able to take care of gold-ranked combatants, but he's never fought against a Blade Master before, so he still wasn't sure if he would be able to tough this hurdle through. He recalled that time when we went to visit Instructor Claude back when he just broke through to the level of a Blade Master. Back then, Instructor Claude felt the increase in his abilities and confidently stated that should he fight against Lorist in a duel, it wouldn't end up like the last time on the island when Lorist managed to last more than 200 moves. Even though Instructor Claude considered Lorist at the iron rank of power, he was unaware of Lorist's cultivation at the peak of the bright stage when they were on the islands, not to mention that Lorist had already broken through into the dark stage by the time he made his visit, which would make it even harder for Instructor Claude to completely dominate him in battle. During the visit, Lorist asked Instructor Claude about the differences between a 3-star gold swordsman and a blade master. Scratching his head in thought, Instructor Claude then took out a few cups and made a simple demonstration for Lorist. He first placed the smallest cup on the table and said that upon the awakening of battle force, it was as if the body had a vessel that was like that cup which could store and release battle force. He then took out a larger cup and said that if the smaller cup was the bronze rank, then the larger one would be the iron rank. Lorist nodded to signal his understanding. Claude then placed 2 bowls, one large and the other small, on the table. He pointed at the smaller one and said that it represented the silver rank while the larger represented the gold rank. He then proceeded to explain that the difference between the various battle force ranks, bronze, iron, silver, and gold, was a quantitative one rather than a qualitative one. For example, there wasn't a difference between the size of the blade glows at the gold and silver rank, but rather the amount of time the blade glows could be generated. An iron rank could circulate their battle force for tens of minutes while a gold rank would be able to easily reach 1 hour of battle force utilization. That's why, it wasn't too surprising for an iron rank to defeat a gold rank if the difference in swordsmanship of the iron rank makes up for the relatively lesser amount of time the battle force could be used. Claude then took out a large plate and said that it represented a blade master. According to him, gold swordsmen and blade masters didn't differ much in terms of battle force capacity. For example, both the bowl and plate could contain the same amount of water as each other. The main difference was that the area of coverage of the plate was far larger than that of the bowl. When one fights against a gold swordsman, as long as one stayed outside of the bowl, one wouldn't be affected much. However, during combat with a blade master, one would inevitably be within the range of the plate and each and every action would no doubt be restricted within that area of influence. Instructor Claude took the bowl that represented a gold swordsman, placed it on top of the plate and spun it around. The bowl moved around within the plate but not once did it move outside the range of the plate onto the table. It was then when Lorist felt enlightened and fully comprehended what Instructor Claude was trying to express. The qualitative change that came from breaking through to the Blade Master level from the gold rank was akin to having a 3-dimensional solid spreading its volume flat over a larger surface area. While the actual surface area of the object didn't change, the range of influence definitely increased. Then, how about sword saints? Lorist asked. I believe they will be like the table on which the bowls and plates are placed. This table is like a sword saint's domain and we are like the tables and plates on the table. No matter how we move around the table, we will still not be able to escape the influence of the domain, said Instructor Claude resignedly. According to Instructor Claude's explanation, Lorist came to the conclusion that the difference between a gold rank and a blade master was the field of influence they had. Instructor Claude added that when he sparred with his wife, Instructor Enfia, right after he broke through, no matter which direction or method she swung her sword, he seemed to have a precognitive instinct that allowed him to predict his wife's every move, even when she attempted to change her fighting approach entirely. To Lorist, it sounded this ability of Blade Master's was on the same level as his dynamic vision. However, that ability was not as specific as his own in that it only gave one a general feeling instead of true visual feedback that his dynamic vision provided him. That was to say, a Blade Master would be able to predict the direction a strike was coming from and react to it, but Lorist could even perceive the velocity and force of any incoming object. Englich also said that he was confident in being able to withstand up to 100 strikes when confronting Blade Master Pike. That's why Lorist wasn't that worried about being defeated by him and felt that they would arrive at a draw at most. Even so, that didn't mean that Lorist didn't intend to exploit the fact that he knew about a Blade Master's range of control that was far superior to that of a gold rank. With a plan in mind, he decided to see whether his range of influence was far superior to that of the Blade Master. Lorist stood at a balcony which was the highest one in the entire Bastide that allowed one to oversee each and every corner of the place with absolute clarity. Rumor also said that this was Sloth's favorite hangout. Perhaps it was because it offered him a sense of control and domination over the whole area. At the plaza opposite the main building, Dulles could be seen directing the 12 Caro ballistas around. Even though each only required 3 men to operate, Dulles had up to 5 people on one and cited that the larger chariots allowed for more people to be on board and the extra 2 could help with shielding the rest from enemy fire or stabbing enemies with halberds, thus effectively increasing the defensive and close combat capabilities of each unit. The extra people also allowed for the injured to switch out with someone else to retain the core functionality of the Caro ballistas, ensuring that their assault wouldn't be stopped halfway just because 1 or 2 men got injured from enemy resistance. On a small hill not far from there was Termin and 13 other knights who were coaching their 28 iron-ranked attendants to remain within formation when they charged toward their enemies. 40-plus horses could be seen racing around the small hill, causing a cloud of dust to cover the whole area. On the far end was an even larger vineyard plot which Potter Fang had repurposed into a training field. The sight of 600 men who were equipped with black helmets, black plate armor as well as black shields standing within formation seemed like a large black beast from afar and gave others a feeling of danger and distress. Satisfied with the results of the training, Lorist felt that Potter Fang was indeed perfect for the job given his military background. Within but a few days, he had managed to train the 600 men which constituted the heavy armored battalion into tip-top condition. The slaves they had managed to liberate this time from the camp and the Bastide numbered around 3,000 and many of them were more than happy to join the armed forces. Other than a few who yearned to return to their homelands, all of the youths and their family members had decided to join the convoy on the journey. The total number of iron ranks including the soldiers they had bought at Port Nupit was around 900 with 400 more being of the bronze rank. That was why Lorist had decided to reorganize the various types of units he had. Firstly, he increased the number of soldiers within the heavy armored battalion from 500 to 600. After that was Dulles's Caro ballista unit which totaled around 65 people with 60 assigned to the 12 ballistas and the remaining 5 including Dulles acting as messenger troops which were in charge of relaying orders within the group for them to be able to effectively function as a unit. And then there was Termin's Knight Brigade. While the number of knights didn't actually increase, the 28 attendants they recruited all had 3-star iron-ranked battle force. As for Yuri, he had expanded his light cavalry scouts to 80 people who were each equipped with chainmail and leather armor and were given 2 mounts each. Other provisions included 24 javelins, 1 crossbow with 24 bolts, a scutum shield 1 and longsword as well as some makeshift tools such as nets or throwing axes which could be used as weapons according to their preferences. Even Potter Fang was envious of the equipment the light cavalry scouts were getting, they were far better equipped than the troops of the Wittelian Legion back in the day. Most of the soldiers who joined these army units were of the iron rank with the remaining 100 or so were recruited by Els into the constable unit he led along with 7 other silver swordsmen who were forced into slavery from being threatened with their family members' lives. The rest of the bronze ranks formed the basis of Mons Malek's 420 men strong crossbowman company with only a few iron ranks and bronze ranks joining Loz's pike infantry regiment. Loz complained that even though the unit he led was the largest, their actual combat potential was the weakest of them all. They were only equipped with pikes and leather armor, and most garrison troops in other dominions were far better equipped than they were. Lorist apologized for that and said that the main function of the pike infantry regiment was to maintain the order of the convoy during the journey, and that the main force on the battlefield would be the heavy armored battalion, the Carro ballista unit, the night brigade and the light cavalry instead of them. The pike infantry regiment's participation was actually only limited to bolstering their numbers to make their fighting strength seem much higher than it actually was, and to clear up the battlefield after each skirmish. The original plan was for Englich to be the officer in command of the pike infantry regiment, as he had experience being a garrison officer back in his day. However, Lorist was worried that the old man wasn't completely loyal to him yet and decided to hold off giving him a position for a period of time while he observed his behavior and made sure of his intentions. At present time, Yuri had led his light cavalry scouts somewhere outside the Bastide, and their location was currently unknown. In the vineyard far away, volleys of arrows could be seen being fired as the training for the crossbowman company was being conducted. On the walls of the Bastide stood the members from the pike infantry regiment, and the others who were not on wall guarding duty were split into small companies and were training under the instruction of their respective officers in charge. Lorist's armed forces now numbered 2,300 people, with 3,000 others being the family members of the soldiers. If the near 6,000 people convoy were to depart for the north without any training or regulation, chaos and confusion would no doubt ensue. That was the main factor behind Lorist's decision to continue his stay at the Slough Bastide for a couple more days before restarting the journey. That night, the injured Charade brought his maidservant Mollyze over to report the gains they had acquired during the recent days. Ever since occupying the Slough Bastide, the main supervisor of the place was most reluctant to give out the location of the hidden treasuries. As a result, he was put onto the spinning chair before being spun around on the hollow rotor. After that, the old supervisor confessed the location of Slough's 2 secret treasuries after he emptied the meals he had that day from his mouth, bladder, and intestines uncontrollably. The 2 treasuries increased their total assets by a staggering amount. The larger one was for the use of the Bastide administration, and it was filled with various coins from different currencies which amounted to around 50,000 gold fords in value. The smaller one belonged to Slough personally, and the gold coins and gold ford notes within totaled up to 70,000 gold fords. The armor and equipment stored within the treasury was also distributed by Lorist to his knights, whereas the other expensive items like rare paintings or treasures were kept just in case he would need them as a gift to improve his relationship with some other party in the future. To sum it up, the convoy gained an extra 100,000 plus gold fords, thus solving their financial bind at the moment. The other resources within the armories, taverns, and food warehouses further replenished their resources. Els even personally suggested to Lorist that they resort to raiding Bastides should they run low on resources in the future. However, that was not all. When Lorist brought Angelika's box of gold coins to Charade, he realized a huge fact that he had neglected the whole time. Charade quickly got all the family members of the slavers and put them through the same process they did to the old supervisor of the Bastide, and had them confess the locations where they hid their gold and other valuables. "My lord, after 3 days of searching and questioning, we have gathered around 30 to 40,000 gold fords worth of assets from the 300 plus households in the residential area, as well as 7 high-ranked battle force manuals and some other treasures, which I have already handed to Shadecamp for safekeeping and sorting. The only remaining issue now concerns the treatment of the slavers' family members," reported Charade. There wasn't a simple solution for that, as they wouldn't be allowed to join the journey north, nor could they be released scotch-free. There wasn't a doubt that they harbored seething hatred for Lorist's group for ruining their livelihoods. However, Lorist wasn't willing to kill them off, as the ones who did wrong were their family members who joined the slavers rather than them. Even though they could also be considered partly responsible for the slaves' woes, they were not the main cause and thus didn't deserve the death sentence. A few days prior, Els suggested that the families of the slavers to be sold to slave traders so that they may have a taste of their own medicine. However, Lorist was hesitant about that idea, as there was no way that he could trade slaves after announcing that the Norton family does not endorse slavery. "Gosh, what a headache! I guess I'll figure something out later since there would be some time left before we leave, thought Lorist as he irresponsibly postponed the issue for another time and decided to temporarily detain the families of the slavers for the moment. A three-masted bark flying the flag of the Slough slavers could be seen approaching Armatrin harbour. This was Slough's personal ship that he used for his excursions. As the crew of the ship were the locals of Armatrin harbour, there wasn't a need for them to use a guide to navigate shallow waters. The harbour is much deserted than usual. There's not even a shadow in sight, Slough said to Blade Master Pike who was standing beside him. Slough's figure had bloated up like a barrel after 2 years of nothing but indulgence. Well, you should be aware that the people of the town use your name to scare their children into obedience or face the consequences of being caught and sold by you. It isn't weird for there to be nobody at the harbour if you consider that fact. Blade Master Pike was an aged man of tall build who usually wore an expression of pride and arrogance. Hee, I guess that's true. Then again, I suppose it's a good thing to be feared. If I show a little bit of kindness, that might come of as a sign of weakness in these lowly folks' eyes and they'll start to think of ways to weasel more benefits from me. It's better to have them fear and revere me and not cause me any trouble, said Slough, snickering as he shared his experience in dealing with people with his cousin. As the bark docked at the harbour, the sailors on the ship jumped off and tied several ropes around the stakes at the harbour before placing a walking board as a makeshift bridge. Slough and the Blade Master got off the ship with 20 other sailors who hauled large chests following behind them. Slough looked around the harbour and started cursing vilely. Did I leave for too long this time around? Those bastards at the Bastide should be coming here to receive me by now. I'll make sure to give them a lesson that they'll never forget when I get back. At that moment, Blade Master Pike inspected the surroundings and his expression tensed up. Be careful, something doesn't feel right. The sound of a pair of hands clapping could be heard as Lorist approached the harbour followed by Reedy and Pat who were each carrying 3 quivers of javelins in their hands. Who are you? Asked Blade Master Pike as he narrowed his eyes to stare at Lorist with the sharp gaze of a hawk. Ignoring him, Lorist continued to clap and 600 heavy armoured soldiers who carried black diamond-shaped shields in their hands showed up behind him and surrounded the harbour. After that, 400-odd other crossbowmen appeared behind the ranks of the shield-wielding soldiers. If the heavy armoured battalion had not shaken the Blade Master, the crossbowmen definitely did. The 400 crossbow-wielding soldiers would without question be a serious threat to even a Blade Master like Pike. Who are you and what are you up to? Shouted the Blade Master. The fat slob who stood beside him had a pale look on his face. Slough retreated behind 2 of his chainmail-wearing men and revealed a fierce expression. My identity is of no importance. What you need to know instead is that I intend to take your lives, answered Lorist calmly with a tone full of confidence. If you want my life, you'll need to be capable enough to take it, said Blade Master Pike as he drew his sword from his scabbard. Lorist waved his hand and the twangs of hundreds of bowstrings could be heard. Within but an instant, more than 400 arrows were airborne and headed towards Slough's group. The sword in the Blade Master's hand danced frantically, shattering many of the arrows that came its way. The rain of arrows stopped and Blade Master Pike looked extremely haggard. However, not one injury could be seen on his body and it was apparent that he had managed to deflect all of the arrows that threatened to harm him. Taking advantage of the crossbowmen who were reloading, Blade Master Pike let out a loud grunt and dashed towards Lorist with near lightning speed. As the 2 were only 20 meters apart, Lorist smiled coldly and took out a javelin from the quiver. The sharp sound of the javelin being shot out at breakneck velocity reverberated throughout the area. The javelin's velocity caused the Blade Master to be unable to avoid it and be forced to deflect it head-on. Bam! The javelin was shattered into smithereens with the Blade Master staggering a few steps back from the force of the impact. His expression instantly changed as he had never felt a javelin thrown with that much energy. However, before he managed to complete that thought, Lorist sent a fusillade of javelins in his direction. Bam! 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 Series of sounds of javelins being smashed apart could be heard as the blade master was forced to retreat from the successive impacts of the javelin. "Ack!" cried the blade master in agony. "Ugh!" grunted the blade master with much suffering. After all 6 quivers of javelins was expended, Lorist exhaled loudly with his face flush red and his hands and legs relaxing from having used all that energy. He had launched 72 javelins packed with his internal energy in quick succession, and that has sapped up most of his energy reserves and left him in a difficult position. He made a mental note to not perform this kind of feat ever again so that he would have enough stamina for emergency situations. While Blade Master Pike was still alive, a large javelin had found its way through his thigh and another could be seen infused within his right shoulder. The most serious injury came from the javelin that hit his torso and went straight through his body and re-emerged from his back. For him to be able to block off the 69 other javelins was already testament to his abilities as a blade master. It was too bad that he wasn't able to do the same to the remaining 3. You didn't give me a chance to utilize my skills," grumbled the blade master as blood flowed out of his mouth. "I'm not stupid enough to fight you head-on. That's far too risky and dangerous." Even though the blade master's voice was exceedingly soft, Lorist heard it clearly and waved once more to signal the crossbowman to fire. The blade master ended up looking like a huge porcupine by the time the arrows stopped flying. As for Sloth and his other followers, they had long perished from the first volley of arrows and died miserable deaths. "Clear up the battlefield and occupy the ship. Also, cut off Sloth and Blade Master Pike's heads and bring them with us," instructed Lorist. 1. A long rectangular shield usually wore on an arm. See Wikipedia. 2. A classification of boats. See Wikipedia. Chapter 56. Baron Miranda. At the harbour, the family's soldiers detained all the sailors who manned Sloth's ships and brought the captain and the 3 vice-captains back to the Bastide for vetting. Sloth and Blade Master Pike's heads were impaled on stakes and held up high in the air. Lorist displayed their heads at the town for 3 whole days to let the townsfolk know who's currently in charge. If the same situation where Charade was denied access to weapons and other provisions were to come again, Lorist didn't mind punishing a few of the townsfolk in case his message wasn't clear enough. Sloth's henchmen had carried down 3 large chests and 1 small one from the ship before they died. The first large chest stored various goods such as tea leaves and macks. In the second one was Blade Master Pike and Sloth's personal belongings. The third large chest contained cosmetics and clothes for women. It was apparent that Sloth was rather fond of his concubines and often spoiled them with gifts. Too bad he wasn't alive to see that the women had already been distributed among the senior students of the academy back at the Bastide. Lorist opened the small chest and found around 10,000 gold fords within and thought, Charade would definitely be delighted to see this. After that, Potter Fang and Lowe's got off the ship and said to Lorist, "My lord, the rest of the stuff on the ship is mostly food, mainly rye flour and bran, that is probably meant for the slaves. There are also a few piles of rough linen and a couple of spears and armor. All right, transport all these stuff to the Bastide. Lowe's, have a pike infantry company stationed here to watch these ships," said Lorist. "Yes, my lord." Potter Fang and Lowe's saluted and left. Dulles rode over on a horse and dismounted. He appeared quite downcast as his Caro Ballista unit didn't get to show off their might. Lorist had originally planned for them to fire at the Blade Master along with the Crossbowman Company if his javelins weren't having any effect on him. It was a shame that the Blade Master couldn't last until that moment. "Come on, don't look so down. Get these chests onto your Caro Ballistas. One of them contains stuff for women. Go pick some stuff from it to gift to your maidservants. I'm sure they'll return the favor graciously during the night," teased Lorist. Suddenly, a cavalry scout could be seen riding quickly into the plaza. Stopping in front of Lorist, he said, "My lord, there's an armed group heading towards the Sloth Bastide. Sir Yuri believes that they're the forces of the local Dominion Lord. They number around 1,500 to 2,000 people, with most being civilian farmers and a few knights. Sir Yuri asks if he should attack them. Currently, the light cavalry scout unit is only observing from afar. Tell Knight Yuri not to be reckless and send someone over to communicate with them. If the other party is hostile, use hit-and-run tactics and try to keep the casualties low. If they're not here for a fight, tell their commander that I'll meet up with him and explain the situation right away, said Lorist to the scout. Yes, my lord. The scout quickly left the way it came. Scratching his chin, Lorist was thinking that the Dominion Lord's reaction to this situation was a little too slow. He had already wiped out the slavers and occupied the Bastide for 8 whole days. And during the last 2 days, he had also enforced a curfew on the citizens at the town to make sure that no word of his ambush spreads out. In normal circumstances, the Dominion Lord should be aware of a situation right away. However, not one of their scouts could be seen during the past few days at the Bastide until after he sealed up Armatrin harbor. The Lord probably assembled an army to come inspect the situation, as the harbor was probably pivotal to the Dominion's economy. Pat, put those 2 heads into boxes and pack them up nicely. We're going to give the local lord a gift, instructed Lorist. Lorist quickly arrived at a small hill, guided by Yuri and his scouts, who then got into formation and lined up neatly. My lord, look. If we charge over from here, I'm sure those people would definitely turn into shambles right away. They're just farmers, not true soldiers, said Yuri, full of confidence in his own unit. At a hill in the distance, groups of farmers with pitchforks and wood-cutting axes as weapons loitered around in a disorderly manner. Yuri must have already sent someone to inform them that they were not the forces of the slave traders but rather the personal armed forces of another baron. That was why they looked so relaxed and didn't bother to get into formation. Some even sat down to rest and chat with the others around them. On the top of the hill were a group of armored knights who looked straight in Lorist's direction. Behind them was a flag that depicted a small white flower. Lorist didn't recognize the family from the insignia, however. So, tell me. What comes after you beat them into shambles? You want to cause trouble with the rest of the nobles around here and prompt them to form an alliance against us? Here in foreign lands, we have no one else to rely on. From an ethical and legal standpoint, we are in the wrong as this is not our home dominion, said Lorist. Ugh, Yuri stopped talking right away. He merely felt the unbearable urge to attack the disorganized farmers without thinking too much about the implications. Pat, bring the family flag with us. Reedy, carry the boxes with you. We're going over there for a bit, said Lorit as he got on his horse and wanted to leave right away. Yuri pulled on the reins of Lorist's horse and said, My lord, wouldn't it be dangerous for you to go personally with so few people? I'm fine. We will appear more sincere and less hostile with lesser people. And don't forget to look to your back. Potterfong's heavy armored battalion is almost here and Turman's Knight Brigade is already stationed there. The crossbowman company as well as Dullus's Caro ballista unit is also on the way. Trust me, they wouldn't dare try to mess with the likes of us, said Lorist as he pointed to the back. Yuri turned his head to look and saw Turman's knights arriving at the foot of the hill. Then, may your departure be swift and safe, said Yuri as he let the reins go. Lorist then led Pat and Reedy to the opposite hill in the distance. When they reached the foot of the hill, Lorist dismounted and handed the reins of his horse to Reedy and paced towards the group of people clad in extravagant-looking armor quickly. Pat followed behind on his horse while carrying the battle standard of the Nortons with Reedy at the back with Lorist's horse. May I know which one of you is the Dominion Lord, said Lorist to the group of armored men. I am Baron Miranda, Lord of Armatrin Harbor. May I know who you are, said a fully armored man at the front of the others as he removed his helmet to reveal his exhausted-looking, middle-aged face. I am here to pay my due respect, Lord Baron. I am Norton Lorist of the Northlands, said Lorist as he bowed and saluted the Baron. Norton? I think I've heard that name somewhere before, said the Baron as he stared hard at the battle standard with the symbol of a raging bear that Pat was carrying. Oh, I remember now. The roaring raging bear of the Northlands. The Nortons are a nobles who have been entitled by the Emperor because of military merit. I'm curious as to why someone from so far in the north would be here in my dominion and even seal off my harbour, asked Baron Miranda as he stared hard at Lorist. Lorist shrugged and said, Lord Baron, my army is just here to escort me back to my homeland to inherit the position of the family head. I myself didn't expect that they would get attacked by hostile forces within your dominion who intended to capture them and sell them off as slaves. Baron Miranda's expression darkened as he cursed, that damned slaver group. However, they didn't know that we were actually an army and we wiped them out entirely after our reinforcements arrived and occupied their main camp. I think it was called, Slough Bastide or something. As for sealing off the harbour, Lord Baron, I deeply apologize for that as we had no choice and had to ensure that we remove the enemy entirely. Reedy, bring me the box. Lorist opened the box and showed the two heads to the Baron. Lord Baron, these are the heads of the leaders of the enemy who dared to provoke us, Slough and Blade Master Pike. We neutralized them at the harbour just 1 hour ago. What? You managed to kill Slough and Blade Master Pike, said Baron Miranda, shocked. He then revealed an ecstatic expression and asked, is that for real? The Baron's men also started chattering out loud and gathered to look at the heads within the box. The heads are right here. You're free to check them as you please, Lord Baron. Baron Miranda personally dismounted and took the box from Reedy without even bothering to ask his subordinates to do it. Ha ha ha, it really is Pike and Slough. These damned bastards, I didn't expect that they would ever end up like this. Baron Miranda was so elated that he started laughing out loud and lost all composure. It seemed that the rumors and reports that he received about the death of Slough was true after all. At that moment, the Baron's men started a commotion again, as on the opposite hill, rows and rows of heavy armoured soldiers, crossbowmen, knights and carroballistas could be seen. The look on Baron Miranda's face instantly changed as he asked, is that your army? That is right, Lord Baron, replied Lorist. Your army looks like it can even rival that of a kingdom. Why would the slavers even dare to attack you in the first place? No sane person would dare to challenge an army such as that and expect to escape unscathed. Baron Miranda suspected that Lorist was merely using the slavers as an excuse to pillage the Bastide. Lord Baron, when we first arrived at your dominion, we didn't intend to cause any trouble and wanted to keep a low profile. That is why I ordered my forces to disarm and not bring any of their equipment over. But, that made the slavers think that we were another slave trading group and demanded that we give them half of the people we had. We tried to explain who we really were but they didn't believe it and even sent people to attack us. I had no choice but to give the order to exterminate them. You can go ask the citizens of the town. We were truly unarmed when we first docked at the harbour. After listening to the explanation, Baron Miranda understood that there was no way that Lorist could be lying as the truth could easily be discerned by asking the townsfolk. It would seem that the slavers truly did look for trouble themselves this time and ended up being completely eradicated. Looking at the heads in the boxes again, Baron Miranda revealed a smile and waved for two of his knights behind him and told them to ransack 7 or 8 different shops that he listed. These shops are all owned by Slough's relatives. The lot of them completely monopolized the whole market at the harbour to the point that I, the Dominion Lord, couldn't collect even a single copper of tax from the sales they make, causing me to be unable to develop the harbour at all, explained Baron Miranda. Lorist nodded and thought that this Baron did indeed have a knack for business and management. He called Reedy to accompany the 2 knights to the town so that their pike infantry company don't attack them by mistake. You said that you already took over the Slough Bastide, asked Baron Miranda. Lorist smiled and understood what the Baron was getting at. That's right, Lord Baron. Please rest assured as I will be staying here for another month at most. As there are many family members of the soldiers in my army, it would take quite a bit of time for us to prepare before we can leave. We should be leaving for the north during the new year and will hand over the management of the Bastide to you. The Baron's face reddened with embarrassment as according to the traditions and customs of nobles, the bastide rightfully belonged to Lorist as he was the one who had occupied it and he had no obligation to return it to the local lord. Normally, if the lord wanted to reclaim the place, he would have to pay a sum of gold in return. However, Lorist was prepared to give it back unconditionally and only asked to be given a month's time. This made Baron Miranda feel a little bad for gaining Lorist's favor without paying any remuneration. "How about this? Let me pay for all the resources and expenses you would incur during your stay at the Bastide. I will definitely fulfill my responsibilities as the Armatrin Harbor's lord," said Baron Miranda. "Thank you for your consideration," said Lorist gratefully. "If you have the time, why don't you come over to visit the Bastide and let me offer you some hospitality while I'm here," he offered. Baron Miranda eyed the rows of soldiers on the opposite side and looked back at his subordinates before nodding and saying, "All right, Your Excellency. Let me disband my men before I go to visit you at the Bastide." As Lorist had yet to officially succeed the title and position of the family head, he couldn't be addressed as Lord Baron, so Baron Miranda could only refer to him respectfully as Your Excellency. But it wasn't undeserved given the amount of soldiers Lorist commanded. Lorist saluted respectfully once more and said, "Then I will await your arrival at the Bastide." Baron Miranda only brought 5 knights and 50 other members of his personal guard during his visit to the Bastide. On that day, Lorist organized a grand banquet to receive the Baron and his 4 knights and introduced his own knights to them as well, causing Baron Miranda to be envious of the talent Lorist had under his wing. However, he noticed that Lorist's servants behaved quite oddly, specifically, their mannerisms. Lorist laughed bitterly and said that the servants were actually family members of many of his subordinates who only worked for the sake of the banquet. He mentioned that he didn't feel comfortable with handing the task to the servants of the Bastide just in case something goes wrong and has detained them along with the other family members of the slavers. He said that he would leave their judgment and treatment to the Baron. Baron Miranda was glad at that proposal and said that he would send some of his own servants over to help out within the Bastide for the time being. Lorist also handed the family members of the slavers to his disposal. Whether he sold them or used them, the Baron would profit either way. When the banquet ended, Baron Miranda asked Lorist a question. Given that only 3 of Lorist's subordinates were gold ranks, how did he manage to take care of Blade Master Pike? He mentioned that if Sloth didn't have the Blade Master backing him up, he would have taken the slavers out long ago, as a lord like him couldn't let some other power call the shots within his own dominion. Lorist thought for a bit before he took a silver cup and placed it into a small basin. If one fights against a Blade Master in close combat, one would be like the cup inside this basin and would find it hard to escape the control of the basin. The method I used to counteract that is much easier. He put the basin back on the table and tossed the silver cup towards it. With a clang, the basin shattered into many pieces. "It's just that simple," said Lorist. He credited the death of the Blade Master to his crossbowman company. Even if someone is a Blade Master, when faced with a fully equipped and properly trained army, he wouldn't even stand a chance. Baron Miranda nodded incessantly with a look of understanding on his face. Chapter 57 Various preparations for the journey. Lorist really required the help of Baron Miranda, as without his permission, no matter how strong his army or how wealthy he was, he wouldn't be able to gain the support he needed from Armatrin Harbor in terms of human and material resources, and that would have a huge effect on restarting the journey north with so many new people in their convoy. Lorist, Charade and his other knights have carried out various discussions and came to the conclusion that the largest tribulation for the northbound journey was the 1000 km route they had to take through the Red Lee's kingdom. If Lorist only crossed the kingdom with 10 or so people, that wouldn't pose much of a problem. However, he now had 6,000 plus people in his convoy as well as a huge amount of precious resources. The Red Lee's kingdom was founded by the former first prince of the Chrisen Empire. During the days when the empire still existed, the first prince had already been known to be a violent, untrustworthy, and avaricious person who has had his right to succeed the imperial throne revoked by the emperor himself and was relegated to the Badalger province, which was very distant from the imperial capital. However, that seemed to work in the first prince's favor, as he quickly managed to gain control of the military forces of the province and plundered the citizens of their wealth in the masses to form his own personal army. Sometimes he even had his soldiers masquerade as bandits to rob traveling merchants, making him the prime suspect for the demise of the Norton family's merchant convoy. When the emperor passed away, the first prince was also the first one to fly the flag of rebellion and effectively plunged the empire into chaos and civil war. Currently, only 1 year and a half after the peace treaty was signed, the first prince started to look for an excuse to start another conflict with the foreign duchy, as that used to be one of the wealthiest provinces during its days under imperial rule. Fortunately, the various powers in the central part of the former empire's territory, the Farkle Duchy, the Handra Duchy, the Foreign Duchy and the Shabaj Duchy, were aware of the first prince's intentions and have since formed a military alliance to resist the Red Lees Kingdom's invasion. Various skirmishes were already going on at the mid-southern area of the border between the four duchies and the Red Lees Kingdom. What Lorist and his knights were worried about was, now that they were at Armatrin Harbour, which was a territory of the Lormo Duchy, they would have to enter the border of the Red Lees Kingdom to be able to reach the Northlands. Given the amount of people and resources the convoy had, there was little doubt that they would become a target for the first prince. Though, the first prince didn't have it easy either, as after he had plundered his own territory clean, bandits groups have mushroomed in response to the hard times the citizens were experiencing. Additionally, with the incessant conflict between the Red Lees Kingdom and the four duchies and the frequent plundering of the duchy's citizens by the first prince's forces, not one of them did not hate the first prince to the bone. That was why, even if the first prince were to retreat back into his own territory, the allied army wouldn't let him off that easily and would fight their way beyond the Red Lees Kingdom's borders. There were even rumors that the first prince was relying on loans to keep his army operational so that the front lines do not crumble. Charade believed that if they were to take the main highway to the north, no matter how strong their army, they would no doubt be targeted by the first prince's forces. Given that the first prince had a grudge against the Nortons, he would probably want to use that opportunity to wipe the northbound convoy out and also take all the resources they had. Potter Fang and Charade both suggested that the convoy take a roundabout route to the northwest that was 150 kilometers longer than the main route and pass through various other dominions of other noble families. The reason for that was because they would easily be able to suppress the various smaller nobles and force their way through with military might if necessary. The dominions were also plagued with bandits, and that would serve as decent training for their soldiers as well as earn the favor of the nobles. Potter Fang also said that if they wanted to escape the fangs of the Red Lees Kingdom, they would have to travel at a rate of 25 to 30 kilometers per day. That way, even if the first prince were to receive word of their presence, his soldiers wouldn't be able to catch up to the convoy. If we manage to occupy this place, then we will no longer have anything to worry about, said Potter Fang as he pointed to a spot on the map. That place, Ben's Citadel, was at the border between the Third Prince's Andanak Kingdom and the Red Lees Kingdom. Potter Fang was quite well informed about that area because he used to participate in battles over there back in the days when he was in the Wit-Elian Legion. He mentioned that the Wit-Elian Legion had defeated the first prince's army before at that place, but due to the support in the form of resources the prince had from the Ford Trade Union, they managed to siege the place and wait until the Wit-Elian Legion ran out of provisions and had no choice but to retreat, causing the crucial citadel on the border to go to the hands of the first prince. Potter Fang said that ever since that event, both nations couldn't afford to keep fighting and were forced to sign a peace treaty. The Wit-Elian Legion was subsequently disbanded. As the first prince wanted to focus his forces on the central area of the former empire's territory, he only left 1,000 or so troops to defend the citadel. Potter Fang discovered half a year back when he was passing through the area with his 2 children on the way to Moranti City that the security at there was extremely lax. If they could take advantage of that situation and attack the citadel, they will be able to easily conquer the place without sacrificing too many of their soldiers. Lorist understood Potter Fang's intentions. If they managed to conquer the citadel and hand it to the third prince, they would be able to gain his favor and will also be able to avoid pursuit from the first prince's forces and continue their journey to the Northlands without worry. After deciding on which route to take, the next issue was to think about how they would be able to let the convoy travel at least 25 km each day. It seemed that they had no choice but to rely on carriages. Otherwise, the children and the elderly among the family members of the soldiers wouldn't be able to keep up with the speed. According to Charade's plan, they would group 4 to 5 families together and fill up each carriage with around 12 to 13 people each, totaling up to 250 carriages solely for the use of non-combatants. Including the carriages for the main convoy, Charade concluded that they would require at least 600 carriages before they would be able to start the journey. During the course of their stay at the Bastide, Charade utilized the manpower of the non-combatants to the maximum and categorized them according to their various skills to start building their own carriages. However, the most they could build within a month was estimated to be only 200. Including the ones they already had, they would only have 300 by the time they had to leave. The horses required to pull the carriages was also lacking. A four-wheeled carriage required 2 horses to pull, so 600 of them needed at least 1,200. However, even after taking over the Bastide, Lorist only had around 600 horses. Lorist really didn't have much time to spare. He had to return to the Northlands to inherit the position and the title before the 3rd month of the following year. It was already the 11th month right now and he only had 3 months left to bring the whole convoy across a distance of over 2,500 kilometers to reach the Northlands. Even so, the decision to stay at the Slough Bastide for another month was inevitable as they needed the extra time to prepare the rest of the carriages they needed before the start of the journey. As long as they managed to go through the Redleys Kingdom, the convoy would be able to proceed onward without any worries and Lorist can leave the convoy and bring a few others with him to go back to the Dominion first to make it in time for the succession ceremony. That was why Lorist really needed the aid of Baron Miranda. As long as the Baron agreed to let the citizens within his dominion help out with the construction of the carriages, they would be able to leave on time within a month. Originally, Lorist was still troubled over thinking of a way to convince the Baron to help. What he didn't expect was for Baron Miranda to offer aid of his own accord, much to Lorist's delight. The act of giving up the Bastide for free as well as the families of the slavers to the Baron was probably the main factor for his decision to help out. During Baron Miranda's stay at the Bastide, Lorist announced that he would rename the place into the Miranda Bastide much to the Baron's delight. He then pledged that he would aid Lorist however he could and agreed to have his citizens help out with the carriage building and also provide up to 1,000 horses for the convoy. Though, the main motivation behind the Baron's actions might have been because he wanted the convoy to depart as early as possible so that he can truly take over the Bastide. The Baron told Lorist candidly that he intended to make the Miranda Bastide his new home and headquarters of the Dominion as its location was strategic and easy to defend, but incredibly hard for people to siege given the advantageous surrounding terrain as well as the defensive fortifications within. Secondly, he believed that his control over the Armatrin harbor would be strengthened even further and expressed his intention to invest and develop the place further. He said that he could already smell all the coins that would be rolling into his pocket in the near future. Lorist truly admired the Baron's eye for business and thanked him for his kind favor of providing the carriages and horses for free. He presented the 3 ships that belonged to Slough to the Baron as a gift in return, thus fulfilling the Baron's long dream of owning his very own small fleet. In actuality, the price of 300 carriages as well as 1,000 work horses was about the same price as the bark that Slough came in. But the nobles usually wouldn't engage in trading that straightforwardly like merchants would because it was considered uncouth. That was why the Baron offered what he could for free and Lorist reciprocated by returning the favor. As promised, 3 days after Baron Miranda left, he sent his main supervisor and almost 100 servants to help out at the Miranda Bastide and specifically sent 2 young and beautiful maidens to serve Lorist personally. The supervisor even told him that the girls had already consumed the Mishla elixir so he wouldn't have to worry about leaving behind any unintended offspring. Naturally, Lorist quickly had his knights move out from the central building of the Bastide to some of the other vacant houses so that the supervisor could start planning the renovations as that would be Baron Miranda's mansion in the near future. Baron Miranda was quite impressed at Lorist's ability to read between the lines and thought that if Lorist didn't have to go back to his homeland to inherit the title, he would definitely love to have him as his subordinate. Probably due to having gained quite a bit from ransacking the shops of Sloth's relatives, the Baron also signed a contract with Charade during his stay. The clauses of the contract were as follows. First, Lorist will have to help Baron Miranda train a 720-men personal guard, a 120-strong heavy-armored soldier unit, 240 crossbowmen as well as 360 pikemen within a month. Second, the personal guard will be assembled within 3 days and stationed at the former slavers' camp south to Armatrin Harbor, and the equipment of which shall be provided by Lorist. The fee for the equipment and training of 20,000 gold fords will be paid by Baron Miranda. Third, Lorist will offer the extra weapons the convoy didn't need for sale at 60% of the market price to Baron Miranda. Fourth, the Baron will provide Lorist with 300 cows and 2,000 sheep, the fees of which will be deducted from the sum he had to pay to Lorist. After signing the agreement, the Baron left the Bastide to collect the funds and conscript people into his personal guard. Lorist and Charade called Els and Termin over and told them to head to Moronti City right away to purchase all the worn-out equipment from the other academies. Back then, Lorist only bought old equipment from 7 academies, but there were a total of 28 academies within Moronti City and there was still much profit to be made. Charade then regretted that he didn't think about this ploy beforehand. If he had started to buy up all the used equipment and refurbished them for sale, he would already earned over 1 million gold coins. The armors that the heavy armored soldiers only cost up to 10 gold coins each to buy and fix up. If he were to sell them at 40 gold coins each to the Baron, he would turn a huge profit and the Baron would still be under the impression that he got a good bargain. Els and Termin then left for Moronti City with 50,000 gold fords to purchase not only the used equipment from the academies but also to order the axles needed for the construction of the carriages. Lorist also had them deliver a letter to request President Peterson to help them up with acquiring the axles. Currently, the Miranda Bastide was bustling with activity. Lorist finally understood the true difficulties that came with managing a group of over 6,000 people. In terms of clothing, Charade already had it covered as he had ordered quite a lot back in Moronti City as well as confiscated quite an amount from the Bastide's residents. They already had enough for the whole group. As for food, it mainly concerned dry provisions that they could bring along on the journey. The whole group already consumed more than 5,000 kilograms of food every day courtesy of Baron Miranda during their stay, along with quite an amount of treats like fruits, vegetables, and meat, causing the supervisor of Baron Miranda to freak out and be forced to import more to curb the shortage. Given that their needs were provided for by the Baron during their stay, the food that they brought over could be saved up for the journey ahead. Charade decided to make black bread with the ingredients they had. Black bread was usually used to feed soldiers and it was different in that it was almost half a meter long and was thicker than Lorist's arm. Upon removing it from the oven, the bread cooled down and hardened quite a bit to a point where Lorist thought that it might even be harder than bricks. Each black bread can last an adult 10 whole days and the way one usually consumed it was different than that of normal bread. Should one attempt to bite it as it is, one's teeth would undoubtedly fall out. There were a few ways one could eat black bread. If there was ample time, it could be roasted over a fire and cut into half for meat to be sandwiched in between. If there wasn't enough time to roast it, the bread could be hammered into powder and cooked with water to make some gruel. It could also be consumed after simply softening it up with water and chewing it slowly before swallowing the clump. It was relatively easy to prepare black bread. Using a mixture of rye, bran, salt, and some optional additions, it only had to be allowed to ferment and baked. Potter Fang said that during one food shortage, the Wittelian Legion even mixed sawdust and tree leaves into the mixture. Additionally, the bread wouldn't spoil for at least half a year. Charade planned to have 10,000 long black breads made and have each soldier carry 2 and 1 for each family member. Lorist even joked that if a soldier's weapon were to break during a battle, he could still use the bread as a mace to hammer the enemy to death. Other than black bread, Charade also planned to have the 300 cows and 2,000 sheep given to them by Baron Miranda to be made into dried meat and jerky. He also ordered a large amount of pickled fruit and vegetables so that the convoy would have some snacks to spice up their meals. When it came to shelter, there was only one solution: tents. There was no way a group of 6,000 people could stay within inns. Charade had considered the problem of accommodation quite extensively and had decided to allocate one tent for every carriage of people. The camp would then be set up in the center with the carriages forming a wall and surrounding it. As for transport, they would primarily rely on four-wheeled carriages. However, the journey to the Northlands was unlike normal trips undertaken by normal convoys. Given the risks and dangers, the army that escorted the convoy would further complicate the process, as the transportation of equipment, rations as well as the herbalist unit to go around to provide aid would need to be considered. On the 23rd day of the 12th month, Els and Terman returned on a large ship of the Peterson Merchant Guild to Armatrin Harbor and brought back 700 sets of carriage axles with them. They reported that the President Peterson had his people buy up all the axles for sale in Moronti City and even dismantled more than 100 of their own carriages to make up for the demand. Aside from the axles, they also spent nearly 20,000 gold fords and emptied 8 other academies of their used equipment. They didn't approach every academy, however, as they were worried that they wouldn't have enough time and space to ship all those equipment back. Els and Terman said that the amount of equipment was truly too much. When Charade asked the Baron to fulfill his end of the bargain to purchase the equipment, he was instantly flabbergasted as he realized that all his money could only afford a third of the equipment, and that was already discounted at 60% of the market price. He could only use 60,000 gold coins to purchase a quarter of the equipment. However, he still managed to turn a profit in the end by selling them to the neighboring nobles at a higher price. That prompted Charade to realize that the number of carriages needed for the convoy would have to grow again to 800 to accommodate the increased baggage of the equipment. Thus, he decided that he would offer the equipment up for sale to the other nobles on the way to the Northlands and use the profit they would earn for the development of the Dominion in the future. Time passed quickly and it was already the new year. All the preparations for the journey had already been completed and the convoy would depart within another 3 days. To celebrate the coming of the new year, Lorist announced that he would give every soldier 1 gold ford and every one of their family members 1 large silver. He also decided to organize a large festival, causing everyone of the convoy to cheer with excitement. It was already getting late into the night and Lorist found it difficult for him to fall asleep. He took a walk outside the yard and looked towards the stars hanging high up in the heavens, subsequently losing himself in his thoughts. Now that the northbound journey is about to begin, I wonder how I will fare as a lord when I finally return to my homeland? Chapter 58 The journey north begins. On the 3rd day of the 1st month, Lorist bid farewell to Baron Miranda and began his journey. The massive convoy used the main road and travelled up to 60 kilometers within that day. On the 4th day of the 1st month, the convoy travelled another 20 kilometers before noon and left the main road for a forest path detour. Having just crossed a small hill, they arrived at the territory of the nobles of the Red Lees Kingdom. On the 3rd day of the journey, just when the convoy was about to start moving again, Yuri sent someone over to report that the local Dominion Lord, a Viscount, has led more than 20 knights to the convoy and said that they would attack the convoy should they not leave 10% of whatever they had as toll. Lorist merely laughed and asked the scout who made the report, "Did Knight Yuri tell the Viscount that this is the army of the Norton family and we're only making our way back to our dominion without doing any business on the way?" The scout replied, "Sir Yuri has already told the Viscount many times, but he refused to listen and stubbornly insisted that we are a smuggling group that is pretending to be a noble family. He even said that if we were going to impersonate nobles, we would be better off if we used a flag from some well-known one and not the flag of the Norton family, a family that he hasn't heard of before at all." Loris turned to his back and called out, "Terman, go forward to invite that Viscount over. I'll let him know personally what our family is made of." Without delay, Terman came back with the Viscount as his prisoner. Terman said that when he led the Knight Brigade on a charge, the Viscount's men either turned back to escape or got off their horses to surrender, leaving the Viscount himself staring in disbelief as Terman and his knights took all 27 of the Viscount's men prisoner. However, the Viscount still retained the proud, unyielding demeanor that was expected from a noble. Even though he was taken prisoner, he still held his head up high and cursed, "You actually dare to go against me, the family head of the Mester family? Are you looking to start a war with us?" However, he also said that if Lorist was willing to reimburse him for his loss and apologize, he would be willing to let the convoy off due since he was a benevolent and forgiving person. "You are to offer a huge tribute to me as an apology and ooh. This maidservant looks pretty decent," he was referring to Mollyze who was standing by Charade's side. Lorist gave a bitter laugh and turned to Potterfang and said, "I suspect this guy doesn't have a brain." The stuck-up and arrogant Viscount was instantly strapped onto the hollow rotor on the orders of the enraged Charade. Reedy had him go through more than 10 minutes of the excruciating vertigo-inducing experience, after which the Viscount was let go. He then answered every single question Lorist's group had with tears and snot all over his face. It appeared that Viscount Mester was in the midst of a war with a neighbouring baron. Just yesterday night, the Viscount and his men had intended to raid a small village nearby, but they returned empty-handed. As they were on their way back to the castle, however, they saw the northbound convoy and the Viscount tried to make up for his loss by demanding for a toll fee to be paid. He also mentioned that his castle and the rest of his forces was only 30 kilometers away at a lake nearby. Lorist said happily, "Oh, so the Viscount has come over to invite us to his castle as guests. Terman, bring this Viscount mess thingamajig to his castle and have his men surrender. Otherwise, have him hanged right outside his castle. Also, have Dulles and his Caro Ballista unit accompany you as well. If they refuse to surrender, besiege the castle right away. We're going to lodge there tonight." Currently, Viscount Mester felt extremely cold. Having just opened his eyes and still feeling a little woozy, he thought, "That cursed fatty, he actually dared to treat a noble personage such as me in that fashion. When I get back to the castle, I will gather the citizens of my domain and teach them a lesson. Wait, where is this? It seems quite familiar." The Viscount gave his face a pinch and felt much more conscious of his surroundings. He found that he could oddly recognize that place. Finally, he noticed that this was his castle and the room he was in seemed to be his bedroom. But why had his bedroom changed so much? The Viscount propped himself up from the floor and noticed that he was stark naked with not one piece of garment on his body. "What is this?" thought the Viscount as he inspected the piece of cloth that was covering him when he was unconscious. It seemed to be a rough linen bag that was used to store wheat. Ridiculous! What did they do to me? The Viscount cursed and walked quickly towards the empty spot where his bed once was and pulled on the bell rope to summon his maidservant to help him dress up. However, when he pulled on the rope, it merely slipped downward with the other end having fallen on the ground. The rope was disconnected. Pinching his nose at the smell of the linen sack, he brought it up to his waist and used the rope to fasten it and walked towards the exit barefoot. Looking along the walkway, he couldn't see a single soul. The Viscount called out loudly for his servants, but no one answered. Going over to an adjacent room, he noticed that it was completely empty just like his bedroom without a single article of clothing, furniture, or footwear left behind. All that remained was an icy cold wall. He checked the other rooms only to find that the furnishings and decorations that used to be there all but gone. Wandering around his castle, the Viscount noticed that even the torches on the walls were all missing and started fearing for the worst. What in the world happened? Where is everyone else? He then rushed towards the balcony and felt the sunlight warming his skin up before breathing a sigh of relief. From the balcony, he swept his gaze over the rest of his castle and noticed that it was surprisingly clean, so clean that not even a single carriage, metalware, textile, livestock, or person could be seen. The castle was only left with nothing but the stones and wood that it was constructed from. "Is anyone around? Is there anyone left?" cried out the Viscount in despair from the balcony. "My lord, you're finally awake. That's great." A silhouette could be seen leaning on the castle walls from afar. The Viscount narrowed his eyes and thought, "Isn't that my loyal butler? Why is he half naked with nothing but a sack covering him like me?" The Viscount quickly made his way to the yard where his butler was at and was met with the butler's emotional ramblings. "My lord, you're finally awake. You have been out cold for 2 days already." The Viscount rested his hand on the butler and asked, "Where is everyone? What happened to my castle? I can't see a single thing anywhere." "Milord, did you forget? 2 days ago, a group of bandits threatened that if we do not surrender and let them in the castle, they would have you hanged. We had no choice but to comply for the sake of your life and surrendered without resistance. The bandits said that they were the army of some Norton family and complained that you have delayed their journey and also caused them to suffer a blow to their morale. They demanded that we pay them back for their losses. But, milord, you understand too that our family doesn't have much gold coins left." The bandits then consumed all the livestock within the castle and took every single thing within it, not leaving even a single piece of cloth behind, and also dismantled all the doors and took it with them, explained the butler. The Viscount was already going crazy with rage. "Then, what about the servants? Why don't I see anyone here?" "They have all left with the bandits, milord. Before they left, they gathered everyone in the castle and a fatty asked all of us whether we wanted to leave with their group. I refused and they instantly stripped me naked and left me here while the others followed them and left long ago," said the butler. "Milord, they only left me 2 sacks after I desperately pleaded. I have only managed to find a porcelain bowl after 2 days of searching and I just used to cook up some oatmeal." "Milord, do you want to have a meal first?" Having heard that there was food, the Viscount suddenly felt the emptiness within his stomach. "All right, get me some then." At that moment, sounds of horses galloping could be heard approaching the main gates of the castle. The old butler's face instantly changed as he said, "Milord, this is bad. The Bocci family's men have come to attack us." "Shut the gates immediately," said the Viscount anxiously. "But, milord, the bandits took away the castle gates as well. During these past 2 days, I only managed to build a wall of rocks to shut the entrance of the castle," said the old butler. "We're finished," said the Viscount as he knelt down in despair. Charade wasn't concerned in the slightest about their encounter with Viscount Mester at all. To him, the Viscount was a complete imbecile. He truly wondered how a person like him became a landed noble in the first place. The Viscount thought that he could boss anyone around just because he was a noble without even bothering to consider the actual capability of his forces. He even wanted to take my Molise. Good thing we didn't let him off lightly. At that moment, Charade was standing in front of the castle of the third noble they ran into during their journey. The Dominion Lord, a baron, was currently haggling over the price of a pile of weapons. When they passed through another noble's territory the day before, Charade sent a messenger to state their intent on doing business with the Dominion Lord. However, the Lord was frightened by the military might of the convoy and had turtled up within his castle, refusing to respond to anything they said. Charade could do naught but give up on the notion of selling their goods to that noble. Charade had learned his lesson after that, and when they passed by the current baron's castle, they only bought 3 carriages and offered some of the stuff they took from Viscount Mester's castle as gifts for him. The reason the things were given away was because it was too much for the convoy to bring along on the journey. Seeing the gifts dangling before his face, the baron appeared on the walls of his castle and asked Charade of his intentions. Charade made a knight salute and stated that he came to represent the Norton family's convoy and asked whether the baron would be able to offer their group with some provisions in exchange for some weapons and equipment. Upon hearing about weapons, the baron quickly got out of his castle to take a look and picked 100 pikes, 20 chain mails, 20 round shields, 20 two-handed great swords as well as 3 full sets of knight armor. All the items totaled up to around 500 gold fords, but since the baron did not have that much money at hand, he decided to offer some other resources he had for trade. In the end, the baron spent 100 gold coins and 10 carriages with 2 horses for each, all filled up with wheat, as well as 5 cows with another 50 pigs to be exchanged for the weapons. To commemorate his first sale, Charade offered the items at 80% of the original price and even treated the baron to a bottle of wine produced by Sloffa's vineyard. The baron was quite happy at having been treated to some fine wine and kindly advised that once the convoy leaves the mountain range, the convoy would no longer be in his dominion and warned for them to be on their guard as that area was rife with bandit activity. He also told them to be wary of attacks from Count Cobra's army. Charade hastily thanked the Baron for his advice and invited the Baron over to the convoy's campsite near the mountain range for a banquet. The Baron thought it over and said that he would attend it and hoped that his presence would not cause too much trouble for the convoy. Charade quickly responded that having the Baron over to join them for the night was an honor and said that he would go back quickly to prepare for the banquet that night. In the evening, the Baron came over with his eldest son, a 3-star silver knight, and 4 other attendants. Upon entering the campsite, the Baron expressed his wonder and praise at the Norton family's military might. Charade, who was seated at a table that they had took from Viscount Mester's castle, introduced Lorist and the family knights to the Baron. The Baron was called Charles and his son's name was Soria. After that, they all started eating and chatting merrily. Charade said that the main reason he invited Baron Charles over was to get an understanding of the situation of the areas where the convoy would be passing through. The Baron and his son thus started telling the group everything they knew. According to Baron Charles, the mountains where the convoy had set up camp at was the border between his and Viscount Debonar's territory. However, not only was Viscount Debonar dead, the neighbouring Baron Onler, Count Battery as well as Baron O'Matter also suffered the same fate. That was to say, Lorist's convoy would be passing through lands that were currently without rulers. He said that there would not be any place where Lorist can resupply as the cities and villages there had all been raided to ruin. And the cause of it all was Count Cobra's private army. It was said that in his younger days, the Count was a morally bereft knight who was also a serial womanizer whose favourite pastime was to travel around within his dominion to force the women he fancied into bed with him. No matter whether they were in their teens or their late 40s, he didn't let even one of them out of his grasp, thus causing the women in his dominion to stay cooped up within their homes or leave it altogether. Due to his lifestyle, the Count had over 60 illegitimate children. Though, he didn't mind that fact at all and adopted all of them, thus causing the neighbouring nobles to give him the moniker, Count Ravenous. On one occasion when Count Cobra went to the imperial capital for some merrymaking, he got to know the first prince and the two of them quickly became close friends. 2 years later when the first prince was exiled by the former emperor, the Count returned to his dominion and stayed within his bastide to nurture all of his illegitimate sons. After a couple of more years when the first prince raised the flag of rebellion at Badalger province, the Count responded by bringing his 30 other grown-up illegitimate sons to pledge their allegiance to the first prince. After the civil war, the Count returned with his army and loads of loot and gold back to his dominion, but only 10 of the 30 sons still survived. At present day, even though the Count was already in his 60s, his ambitions still hadn't waned. Soon after his return to the Dominion, he used various excuses to start conflicts with the neighbouring nobles and has successfully expanded his territory to twice its former size. The 13 noble families who had resisted him all perished. The men were cold with the women suffering fates worse than death, they were either abused to their last breath or sold to slave traders when their oppressors were done with them. There was one noble who made complaints about the Count's cruelty to the first prince so that the fallen noble families may be avenged. However, the first prince stated that he was unaware of the full picture and would investigate the matter further before taking any action. But no follow-up was done even though the noble had waited for more than 3 months. It was after that when he ran into one of the Count's sons who was on the way to the Red Lees Kingdom's capital to pay their taxes and tributes. A fight erupted between the two with it ending with the noble's death at the hands of one of the servants of the illegitimate son. It was described that the servant was angered by the noble who insulted his beloved master to the point where he couldn't contain himself and started lashing out violently. This led to the servant being given the death sentence for killing a noble with the Count's son remaining unscathed from the whole affair. When word of that matter spread to the territories of the noble families near that of the Counts, a chain reaction occurred. People started to accuse the first prince of favoritism towards the Count. At that moment, one of the aides of Count Cobra revealed a stunning fact when he was dead drunk at a tavern, before the Count returned to his dominion. the first prince had promised him that he would grant the count the title of Duke of the Northwest if he was able to make the nearby nobles submit to him, and that the lands of the nobles would become part of his dominion. That was why Count Cabrae was so fervent in looking for trouble with the nobles around the area without heeding any of the customs and traditions of nobles when it came to war. He even purged every single one of the opposition, down to every single family member, so that they wouldn't cause any problems to him in the future. The whole of the kingdom's nobles all lost faith in the first prince upon hearing that revelation, and almost 40 of those families banded together to form an alliance to curb the threat of Count Cabrae, vowing to support each other should any one of them be troubled by the count. Even so, given the past grudges some of them had with others, it was not uncommon for some of them to stab another family in the back from time to time. During the past half year itself, 2 families have already fallen to Count Cabrae's clutches. The alliance also suffered quite a number of losses in battles, causing some of the members to leave it and join the count's side instead. Baron Charles then downed another large glass of wine before he said, now that Count Cabrae's army has wiped out the Debonar family, his own would undoubtedly be the next target. Recently, other than expending his efforts on raising an army of his own, he has also sent some of his sons and daughters to Moronti city to some relatives living there to minimize the damage Count Cabrae would cause should he succeed in his next conquest. That was also why he purchased so much military equipment from the convoy. The Baron's eldest son, Soria, told Lorist all he knew about the Count's forces. Having gotten quite a great haul from the recent conflicts, the Count brought over 1,000 mercenaries when he returned to his dominion. These men were all mounted and equipped with leather armor and pikes. They called themselves the Spear Cavalry. Adept at chasing down and surrounding their enemies, they were the main force of Count Cabrae's army. Other than that, the Count also had a local garrison that numbered around 2,000 people, which was led by a couple of his illegitimate sons who had joined him in his previous expeditions and also helped him manage some of his other territories' security and administration. Whenever the Count defeated an enemy, he would raise the whole territory that belonged to his fallen foe and bring the surviving citizens of the land back to his dominion to serve as slave laborers to build infrastructure for his dominion. Rumor has it that Count Cabrae intended to build a city that rivaled that of the kingdom's capital as his main base as the Duke of the Northwest. Soria also said that in the dominions of the noble families who have been eliminated, small resistance groups formed by the locals that numbered from 10 to 100 people were all over the place, and they caused the Count quite a bit of trouble. Due to the lack of resources and provisions, they often acted as bandits from time to time and pillaged not only the Count's dominion but also the territories belonging to the other nobles as well. In an attempt to wipe out the resistance, the Count had sent his forces to the lordless dominions to kill the insurgents as well as capture some strong young men for extra labor. Among the ranks of the insurgents, there was a famous knight called Jisk who was a 1-star gold rank that was famed for his superb archery skills. In one of his exploits to avenge his former master's family, he snuck into Count Cabrae dominion alone and managed to snipe 2 of the Count's illegitimate sons as well as hurt the shoulder of the Count himself, causing a large bounty to be of 100 gold coins to be placed on him. Currently, Jisk leads a force of over a few hundred men and has even threatened some local nobles to provide them with weapons and equipment. Soria expressed his hopes that Lorist's convoy won't run into him as he crossed that area. He advised that Lorist take a detour and not pass through the area that was within the Count's influence. Otherwise, should the Count or the insurgent groups set their sights on the convoy, no matter how strong they were, there was no doubt that they would suffer quite a huge loss. Other than that, when Soria and his father were passing through the area, they noticed a huge number of refugees which followed armies around in hopes of being able to get some food. They would also become a potential burden to the convoy. After sending the Baron and his son off, Lorist's expression turned solemn. Should we continue on the original path or go back the way we came? This was indeed a matter that required extensive consideration. Chapter 59 Kill Them All. Lorist decided to let the convoy continue on its original path as he agreed with Charade's rationalization. The convoy was only passing through the area and not intending to fight for the right to rule the place. Besides that, the convoy was being escorted by an elite military force. Based on the military might they had, Count Cobra would definitely think twice about whether he would attack them, as, if he ended up being crippled from all the casualties he would get, wouldn't that open up an opportunity for the other scheming nobles to cause him even more grief? They believed that the Count wouldn't make such an irrational decision. Charade also said that if the Count didn't give them any trouble, they could also trade weapons with him so that he may be able to unify the lands under his rule more swiftly. As for the livelihood of the other nobles, it didn't have anything to do with the convoy. No matter what kind of person Count Cobra was personally, it didn't matter much to Lorist and his gang as they were only passing through the area. That reasoning had Lorist convinced to take the original route that they had planned. Potter Fang also mentioned that given the family's forces, there was no need for them to fear the insurgent groups as they were mainly concerned with fighting the Count. As long as they didn't band up together to attack the convoy, Potter Fang was confident that he would be able to protect its safety. However, Lorist didn't expect that he would actually run into such an arrogant and brutal bunch that didn't even bother to communicate before they attacked, much to his anger and dismay. The convoy was divided into 3 battalions, namely, the Vanguard Battalion, the Main Battalion and the Rearguard Battalion. The Vanguard Battalion had up to 100 carriages with Yuri's Scout Cavalry Squad and a company of pikemen traveling ahead of them. Their task was to ensure the safety of the area in front of the convoy and notify the ones behind them about the best road to take or where to set up camp, as well as prepare the appropriate measures for the defense and safety of the convoy. The main battalion had 600 four-wheeled horse carriages that transported the convoy's provisions, weapons, and equipment as well as the family members of the soldiers. It was guarded by Terman's Night Brigade, a company of crossbowmen, the heavy armored battalion, a company of pikemen as well as 160 other guards. The rearguard battalion had up to 100 carriages with only Dulles' Caro Ballista unit and a company of pikemen guarding it. The main reason for that was the condition of the muddy road they traveled on. To prevent any damage to the Caro Ballistas, such as having their wheels stuck in a pit, the former 2 battalions served to stamp the roads flat and sturdy by traveling ahead of the rearguard battalion. The main role of the rearguard battalion was to provide support for the carriages that needed maintenance and transport some miscellaneous baggage, such as the stuff they had taken from Viscount Mester's castle. The people from the Viscount's castle were also escorted by the rearguard battalion. Having crossed the hills that marked the border between Baron Charles's and the other nobles' territories, Lorist instructed the convoy to be on high alert. On the first day, the journey went smoothly, but there were reports from pikemen that stated that some people have been sighted inspecting the convoy's campsite from afar. Lorist ordered for the crossbowman company to make defense preparations and kill anyone who entered the camp. Fortunately, no such incident occurred during that night. Noon on the second day since leaving the border, Dulles, who was stationed at the rearguard battalion, reported that there was a group of people who followed the convoy from behind. Lorist instructed him to ignore them if they had no hostile intentions and let them do whatever they want. On that day, the convoy traveled more than 30 kilometers. The third day since their departure, they passed through an abandoned town along the way. The buildings were noticeably burnt with many walls broken down and stained with soot and blood. From time to time, pieces of rotten body parts and shattered bones could be spotted on the grassy ground by the roadside. That day afternoon, when the main battalion was passing through a forest, 100 mounted men equipped with leather armor and pikes charged straight towards them. The main battalion with its 600 carriages stretched around 1.5 kilometers from head to tail with Lorist at its front. Upon hearing about the approaching horsemen, he brought Terman along to the encounter site right away. This happened the moment they were about to travel across a small hill. Given that the main battalion was the middle section of the convoy, its security was managed by one of the senior students of the Dawn Academy. Seeing the 100 men galloping towards them, he brought 3 others on horseback and signaled for them to stop so that they may engage in negotiations. To show his sincerity, he didn't even bring his sword with him and ordered his attendants to not be in defensive formation. Usually, when one was met with such a situation, one would stop and get off one's horse and send a representative, given that the convoy wasn't their enemy and there was no need for them to engage in conflict. The group of horsemen slowed down, much to Lorist's relief. However, when he was about to get off the horse to get closer, something unexpected happened. The horsemen quickly arrived before the senior student and a loud whistle could be heard. 2 large nets were tossed by some of the horsemen and the senior student was trapped and was pulled off his horse. The hundreds of men then continued riding forward, stamping the senior student into meat paste. The 3 attendants of the senior student were also caught off guard and got impaled to their deaths. The horsemen let out a loud cheer and started killing everyone within their sights. As there were only around 10 pikemen who were patrolling that section of the convoy, they were all obliterated within seconds. The whole place was pure chaos with a few carriages that carried the family members of the soldiers banging into each other. Screams of terror and cries of agony constantly echoed in the air. One of the horsemen grabbed onto the hair of a girl on a carriage and pulled her out savagely, before stripping her naked, pinning her on the ground and taking his pants off. He was actually about to commit such a bestial act in broad daylight. Another horseman grabbed a baby from its mother's embrace, causing the mother to leap forward in a desperate attempt to save her child. The horseman merely laughed and tossed the baby to another one of his mates, who readied the tip of his pike and let the baby land onto it, before letting out a wild, ghastly laughter, obviously elated at his accurate catch. The baby stopped crying right away and the young mother stood there unmoving, as if she couldn't believe what that which had just happened before her eyes. It was not until the horseman who took her baby grabbed her when she snapped out of it and gave his arm a huge bite. Screaming in pain, the horseman lifted his pike and nailed the mother down to the ground with it and trampled all over her body on horseback with his mate. Another white-haired old man could be seen desperately shielding his grandchild from harm. One of the horsemen rode over and used his pike to nail both of them to the ground before brandishing his sword and lopping off the head of the old man. The actions of the 100-odd horsemen had managed to create what many would consider a hell-like scene within minutes. Lorist, who was still on his way from the small hill, was so enraged that he felt like his blood was boiling as he prompted his mount to go faster, leaving Turman and his knights far behind. It was then when the rest of the convoy started to react to the attack, with Potterfang mobilizing his troops and heading to the place where the attack occurred. As he approached, Lorist let fly several javelins, nailing down the 2 horsemen who were trampling around the body of the young mother and her dead infant. Just as the savage man's member was about to penetrate the young girl's body, a javelin sent him flying for 3 to 4 meters from where he originally was and pinned him securely on the ground. That horseman desperately clutched on the javelin before gurgling out blood non-stop and writhing on the floor in pain. Having only brought a quiver of 12 javelins with him, Lorist managed to kill 12 horsemen before they noticed his arrival and started rushing towards him. Drawing his long sword, his first slash severed the head of the horse as well as the whole upper torso of an incoming horseman. Blood gushed out unceasingly from the neck of the headless horse with the man who was cut in half still alive and letting out screams of pain while clawing about insanely on the ground. One of the horsemen who followed behind the first one was greatly startled by the sight in front of him. But before he could react, Lorist's long sword swiftly melted through his neck like a knife through butter, sending yet another head flying through the air. The third horseman aimed his pike forward and charged forcefully towards Lorist, who twisted his body on horseback to an inexplicable angle in response. The pike passed through the space where Lorist's body once was hitting nothing but air. A sword flashed as the 2 horses dashed past each other and the third horseman fell off his mount with a huge opening in his chest. The 4th and 5th horsemen tossed a net towards Lorist. Seeing it land on him, the 2 laughed gleefully. However, as they were about to pull it in, they only heard a low grunt before feeling an irresistible force pulling them forward instead, sending them flying towards Lorist. He actually managed to use his internal energy to turn the tables and pulled his adversaries towards him. At that moment, the pike that the third horseman had intended to pierce Lorist with was still airborne. Lorist used his right foot to hook it up and held the pike in his hand before using it to make a fine kebab out of the 2 horsemen who were flying towards him. Within but an instant, 5 people died without being able to put up a decent fight. It was then when the rest of the horsemen noticed the fearsome adversary who had just arrived. The leader of the group whistled loudly and tens of other mounted men surrounded Lorist from a distance. Given the length of his long sword, he couldn't lash out at the horsemen who circled him and attempted to stab him with their pikes. At that moment, he was trapped from all sides. The loud sounds of the horses' hooves thumping on the ground intensified as Turman's men approached. They split into two units, with one going for the horsemen who were surrounding Lorist and the other charging at the direction of the other horsemen. 20 of the enemy soldiers instantly fell to the lances of the charging knights, with only 2 of the knights suffering light injuries thanks to their excellent defensive equipment. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Lorist grabbed at a random pike that was coming at him and impaled a few more of the enemy riders with it. The 100-men-strong horseman group was only left with 60-odd men. Upon seeing Lorist and Turman's fierce counter-assault, they banded up and started retaliating as well. Having already been enraged by the scene before them, Turman and his fully armored knights all rushed toward their enemies with bloodshot eyes and quickly incapacitated the incoming horsemen. With a long sword in his left hand and a pike in his right, Lorist rushed towards wherever the enemy was and began slaughtering away without holding back, causing 10 other horsemen to die by his hand. The pained cries of man and beast intermingled as the attackers crumbled. Never did they expect for the convoy's forces to be that powerful. In only a few moments, only 30 of the original 100 were left. The remaining foes understood that they have run into an insurmountable wall and quickly turned to retreat. At that moment, Yuri's scout cavalry squad came over with Reedy, Charade, and Pat to offer their support. With a dark expression on his face, Lorist got off his horse and jumped onto another one that Reedy had brought over. He instructed Charade, "I'll let you handle this place. Let Turman and his knights help you out." "Where are you heading to?" Charade asked. Lorist responded by pointing towards the 30 men who were escaping as he radiated a murderous killing intent. "I'm going to kill off every single one of them, even if I have to chase them till the ends of the earth." He then rode towards the escaping men without waiting for a reply. Charade shouted towards Reedy and Pat, "What are you guys waiting for? Go follow him quickly and bring a few more horses and javelins with you. Also, get Yuri and his scouts to go support him as well." The chase only lasted within half an hour before Lorist managed to catch up to the escaping horsemen as they were slowing down due to their mounts having run out of stamina. While they could still travel at a slower speed, it was far from their maximum performance when they were in their peak condition. Having just gotten on a fresh mount which has yet to be tired out, the distance between him and his prey narrowed ever so gradually. It was at that moment when a few of the horsemen who were lagging behind decided to turn over and face Lorist. Either they had already accepted their fate and wanted to put up a last fight, or they had not seen Lorist in action on the battlefield moments before. Even though there were 2 quivers worth of javelins hanging by his mount, Lorist didn't intend to use them as he felt that killing these fiends with those would merely be giving them a swift, painless death. Within his mind flashed the images of a head that was full of white hair flying through the air and a despairing young mother looking at her child impaled upon a pike, along with the numerous other corpses that laid unmoving back at the convoy. Lorist's eyes were currently bloodshot. Now that the fiends were slowing down, he felt an uncanny patience as he prepared to make these humanoid demons regret that they were ever born into the world. "Ack!" cried a horseman as both his upper limbs were sent flying through the air with his body tumbling down his mount, contorting in agony. Lorist carefully maneuvered his horse around the corpse so that he wouldn't die instantly from being stepped on. "Ugh!" Another horseman's voice rang out as Lorist forcefully parried his pike and used his own pike to pierce through the horseman's chest. Lifting him up from his horse with the pike, Lorist carefully lowered it so that the impaled man wouldn't slip off the tip and dragged him along the floor, causing him to continue letting out ear-piercing wails. Another 2 horsemen flanked Lorist from both sides with their pikes aimed straight at his body like insidious vipers. Within an instant, Lorist's silhouette vanished from the horseback and the pikes only pierced through air. Under the impression that Lorist had already got off his horse, the 2 horsemen turned their heads downward to look, only to see Lorist appearing on horseback yet again like a phantom. With an explosive slash, the horseman on his left was severed into 2 at his waistline and screamed in sheer terror. The horseman on the right let out a more heart-wrenching shriek after both his legs parted from his body, with his horse also cut into two. The blood gushing out from the stumps of the slashes dyed Lorist and his horse crimson red. The fifth horseman let go of his pike and sat on his horse unmoving, with both his hands clasped as he begged for forgiveness and mercy. Without a change in expression, Lorist leaned downward and picked up a pike from the ground, rode forward with it in hand, and thrust it into the horseman's mouth through the back of his head. "Since you bothered to beg for mercy, I'll let you die a painless death," Lorist thought as the horseman's lifeless body slipped from his horse. The sixth horseman had long been scared shitless upon seeing Lorist cut the horseman that flanked both his sides into halves, and he instantly turned tail to run. But in time, his horse slowed down to a much slower pace. He quickly noticed that Lorist had started approaching him from the rear. No, it was more like Lorist was riding his horse at a leisurely speed without any rush at all. Seeing a ghastly sneer appear his bloodied face that revealed 2 rows of shiny white teeth, this horseman was frightened to the point of desperation and charged forward with his pike unexpectedly. Lorist stretched his hand out and grabbed the incoming weapon and gave it a strong pull. Using the hilt of his sword, he knocked on the back of the head of the horseman and caused him to lose all his ability to resist, lying slumped and unconscious on Lorist's horse's saddle. He then took the nets they brought with them and fastened it to the horseman's neck with the other end tied to his saddle, and threw the man to the back of his horse before resuming his pursuit. Every time he caught up to a group of horsemen, he would use that cruel method to make these damned souls hope that they would be granted death and eternal rest, further causing the horsemen in front to want to grow ever more anxious. Some even pierced the rears of their horses, hoping to jolt them to increase their speed in the face of injury and death. However, the horses soon collapsed from complete exhaustion with the weapon still stuck to their rear ends, and no amount of beating could bring them to life again. Lorist slowly approached the enemy with his horse dragging the long dead chunks of the corpses of the doomed horsemen. At that moment, Lorist appeared to be smiling serenely, but his mind was rapidly devising a method to cause his adversaries the most amount of pain before killing them off. He truly hated the assailants to the utmost, and he had not a single iota of empathy or mercy to spare on them. Seeing the nightmarish being gradually creeping up to them, the horsemen looked at Lorist's bloodshot eyes with a despairing expression. Knowing that no salvation would come to them, they all cursed Lorist loudly in unison before gritting their teeth and plunging their pikes into their own chests. Soul, they even committed suicide, Lorist thought as he cut the dying enemies into half before resuming his chase. Leaving the small forest, Lorist noticed a military encampment not far away, while the remaining 8 horsemen suddenly regained their vigor and started shouting loudly towards the camp as they started stabbing their mounts from time to time with their weapons. "Not a single one of you will be able to escape," Lorist thought, after which he prompted his horse to gallop faster to continue his onslaught. Chapter 60 Camp Intrusion and Takeover. The horseman who was lagging behind the most turned and thrust his pike wildly towards Lorist. He didn't expect for any of the thrusts to actually connect, and only hoped that it would help stave off his punisher for the slightest bit longer, so that reinforcements from his camp would arrive and save him in time. Catching the wildly flailing pike with his bare hands, Lorist gave it a firm tug and swung his sword toward the despairing horseman. "Ag!" cried that man loudly as his left leg separated from his body while he fell on the ground head first. Lorist caught up to another horseman who had already lost his pike midway during the chase. He could do nothing but stare at Lorist approaching and impaling him straight through the chest. Shaking the body off the pike, Lorist saw that there were still 6 inhumane beasts riding in front of him. The camp not too far away had already noticed the situation and opened the main gates. 10 other similarly equipped horsemen rushed out of the camp. At that moment, one of the remaining escaping horsemen noticed that his mount that was slowing down. Suddenly, it lost its footing and crashed to the ground head first, rolling on the ground due to the inertia. When it came to a stop, it merely twitched a couple of times before it ceased moving entirely. The horseman, however, was pretty quick to respond to that, as he had jumped off his saddle the moment his horse fell, and rolled on the ground to break his fall before recovering and standing up with his pike still held tightly in his arm. Seeing Lorist nearing him on horseback, the horseman made a savage expression, gave a war cry and rushed forward with his pike. His target wasn't Lorist himself, but rather his mount. Giving a cool laugh, Lorist waved the pike in his right hand to meet the blow. The moment before the two pikes collided, the dismounted horseman gave a smug look and a blade glow suddenly extended out of his weapon. Oh, so he's a silver-ranked combatant. Lorist still remembered that during the catastrophic scene back at the convoy just now, he noticed that there were 2 silver ranks among the attackers, one of which had been struck off his horse by Lorist with the other one killed by Turman. He didn't expect that there would be another one among the escaping horsemen. However, his intention of hitting Lorist's horse with his blade glow was a futile one when Lorist gave his pike a flick, causing it to collide against the other pike and knocked it out of trajectory. Not only did Lorist's pike not break from hitting against his blade glow, he also felt a strong wave of energy conduct through his weapon, causing him to unwittingly let go of it. Looking up with disbelief, the horseman could only see Lorist's pike dig its way through his chest at lightning speed. The other 5 horsemen used their spurs to jolt their horses even faster the moment they saw the 10 other reinforcements who were approaching from their front with Lorist quickly closing in behind them. Their horses shrieked from the pain and lurched forward even more quickly like an arrow that was just fired from a bow. Thinking that they were already in the clear upon seeing the reinforcements, the 5 horsemen breathed sighs of relief. Just as they were about to greet the incoming soldiers, some of them noticed the stunned expressions of those coming to aid them and turned to their backs. Much to their surprise, Lorist had already caught up to them. Drawing a large arc in the air with his pike, Lorist swung it towards one of the horsemen and caused him to fall soundlessly off his horse with the back of his skull fractured. The shadow of the pike moving at high speeds could barely be seen as it swished around while making an audible sound in the air. Another 2 horsemen had their backs sliced open 7 or 8 times with Lorist and fell off their horses right away. The remaining 2 horsemen lowered their bodies to lean on their horses to avoid being hit while the reinforcement soldiers cursed and charged at Lorist upon seeing 3 of their comrades slain so easily. The first one of the reinforcement soldiers who had made his way in front of Lorist, a silver-ranked combatant, raised his pike that radiated a blade glow and pointed it towards Lorist's upper torso. After swinging his own pike to misdirect that of the enemy's, Lorist traced the weapon back to the horseman's neck and decapitated him. Raising his pike and spurring his horse, Lorist rushed towards the 10 incoming horsemen. Loud booms rang out as the pikes collided, with Lorist's occasionally finding its way into some of the horsemen's bodies, causing various shrieks to echo and mix. Within just one exchange, among 7 of the 13 horsemen reinforcements, 2 were on the ground struggling in pain with the other 5 already long dead. The remaining 6 of the reinforcements got back into formation, however, none of them dared to rush forward to attack. Seeing 2 of the remaining horsemen that initially attacked the convoy distancing themselves from him, Lorist quickly continued his chase while the 6 other horsemen behind him felt insulted that they were totally ignored and started cursing loudly as they followed behind Lorist. But Lorist paid it no heed as if he wasn't aware of the rest approaching him gradually from behind at all. When one of them finally got near enough and prepared to stab him with his pike, Lorist suddenly twisted his body and hooked that man up with his pike and swung it towards another horseman. Before the second horseman could decide whether he should catch his incoming comrade, he noticed Lorist suddenly change direction, and within a flash, 2 other of his comrades had fallen off their horses. The horseman was greatly startled and could no longer care less about his approaching ally. As he dodged the airborne body, a sudden flash of the blade of the pike could be seen enlarging before his very face, followed by the feeling of cold metal on his nose before everything turned black as he lost all awareness. Without taking too much time, Lorist had successfully dispatched the 6 horsemen who were chasing him. Turning back to the direction where the other 2 had escaped, he noticed that they were only 100 or so meters from the main gates of the camp, with 40+ other horsemen riding out to fight him. Even though the encampment looks pretty big, there are only so few soldiers coming out, thought Lorist with much curiosity. By right, hundreds of soldiers should have rushed out like a horde of hornets by now given that they had seen tens of their comrades slaughtered right in front of their camp. Once again rushing towards the enemy, Lorist laid his pike horizontally on the saddle and reached for his javelins with his right hand. Seeing 40 or so horsemen approaching, with a couple of grunts within a short period of time, he expended all 24 of his javelins, with each taking the life of one horseman with them. As the remaining 20 were still stunned at the sight and hesitating whether to continue the charge, Lorist lifted his pike once again and dove right into their midst. With the horse maneuvering like a swimming dragon and the pike lashing out like a lightning bolt, one horseman after another fell in quick succession. After a while, the remaining 6 or 7 horsemen screamed and turned back towards their camp to escape. The 2 who had a part in attacking the convoy had just made it to the gates of the camp, and the guards manning the gates desperately tried to close it. If they hadn't been so desperate to close the gates, Lorist would have still remained outside to fend off the other horsemen while letting the 2 escape. However, the moment he took note of that, Lorist figured that the main force probably wasn't at the camp after all. Otherwise, why have only tens of people come out instead of hundreds? Even if they didn't have enough horses, there could still be infantry units. Now that he had a hunch, Lorist stopped hesitating and followed behind the escaping horsemen and quickly arrived before the gates. The guards at the gates quickly took up their pikes that had been leaning on the walls in an attempt to block Lorist, only to end up dead by the side of the gates with holes dug deep into their chests. After entering the camp, Lorist noticed that it was in fact quite empty. It seemed that the ones who came out to fight him just now were coincidentally near the gates at that time. Further away, the 2 fiends could be seen getting off their horses and entering a tent, presumably to report the encounter to their superior officers. There was not one soldier standing guard outside the tent the 2 entered. Lorist got off his horse, tossed his pike aside and drew his sword before walking towards the tent. The tent looked to be quite spacious from the outside and loud scolding voices could be heard. Pushing the tent entrance open, Lorist could see the 2 escaped horsemen kneeling down to him and begging for mercy. Wonderful! I won't have to waste so much energy now that they won't resist. With his sword flashing, Lorist diced the 2 people's limbs into small parts, causing them to roll all over the ground and begging for a quick death. Fwing! The sounds of 2 swords being drawn from their scabbards could be heard. It was then when Lorist lifted his head to check out the 2 men who stood up in the middle of the tent. Standing in front of a bed within the tent was a plump man with dark brown hair and grey-colored eyes who had his upper body bare, wearing a fierce expression. In front of him was a stool on which stood a man half-dressed in a chain mail. The 2 of them currently had an expression on befuddlement with both their swords pointed to Lorist. You! Who are you? How did you get in here? Stammered the chain-mail-wearing middle-aged man. Looking at the 2 limbless horsemen who were twitching in pain on the ground and turning his gaze back to Lorist, he broke out of his trance and breathed a deep breath before saying, "You actually dared to injure my men in my presence? How foolish of you!" Without waiting for Lorist to reply, the brown-haired man regained his composure and leaped towards him like a raging storm, sending 2 blades of light flying towards Lorist with his 2-handed sword. Clang! Clang! With but 2 light swings of his sword, Lorist knocked the blades of light away and said, a gold rank. Are you afraid now, boy? It's too late to have any regrets. I will let you understand that daring to go against us within our own camp is nothing but a death wish. Tui. Lorist displayed a completely unconcerned expression and said, "So what if you're a gold rank? It's not like I've never fought one before. Since you said that these 2 fiends were your subordinates, then I guess you should be their leader? Then I guess I'll have to make you pay for the sins of your men who actually dared to attack my people. Even though they've already been wiped out by me, you still hold responsibility as their leader for not disciplining them well enough. How do you intend to make up for my loss? What? You want me to pay you back even though you've killed my men? Let your mother roll in hell, what impudence! I will not rest until I skin you alive," screamed the brown-haired man. With a heavy kick, he sent the brazier that was on the ground flying towards Lorist and rushed behind it with his sword readied. Soul, Lorist cursed in his mind. Even though the man looked brutish and slow, he was in fact really quick-witted and sharp. While he looked like he was rushing towards Lorist in a fit of rage, it was actually a deviously calculated move that aimed to catch Lorist off guard by using the flaming hot brazier as a distraction. The man equipped with a chainmail had also moved to Lorist's back and prepared to engage in a pincer attack with the brown-haired man. "So you think that by shouting, you can draw my attention to you and I wouldn't notice that guy behind me?" As the red-hot charcoal was flying towards him, Lorist noticed a 30-centimeter-long blade glow emerge from the sword behind him. That plain-looking man was actually a peak silver rank combatant. With the burning brazier and charcoal as well as the brown-haired man on one side and the silver-ranked chain-mail-wearing man on the other, Lorist seemed like he had his escape route sealed and had no choice but to face the full brunt of the force head-on. Both the assailants revealed a sly smile as they thought that Lorist would definitely lose to them if he dared to take their strikes head-on. After all, they had even successfully killed gold-ranked fighters with their plots and tricks before. However, Lorist slumped downwards suddenly and stuck close to the floor as he moved out of the attack range of both the men before standing up again almost 2 meters away. Now that he was no longer between the two of them, their attacks headed towards each other, much to their disbelief. The brown-haired man desperately retracted his arm, but that had disrupted his circulating battle force and the backlash caused him to breathe heavily as a result. On the other hand, the man with the chainmail managed to cut the brazier apart, but he wasn't able to deflect each and every one of the charcoal pieces, some of which landed on his face and hissing sounds could be heard accompanied by a smell of burnt flesh drifting in the air. Having been scalded right in the face, the man tossed his sword away and clawed at the spots where the charcoal had landed while letting out a ghastly shriek. Flashes of the light reflecting off the blade could be seen within the tent as Lorist suddenly creeped up to the gold-ranked fighter and stood straight up. Thinking that the brown-haired man's shadow had suddenly come to life, the silver-ranked man who had been jumping around just a moment ago pointed his finger towards the gold ranks back wordlessly with his mouth agape. Still not recovered from the backlash he received from suddenly retracting his battle force, the brown-haired man could only leap behind the middle-aged man in hopes that he would be able to buy himself some time to regain his composure. However, his movements couldn't match the speed of Lorist's sword. 3 sword swings flashed and both the arms of the brown-haired man fell to the ground with another one of his legs parting from his body. With a loud thump, the man landed flat on the ground and still managed to roll behind the man with the chainmail as he had wished. But when he noticed his missing limbs, he started crying out in pain uncontrollably. The middle-aged man stammered, 17th, 17th brother. However, the brown-haired man had long lost consciousness from all the blood he had lost. The middle-aged man once again picked up his sword and a blade glow quickly manifested. Under the impression that the middle-aged man would fight to his death, Lorist witnessed him swinging the sword twice before he dashed out of the tent right away. "Soul, do you think you can escape?" Lorist followed the man out of the tent quickly, only to find the middle-aged man swinging his weapon towards him rapidly with a loud grunt. Lorist lightly groaned in dismay. He had often experienced such desperate attempts when he was dueling all those competitors back at the Dawn Academy. However, now that he didn't have to hold back unlike the days when he was dueling, he raised his sword, aimed it carefully and moved into the rain of sword strikes like an agile fish swimming swiftly in a pool filled with blades. Ugh! The sword pierced the man at his left chest as he voiced out his pain and slumped onto the ground with both his eyes opened wide in disbelief. Lorist only used one sword strike. Without parrying any of the middle-aged man's strikes, he thrust towards the opening amidst the storm of swords and killed that man with only one move while only sustaining a few light scratches on his shoulder. As he pulled his sword out and was about to head to the larger tent, Lorist detected sounds of people breathing from the tent before. Turning back and re-entering the place, he pushed the curtains around the bed aside and saw 2 naked young girls huddled together, shivering in fear. Trails of tear stains could be seen on their faces with numerous bruises all over the rest of their body as a result of the abuse they had received. Lorist sighed and let go of the curtains and searched the tent for the girls' clothes, but he couldn't find them. He had no choice but to get 2 sets of clean men's robes and tossed it into the curtains before leaving for the larger tent. Upon exiting, he saw that a battle was going on, it appeared that Yuri, Reedy, and Pat had led the scout cavalry to the camp after seeing Lorist rush in recklessly without regard for his own safety. However, they were only met with up to 70 soldiers who weren't even properly dressed in their armors, with some of them even coming out half-nude or barefoot. Faced with that comical sight, Yuri and gang started slaughtering away in delight. The scout cavalry was just like Lorist in that they used their javelins to take down nearby enemies while opting for the crossbow to shoot ones that were further away. Before Lorist left that tent, they had already managed to gain control of the whole camp. Seeing Lorist emerge from the tent, Yuri quickly rode over. Getting off his horse, he said, "It seems like the main force of this camp has left only a few of them to guard the place." Lorist said, "Ask your men to leave some alive so that we can question them later." Yuri relayed that order to a scout near him and that scout nodded before heading off again. At that moment, Reedy and Pat could be seen approaching. "Master, 400 people are being held prisoner at the middle section of the camp. Also, we've discovered a large amount of food and other provisions at the back as well." "Oh," mumbled Lorist as he looked towards Yuri. "It seems that the camp is not an ad hoc one, but rather a long-term outpost. Yuri, send some men to follow Pat to go back and inform Charade to bring the convoy here. We'll be staying here tonight. Pat, make sure you stay safe." "All right," Pat said as he left the camp with 3 other light cavalry troops. "Reedy, release the prisoners and have them stay together at that area. Make them some food as well. We'll handle the other stuff once Charade gets here. Yuri, have the light cavalry sweep the camp once more just in case there are any soldiers who have managed to escape our grasp. Make sure you secure the food as well just in case anyone intends to burn it." "Yes," said Reedy and Yuri. Walking to and fro around the large tent, Lorist waited patiently for the rest of the convoy to arrive. Several light cavalry troops could be seen searching the tents one by one. Just as Lorist was planning to ask someone to clear out the corpses in the large tent, he saw a blade glow flash from within a tent in the distance, followed by 2 light cavalry soldiers flying out of the tent with blood coming out of their noses and another one falling on the ground outside the tent with his head severed. A tear opened up at one part of the tent as a silhouette emerged and got on a horse of the cavalry troops and escaped from the gates of the camp. So there was still one silver rank hiding there, Lorist thought, before he got on a horse nearby and started his chase. Chapter 61 Arrival of the Convoy. 2 light cavalry soldiers were guarding the main gates of the camp. From afar, they could see a rider approaching quickly. Curious about what orders that rider might have received, one of the guards got closer to check it out. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the rider wasn't one of his comrades and quickly raised his pike to intercept him, only to have it broken by the silver-ranked rider's blade glow. Had it not been for the fact that the enemy was in a rush to escape, the 2 light cavalry guards might have been killed already. The rider on the stolen mount whooshed past the 2 light cavalry soldiers who had been dismounted and successfully went out of the camp. Cursing as they tried to prop themselves up from the ground, the 2 soldiers then got back on their horses, with one readying his crossbow and the other taking out his javelin, but they could do naught but watch as the enemy galloped out of their firing range. Lorist quickly arrived and took the javelin in the soldier's hand before continuing on the chase. At that moment, he was about 40 meters apart from that silver-ranked rider and he wasn't confident that he would be able to hit his mark from that distance. Seeing the distance between him and the enemy increase gradually, he decided to try his luck by throwing the javelin. Suddenly, his horse staggered and started wobbling unstably as if it were about to crash. Greatly startled, Lorist quickly got both his feet out of the stirrups, jumped and somersaulted in the air before landing and rolling on the ground, escaping the fate of tumbling to his death with his mount. Seeing his horse on the ground, Lorist threw his javelin down angrily. "Soul, why is my luck so bad?" The horse he had taken at a whim in fact belonged to one of the 2 soldiers he was chasing to the camp before. It's no wonder the horse slowed down right after exiting the camp early on, having been exhausted beyond its limits. Seeing the silver-ranked soldier escape from his grasps, Lorist started fuming with rage. The silhouette of the man seemed like a dot hundreds of meters away. Sounds of horses galloping could be heard from behind. They were the light cavalry troops who had reacted to the sudden deaths of two of their comrades. However, they were far too late. At that moment, Lorist heard the twang of a released bowstring and saw a green stream of light traveling out from the wilderness about 100 meters away from the camp. As if he was struck by lightning, the escaping silver rank got knocked off horseback and landed heavily onto the ground. His horse continued running for a while before stopping and turning back towards the camp. Lorist stopped the few scouts who had just arrived from entering the forest to search for the source of the arrow and pointed towards the place where the silver rank soldier fell. "Go inspect that area and bring him back over here. Be careful, that soul-damned bastard may be playing dead for all we know. I've already had one of my men die at his hand." Once again looking towards the spot in the forest from which the green ray of light originated, Lorist saw a man holding a large green bough with some leaves and twigs covering him to serve as camouflage and felt that the man was paying attention to his every move. Waving towards the direction of that man, Lorist made a gesture of invitation. However, that man made no response and slowly retreated into the trees, eventually disappearing completely from sight. Letting out a breath of relief, Lorist thought, what an impressive archer. For him to be able to shoot someone from 80 meters away and also manage to knock him off his horse for about 6 meters. The strength of the bow is indeed great. The velocity of the arrow was also incredibly fast given that Lorist could only barely see its trail through dynamic vision. While Lorist himself wasn't worried about that mysterious archer attacking his base, he was still concerned for the well-being of his light cavalry troops. That man was possibly Jusk, the gold-ranked knight that Soria had mentioned a couple of days before. After all, Lorist found it hard to believe that just anybody could have such fine archery skill as that man did. It was a shame that person's identity couldn't be verified as he didn't accept Lorist's invitation. The cavalry troops have secured the body of the silver rank and were on their way back to the camp. When they approached, Lorist really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The cavalry troops were too cautious and each of them made sure to shoot the corpse with their crossbows twice to make sure the silver rank wasn't playing dead, effectively turning him into a huge human pincushion. The cause of death of the silver rank was pretty obvious. There was a long, green arrow that entered the man's right upper torso and re-emerged from his left armpit. Pulling the arrow out and ripping a piece of the corpse's clothing off, Lorist wiped the blood off the arrow and noticed a small, unclear inscription that read Joe. As expected, that man who carried the green bough was in fact Jusk, the gold-ranked knight. Once again looking at the arrows embedded in the corpse, Lorist sighed and said, "Gosh, don't you guys have eyes? He's already long dead, yet you wasted so many crossbow bolts on him and even ruined his armor. Oh well, just cut his head off and display it by the road of the main camp entrance. After stripping the body of anything that's still usable, toss it in the pyre and burn it with the other corpses." After returning to the large tent in the middle of the camp, Yuri came over and reported that he has already swept the camp once more with his troops and discovered 3 more enemies who have been hiding, 2 of whom was captured alive with the other 1 killed. There were no casualties apart from 2 of the troops incurring light injuries. Including the one who died and the other heavily injured from being ambushed by the silver-ranked rider as well as those who got hurt from the initial assault, the whole of the light cavalry troops only have 3 casualties, 7 heavily injured with 10 others with light injuries Indiana total. However, Yuri mentioned that they also discovered quite a number of women who were badly abused during their search numbering around 30 of them in total. There were 2 completely nude women who had their necks snapped from the tent the silver rank rushed out of previously. Nodding silently, Lorist pointed towards the large tent behind him and said, "There are 2 others within. Ask the prisoners who are locked up in the middle of the camp about the women's origins and have someone assigned to look after them. When Charade and the rest of the convoy arrives, we'll have some herbalists take a look at them and save the ones who can still make it and end the suffering of those who are already beyond saving. Other than that, cut off the heads of the enemy horsemen and put them up on stakes to be displayed all over the camp outside. Strip them of their equipment and burn their corpses after that. Make sure to note the number of people we have killed. Bring the prisoners we captured alive over here, I want to question them personally. Lorist's interrogation method was pretty straightforward. First, he stripped them naked and had Reedy bring a hammer over. Those who refused to answer each time would have one of their toes hammered flat. After the first stubborn one was made an example of, the remaining 5 were so terrified that they answered whatever question they were asked with swift cooperation. True to Lorist's hunches, the ones who attacked the convoy were indeed part of Count Cabrai's troops, his elite pike cavalry troops to be exact. This time, the Count had mobilized 2 pike cavalry companies and 1 garrison regiment in total, amounting to almost a third of all his forces, with the aim of completely wiping out the insurgents based within his territories as well as enslave young and strong men to work as hard laborers. The people leading this undertaking was his 11 illegitimate sons, 3 of which were gold ranks with the rest being silver ranks. However, 3 of the sons had already perished under Lorist's hand. According to the prisoners, the brown-haired man and the middle-aged man with the chainmail as well as the silver rank who stole a horse and attempted to escape were all the sons of the Count. As for the camp, the prisoners said that it was a long-term encampment that served as a bridgehead one and was normally guarded by a company of garrison troops. It was used as a place for the main force to resupply their rations and provisions. As the main force had to cross the mountains during the most recent expedition, they had their garrison troops that were supposed to be stationed there follow along and only left a company of pike cavalry troops to guard the encampment. On Grindia, there was a particular way in which the military was organized. The one at the top of the hierarchy were legions, which consisted of divisions of several types of troops, such as heavy armored divisions, pike infantry divisions, etc. And each division could in turn be further subdivided into regiments, companies, and squads, in decreasing order of size. Commonly, a squad numbered around 80 to 120 troops. 4 to 5 squads formed a company, and 4 to 5 companies constituted a regiment, with a division containing at least 4 to 5 regiments in total. For example, in the Wittelian Legion, one of the 3 main armies of the former empire which Potter Fang used to serve in, the total amount of soldiers numbered up to 80,000. The forces of Count Cabrai were mainly bolstered by the pike cavalry troops, which have received quite a generous amount of support and funding. In total, there were 5 companies of pike cavalry troops, each consisting of 4 squads of 120 soldiers each. For 2 of the companies to be sent out for the expedition was already quite a large force. The prisoners also mentioned that the main force that had went to wipe out the insurgents would return in a day or 2 because they only brought 15 days' worth of supplies with them and it was already the 13th day. The brown-haired commander even sent 1 squad of pike cavalry to receive them when they return with the 2 other squads that having left to hunt due to having nothing better to do. The hunt that the prisoner referred to was the patrolling of the surrounding area to capture refugees to force them into labor. The 400-odd people who were kept locked up in the middle of the camp was the result of such hunts. However, never would the pike cavalry have expected that Lorist's convoy's military might far outrank their own, leading to their total demise as well as the ones who stayed guard at the camp, resulting in the camp being captured by the convoy. Lorist questioned them very detailedly and asked a final question, that was, why did the hunting squad not check their targets properly before deciding to attack it? Only then did the prisoners understand the reason that prompted Lorist to come slaughtering his way in with the rest of his troops and started cursing their dead comrades unceasingly. However, one of the prisoners who looked in his 30s stayed quiet and looked at the Norton family's flag with a meaningful gaze. Noticing the prisoner's odd behavior, Lorist asked, "Have you seen this flag before?" The prisoner shook his head and said, "No, I didn't, but one time when I was summoned by the Count to his room, I saw 2 boxes which had the same symbol inscribed on it." "Also?" The prisoner suddenly quieted down. Lorist asked, "Also what?" "Feel free to tell me about it, I promise to spare your life if you do. As for the others..." Lorist made a gesture to his subordinates, signaling them to give the other prisoners a swift death. The prisoner kneeling in front of Lorist was scared out of his wits upon hearing the agonized pleading of his other comrades. He quickly mentioned that he only joined the pike cavalry troops recently and used to be a mercenary and only joined by coincidence because one acquaintance of his who was a member of the Count's forces had invited him. According to the prisoner, when he was drinking with his acquaintance and a few other pike cavalry soldiers, he heard about the Count's rise to fortune and power. Back during the day before the first prince publicly rebelled against the empire, the Count was already partners in crime with the first prince in some shady business. Word was that during the days Count Cabrai was said to be cooped up in his territory and nurturing his illegitimate sons, he was actually having some of his grown-up sons disguising themselves as bandits to pillage traveling merchant convoys to gather funds and resources in preparation for the first prince's rebellion as well as amass a huge wealth for himself in the process. When the former emperor was at his sickbed, the first prince had requested for the garrison forces of the Badalger province to be strengthened to keep a bandit called Redbeard at bay. Redbeard was actually the identity the Count took up when he was pillaging merchant convoys. Every time before he started a raid, he would put on a large, red, fake beard to disguise himself. The hunting group that Lorist had encountered today were actually part of the forces Count Cabrai led to pillage the merchant convoys as Redbeard. They probably recalled the days when they disguised themselves as bandits and decided to relieve it and attacked the convoy without much giving it much consideration. Lorist also asked the prisoner to describe the size and design of the boxes he had seen in the room of the Count before making a sketch of them and showing it to the prisoner for confirmation, to which he nodded with certainty. After that, Lorist ordered that the prisoner be locked up and started pacing around outside the large tent, seething with anger. He drew his sword and completely pulverized the bed that was within the tent. Astonished at Lorist's sudden outburst, Yuri waited for him to calm down before asking about the reason why he was so mad. Lorist thought quietly for a moment before saying, "Those 2 boxes were ordered and made by my third uncle from Moranti City. Originally, he had intended to use them to store the dowry he prepared for the woman he wanted to marry and bring back to the Dominion. Who would have expected that the trip would be his last? I could never forget the look my uncle had when he brought me to retrieve the boxes. I could tell that he truly loved that woman from the look he had on his face when he looked at them. That's why I'm so familiar with the design of the boxes. Count Cabrai, you truly have did it this time. Just you wait." Lorist's voice sounded so venomous that it caused Yuri and Reedy to shiver a little upon hearing it. Even though Lorist had only met his third uncle once every 3 years after he found himself in the noble youth's body, the concern and care his uncle had shown him made him feel cherished and warm. It truly saddened him that the first piece of news he got of his uncle after 7 years of silence had been that of his death. Now that he was certain of the main perpetrator, there was no way that he would let that person scotch-free. He decided to put the journey to the back of his head and focus his priorities on settling his grudge with Count Cabrai. At that moment, a light cavalry soldier came to report that Charade and the rest would be arriving soon as the Norton family battle standard was visible from the camp from afar. Yuri and Reedy breathed a sigh of relief and led Lorist out of the large tent towards the main entrance of the encampment. Charade came to Lorist with another piece of bad news the moment he arrived. He said that the Pike Infantry Company of the convoy vanguard had encountered another attack from a squad of Pike cavalry troops after Yuri and Reedy had left with Lorist and the light cavalry scouts to storm the camp. It was fortunate that the senior students realized that they wouldn't be a match for the enemy if they faced them head-on and got the convoy into a defensive formation by arranging the carriages into a circular defensive perimeter to buy time until Turman's knights arrived to reinforce them. Coupled with the crossbowman company under Malek's command, the convoy successfully fended off the enemies with only 30 of them managing to escape. However, the Pike Infantry Company had lost 22 people with the remaining 100 injured. Sounds of chatter and curses erupted from within the camp. Lorist handed the other matters for Charade to handle and instructed Reedy and Pat to boil him some water so that he may take a bath and wash off the coagulated blood on his body that was causing him much itch and discomfort. After dinner, the large main tent was brightly illuminated with the whole main cast of the convoy present within. 47 of the soldiers' family members died with another 130 of them injured. All 21 of the pikemen who were in charge of the security of that part of the convoy perished as well, and Chivos, Charade's voice turned deep at the mention of that name. Chivos was one of the senior students of the academy that had been sent to communicate with the enemy's pike cavalry squad but only ended up trampled to death after the ambush. Including the second assault we suffered, a total of 43 infantry pikemen died with 58 others sustaining heavy injuries, 7 of which ended up handicapped and will be unable to recover fully, with the remaining 86 sustaining light injuries. Yuri reported that the light cavalry troops suffered 3 casualties, with 7 heavily injured and another 13 lightly injured, with none of them crippled. Terman's Knights on the other hand only had 6 people who got light injuries with no casualties. Indiana their unit. That concludes the report on the damages and losses of the troops. Lorist followed up with introducing the rest at the meeting about the situation of the prisoners, as well as the possibility that Count Corby was possibly the one who had caused the demise of Lorist's third uncle and the rest of the Norton family's merchant convoy. I believe that you guys are well aware that the original plan of crossing this area without getting into huge conflicts will no longer be possible. Based on the modus operandi of the Count and his troops, it can be seen that they are nothing but inhumane fiends who cannot be reasoned with and have nothing but thoughts of slaughter in their heads, as can be seen from the death of our beloved comrade, Chivos. For his sake, and those of the innocent family members and the brave soldiers of the family who perished, I have decided to avenge them. We will not rest until we stomp the Cabrai family flag under our feet, said Lorist resolutely. The whole tent was silent after Lorist stopped talking, but quiet chatters and murmurs gradually built up. Some of them approved of Lorist's decision while others were still a little hesitant. According to the testimony of the prisoners, Count Cabrai's forces could possibly far exceed that of the convoys. Was this truly a battle the convoy could afford to fight in? Just as the group of people within the tent were discussing the matter, a light cavalry soldier rushed in from outside and reported to Lorist that a knight called Jisk wanted to meet him and said that he came at the invitation of the new master of the encampment. Lorist slapped on his thighs and said, "Quick, invite him in." "No, let me go out to receive him." Chapter 62 Offense and Defense. Marksman Jisk looked to be in his 30s. With his head of blonde hair and well-defined physique, he looked exceedingly handsome and wore a resolute expression on his face. However, Lorist could detect a faint hint of grief between his eyebrows. After receiving him from the entrance and introducing him to the rest of the family knights, Lorist gave a brief summary of the convoy's situation and told Jisk about how he captured the camp out of retaliation from the attack earlier that day. He also asked Jisk the main reason he decided to visit them. Knight Jisk also spoke rather frankly and said that he had come to check whether the military might of the convoy could withstand the attack from the Count's regiment of garrison troops as well as another company of pike cavalry. His original intention of lurking around the area in the afternoon was to sabotage and burn the Count's supplies, as the security was more lax than usual, and force the Count's army to retreat to their main base to resupply and give the insurgents of the Western Mountains some time to rest and recuperate. Now that Lorist had conquered the camp, he had unintentionally helped the insurgents out. Jisk confessed that when he saw Lorist bringing less than 100 soldiers to attack the camp, he thought that Lorist's forces wasn't really trying to conquer it given the disparity of his forces and that of the camp. He also said that he was anticipating the arrival of the other company of pike cavalry to come back to defend that place before he met Charade and the rest of the convoy when he was leaving the forest, and understood that the pike cavalry unit had probably clashed with the convoy already. Worried that Lorist wouldn't be able to handle the full brunt of the Count's forces and incur a huge loss, Jisk felt that he should warn them just in case. According to him, Count Cabrai had a total of 5 companies of garrison troops, with each having a bowman squad, an infantry squad as well as 2 pike infantry squads, with each squad having 120 people each. All the soldiers in the garrison troops numbered around 2,400 people. Including the company of pike infantry that was patrolling the outer areas of the mountains, the Count's rebel sweeping troops had up to 2,900 people. Charade interjected and mentioned that according to Soria, they only had 1,000 pike infantry and 2,000 garrison troops, and wondered how the Count had managed to expand his forces that quickly. "Who's Soria?" Jisk asked. Charade proceeded to tell the knight about their encounter with Baron Charles and his son. Curling his lips, Jisk said, I know Baron Charles and I've even met him a couple of times. Knight Soria's information isn't totally wrong, but the information only describes the Count's forces a year ago. At that time, the Count had only returned to his dominion for a short while. Given that he has been fighting battles here and there and wiping out several landed nobles, he definitely would have expanded his forces by now. Other than the troops that were dispatched to wipe out the insurgents in the western mountains, Count Cabrae still has around 3 companies of pike infantry back at his dominion, as well as a regiment of garrison troops and 2 other newly formed companies of garrison troops. In the recent times, the troops of the Count have successfully wiped out a few insurgent strongholds in the mountains and obtained a substantial amount of food and other supplies. During the past 2 days, they had turned their attention to the largest insurgent group in the area who were based at Hidden Bull Stronghold. While the insurgents at the stronghold have managed to resist due to the advantage of terrain, they were at their breaking point due to the sheer number of casualties they had sustained. That was why Jisk intended to burn the supplies of the camp to ensure that the assault will stop temporarily. However, now that Lorist had occupied the encampment, the Count's forces will definitely return to recapture the place when they get wind of it. Jisk suggested to Lorist that if their forces would not be enough to defeat that of the Count's, they should quickly leave the area and burn the whole camp down to force the Count's forces back to the Dominion. Given that the Western Mountains was only 1 day of travel away from the camp, they would definitely get news about the conquered camp and return by the evening of the next day. If the convoy doesn't hurry up, they wouldn't be able to escape in time. Shaking his head, Lorist said, "No, the convoy cannot leave. They'll definitely catch up to us if we try, because the convoy travels so much slower than a single military unit. As long as the pike cavalry manages to stall the convoy, their regiment of infantry garrison troops will definitely catch up eventually. Instead of giving the enemy the advantage of attacking us head-on in an open field battle, it would be wiser to secure the camp and use the terrain to our advantage to minimize our losses." Filled with killing intent, Lorist said, "If we're going to fight, let's give it our all. I want to use this camp to wipe out all the 3,000 men of their rebel sweeping army and teach that damned Count a lesson." He also elaborated that even though the Count's forces outnumbered them 3 to 1, their actual battle prowess was far inferior to that of the convoy's forces. According to the testimonies of the prisoners, the only unit of the Count that posed a threat to the convoy was the pike cavalry unit, which were constituted mainly of soldiers who have had their battle force awakened. However, if their cavalry lost the advantage of charging and had to engage in close combat with the convoy's heavy armored soldiers, they would definitely be wiped out without question. As for the remaining 2,000 garrison troops who can't utilize battle force, wouldn't they just be like a herd of sheep thrown into the midst of a wolf pack that was Terman's battle force trained Knight Brigade? As for Yuri and his squad of light cavalry scouts, they will ensure that not one of the Count's soldiers managed to escape. Lorist also mentioned that they also had crossbowmen, pike infantry as well as a Caro ballista unit, and he couldn't imagine how in the world the convoy would lose to the Count's forces. As for how we would bait the enemy into our trap, that's easy. Knight Jisk has mentioned that even though the sweeping troops have breached a few mountain strongholds and have gotten a hold of a batch of supplies, it would only last them for up to 6 days at most. After receiving news of their camp being conquered by us, they will only be left with 2 choices. Either they return to the Count's dominion or come here to try to recapture the camp. I'm sure they will choose the latter, because if they choose to return to the Count's dominion, they would definitely be severely punished by the Count for the deaths of 3 of his illegitimate sons. The officer in charge will have no choice but to try to recapture this place to make up for the losses he has incurred. When we defend the camp, we must lure them into a false sense of security and let them feel that they have a chance at taking the camp back. After 2 days of stalling, we'll open the gates and let all of their forces in and use various obstacles to limit their efficiency and deploy the heavy armored soldiers to give them a fatal blow and wipe them out entirely. Everyone in the tent looked as if they had been struck by enlightenment. All of them knew that there was no way to avoid this conflict and agreed with Lorist that they would fare better by defending the camp rather than being pursued on an open field. To Lorist's credit, he also came out with a rather viable plan that could potentially cause the enemy a loss of 3,000 men. Bringing the map of the area surrounding the camp over, Charade started to discuss with the rest about how they would set up their traps and contraptions to shave down the enemy's forces. Jusk seemed like he was a little envious of Lorist and his knight's solidarity. Seeing the group talking about how to set up the defensive fortifications, he turned to Lorist and offered to lend a hand in the upcoming battle. Lorist naturally agreed to that proposition and told Jusk that the Norton family's convoy will definitely be sparing no resource in the battle to come, and that if Jusk was able to gather some people to ambush the enemy's rearguard, he would definitely be a huge help to the convoy. Upon hearing the suggestion, Knight Jusk agreed to it excitedly and said that he would head back to rally up the insurgents and trail the Count's rebel sweeping forces from behind their backs and launch their ambush when the forces are being lured into the camp. He then left the camp hurriedly. Evening on the day after, Count Cabrai's forces appeared nearby the camp as expected, with the Pike Cavalry Company leading the charge. When they arrived at the camp entrance, the soldiers witnessed the display of severed heads that were impaled on stakes, with the head of the brown-haired man placed at the foremost front. The Pike Cavalry all started freaking out and cursed loudly towards the encampment. Some of them even tried to rush to the entrance directly, only to be shot down by the crossbowmen stationed at the walls, causing 10 casualties to their side in the opening volley. When the garrison infantry arrived, they sent out 4 squads that were fully armed with shields to protect them from the crossbow bolts while they retrieved the heads before setting up their camp in the distance. Standing on the walls and nodding, Lorist commented, "The officer in command seems pretty level-headed and his troops are pretty disciplined. Fatty, let's go. Else, there won't be any more attacks tonight. The real show starts tomorrow." Charade said in a worried tone, "What if they don't use the main entrance and start attacking from the other parts of the walls of the camp? For the record, we have most of our forces stationed here at the entrance." "They won't," said Lorist as he pointed towards the walls. "Look, Count Cabrai didn't choose this place to build an outpost arbitrarily. First, the terrain around here is flat without any elevated lands around the area apart from a slight 2-meter high slope outside the camp that makes it easier for cavalry to gain momentum and charge downwards, as well as make it hard for the enemy to observe the situation within the camp. Second, other than the 3-meter-long road leading to the main entrance, there is no other way to enter the camp, as it is surrounded by a 2-meter-wide moat that has a depth of around 2 meters. Even if they manage to cross the moat, they will be met with a barricade that is 2 meters tall with a 1.5 meter tall fence right up on the main walls. When defending the surrounding areas, one can hide behind those fences for extra protection. So, if they want to attack from the other sides, they will have to first fill up the moat before they remove the barricades to make some space for ladders, which in turn have to be at least 5 meters tall to overcome the fence. I'm sure they understand that attacking from the main entrance of the encampment is the optimal way, as they were originally stationed here anyway. And given the amount of time their supplies would last them, I doubt that they'll resort to such time-consuming methods by circumventing the main entrance. To be honest, the fortifications of this camp may actually be stronger and better than that of some other castles that I've seen. I bet the Count didn't expect that his forces would have to siege the encampment that he had built to protect his forces from insurgent assaults. It's like they're digging their own graves by attacking this place. Apart from the main entrance, there is also a smaller one at the rear of the camp, but to get there, the drawbridge would have to be lowered so that soldiers would be able to cross the moat. I believe the most they would do would be to send a pike cavalry squad to secure that drawbridge from the other side so that we won't be able to escape. As for the main force, they would fare much better by attacking directly from the main entrance. I'm sure that they are under the impression that victory would be theirs the moment they breach the camp. Have some old men and children wear armor and patrol the walls tomorrow to make them think that we're short on personnel and lower their guard." Els asked. "Then, what if they send a gold rank expert to sneak into the camp at night?" Lorist laughed and said, "Els, do you think everyone is a night crawler like you? The prisoners said that there were 11 illegitimate sons leading the sweeping operation, and only 3 of them are gold ranks, with the others being silver ranks. I've already killed 1 gold rank and 2 other of the silver ranks, so I bet that they definitely wouldn't dare to sneak inside again." Know that one-on-one fights and all-out battles are different. On the battlefield, you can swarm the enemy with your subordinates if you aren't able to take out your opponent. But if anyone dares to sneak in like you mentioned, that person would not be able to bring many people with him, or he will risk being discovered by us. Being all alone, the odds of the person returning alive are slim, so they definitely wouldn't bother doing that. Additionally, we have Potter Fang and Lowe's on night duty today, so what is there to fear? The whole night passed without incident. Given that the Count's forces have spent a full day rushing back to the camp, it wasn't weird for them to rest and recover their energy for the night. And Lorist's side didn't send anyone out to harass them either. Coupled with sightings of old men and children wearing armor on the walls, the enemy also came to the conclusion that Lorist's forces were severely undermanned to the point where they were even forced to conscript the children and elderly. During noon, the Count's forces sent several loud-mouthed garrison troops over, and they started shouting for Lorist's group to surrender the camp or face certain death. Annoyed at their loud ramblings, Lorist ordered the crossbowmen to turn them into human porcupines and quickly ordered for the old men and children to leave the walls as the battle was about to start. As expected, the deaths of the soldiers who had come to demand the occupants' surrender had greatly angered the rebel sweeping troops, causing hordes of men to emerge from their camp with the swordsmen in front and the bowmen following closely behind. The crossbowmen in Lorist's camp reacted by open firing right away. Given the advantage of being able to take cover behind the fence and the stronger firing power of the crossbow, the efficacy of Lorist's crossbowmen far exceeded that of the enemy's bowmen, who had to fire the arrows in a parabolic trajectory to be able to even shoot remotely close to the crossbowmen on the walls. The bowmen were currently in a very awkward position. They would suffer huge casualties from the crossbowmen if they approached too closely, but if they didn't, they wouldn't be able to cause the enemy any harm. After shooting a few volleys of arrows, aside from planting a couple of arrows onto the wooden fences, they didn't manage to kill even one crossbowman. They were subsequently ordered to retreat, and the enemy tried to employ a different tactic. They sent their shield and sword infantry troops forward to attract fire from the crossbowmen in an attempt to cause them to waste their crossbow bolts. At that moment, Lorist ordered the crossbowmen to stop firing and let the enemy's infantry arrive at the main gates before he ordered for it to be opened. Terman's Night Brigade that had been standing by beyond the gates instantly charged towards the enemy's infantry troops like a tiger pouncing towards its prey. Chaos ensued and blood was spilled, with only 50 of the 200-odd infantry soldiers managing to return to their camp alive. The pike cavalry units of the enemy had wanted to intercept Terman's knights, but they were fended off by the constant firing of the crossbowmen. By the time the Count's forces mobilized their bowmen in response, Terman's Night Brigade had already returned to the camp. That exchange alone caused the rebel sweeping troops a loss of over 150 infantrymen, whereas Terman and his knights weren't injured in the slightest. Even though the enemy had incurred quite a loss, their commander believed that it wasn't for naught. According to the reports of the pike cavalry soldiers who had attacked the convoy while it was on its way to the camp, the convoy's forces was estimated to have around 100 crossbowmen who were currently guarding the camp from the walls, the 40-odd knights who had rushed out just now, and only a few hundred other infantry pikemen. Seeing the old men and children on the walls of the camp earlier that day, the commander's belief that the convoy had lost quite an amount of soldiers when they fought against the forces that were stationed at the camp was reaffirmed once again. In the afternoon, the enemy stopped their attacks and only sent some pike cavalry soldiers to spy on the convoy's movement from afar. The rest of the infantry soldiers were sent to fell some trees in the forest and move the logs back to the camp. Lorist could see the soldiers working together to make large wooden shields and battering rams out of the wood they have obtained. It seems that the main attack will be launched tomorrow. Are the fuel jars ready? Asked Lorist to Charade, who was standing beside him. Yeah, we have 55 of them in total. I wonder if they're enough, said Charade in a worried tone. That's more than enough. Tomorrow, we'll burn down their siege engines and initiate our counterattack, said Lorist as he laughed. Just as Lorist was about to wipe his body of his sweat after completing his training routine in the morning of the next day, Charade ran over and said that the enemy has started their assault. Soul, it's still so early. The sun's not even out yet. Loris looked towards the sky and discovered that the weather was rather dark and cloudy. It seemed that there may be snowfall coming either in the afternoon or the evening. It was currently the first month, so a number of heavy snowfalls was to be expected. The rebel sweeping troops might have picked up on the change in weather as well and decided to launch their attack earlier. Looking at Charade, Loris said, "Go check on the family members of the soldiers and make sure they have enough to wear to accommodate for the changing weather. I don't want any of them falling sick due to the cold and cause us any trouble. I'll handle the matters concerning the battle, so don't worry about it." Standing on the walls, Loris could see the enemy soldiers lining up side by side behind rows of wooden raft-like shields and marching forward step by step. Behind the rows of shielding were 3 simple battering rams that were pushed by tens of other soldiers. The whole group traveled along the road rather slowly. Loris, standing beside Potter Fang, who had been on night guard duty during the night, laughed out loud. It would appear that today's battle will turn out to be quite ferocious. They seem so desperate. Potter Fang nodded and said, "The change in weather must have affected their plans as well. If they were to stay there for the next few days amidst the snow, they would be better of retreating right here and now. They probably have no choice other than trying to recapture the camp given that their resources wouldn't be able to sustain them for long. They must have no other option aside from forcing their way through without regard to their casualties for the sake of taking the camp back. I believe that we will be able to launch the trap without having to wait until tomorrow." Loris replied, "All right. If they continue the assault with full force, open the gates and lure them inside. I doubt postponing it for another day would make much of a difference. With the weather looking like this, even if they want to retreat, they wouldn't be able to go far. Reedy, notify the rest that we'll be giving our foes there a huge surprise." Chapter 63, Breaching the Camp. The battering rams that Count Cabra's rebel sweeping corps have constructed overnight were exceedingly crude and simple, with only a couple of wooden tripods and a huge trunk that hanging between them. After setting it up by the main gates of the encampment, it would then be able to smash against it repeatedly like a pendulum. The platform on which the tripods stood had 4 wheels underneath it. Tens of garrison troops were pushing it towards the entrance, with several others holding up their crudely made rectangular wooden shields to prevent the pushing soldiers from being killed by the rain of crossbow bolts. Naturally, the crossbowmen stationed on the walls of the camp had their attention all focused on the battering ram. Within but a moment, volley after volley of crossbow bolts rained down on the enemy, taking out numerous men and horses as well as causing shrieks and cries to echo throughout the battlefield. However, that allowed the bowmen who were hiding behind the crude wooden shields some opportunities to aim from behind the gaps of the shields towards the crossbowmen, sometimes even knocking them off the walls, with several taking an arrow to the face and dying instantly. The remaining crossbowmen refocused their attention to suppressing the enemy's bowmen. With one side using wooden shields while the other ducking and using the walls as cover, they were currently in stalemate. Now that the bowmen had managed to reduce the distance between themselves and the defensive walls, they posed quite a huge threat to the crossbowmen. Crossbows were slow, but they offered much better penetrative power. On the other hand, longbows shot 3 times as fast as crossbows, but longbowmen had to rest for a period of time after firing 7 to 8 arrows due to the lack of the crossbow's mechanical advantage. While the crossbowmen on the walls were occupied with suppressing the longbowmen, the soldiers pushing the battering ram gave it their utmost and quickly moved it towards the entrance. Just as they were inches away from their destination, several glass jars were tossed from beyond the walls, with some landing on the floor and a couple shattering against the battering ram, releasing a sticky substance all over the ram's body. One of the soldiers touched the substance and suddenly freaked out and screamed, "It's fuel! Fuel!" Subsequently, one torch after another landed onto the battering ram, causing the soldiers on the spot to stare with a despairing gaze as the flames erupted and effectively turned the construct into a glorified bonfire. Several tens of soldiers who were in charge of pushing the battering ram into place were engulfed in flames and ran around frantically and aimlessly like countless flies, with some of them who have managed to get out from the fiery mess quickly rolling on the ground at the first opportunity, only managing to have the fire on their bodies extinguished with the help of their comrades. 3 soldiers with flames burning all over them jumped desperately into the river. While the flames were extinguished, they still ended up frozen and dead within the dank, watery depths of the ice-cold river. 4 others who had been covered by too much fuel instantly turned into human torches, letting out ear-piercing screams in agony until some of their comrades decided to end their misery by giving them a pierce from their lances. Oik! Yet another crossbowman got hit by an arrow on the shoulder. A few pike infantry troops quickly pulled him from the walls. The enemy's commander finally started going all out and sent 5 squads of bowmen to suppress the crossbowmen. Even though hundreds of bowmen on their side had perished, the remaining 500 or so managed to pressure the crossbowmen on the walls to the point when they couldn't even raise their heads without being taken down by an arrow. Lorist noticed that only 70 of the 100-odd crossbowmen were still alive and still being pressured by the suppression fire of the enemy bowmen. For every crossbow bolt they managed to unleash, 5 to 6 more arrows came in response. After considering his options, Lorist had Reedy bring him a large shield and intended to attract the attention of the bowman to give his crossbowman a chance to retaliate. Taking in a deep breath, Lorist suddenly exited his cover. The sudden appearance of a man standing straight up exposing himself briefly stunned the enemy bowman. Right after, 10 or so arrows were sent flying in Lorist's direction, only to be intercepted by the shield in his hand before hundreds and hundreds of other arrows followed suit. Soul, thought Lorist as he suddenly ducked behind the cover of the walls. He initially thought that it would be a rather simple affair. Given his dynamic vision, he should have been able to deflect or strike down each and every arrow heading his way. But, while 10 to 100 arrows wouldn't pose much of a problem, 500 arrows was really no joke. He could have easily been turned into a human pincushion. There's simply too much. Had it not been for this shield, I would have been struck long ago. I almost lost my life due to this foolish bet. How did I forget the simple fact that strength in numbers is nothing to laugh at? Looking at the shield that had over 100 arrows embedded within it, Lorist could still feel his hand shaking. The combined energy of the arrows passing through the shield to his hand was hard to defend against even when he used his internal energy. He was practically dancing with death on a tightrope just now. The only thing that he could be happy about was the fact that he managed to buy some time for his troops who have just managed to take out another 40-odd enemy bowmen. The rebel sweeping corps sent out some infantry troops to throw some mud onto the burning battering ram and quickly pushed it aside when the fire was extinguished to make way for the second and third battering rams that were being pushed over. The second battering ram was slightly modified in that it had wooden barriers on both sides where the soldiers who pushed the battering rams were positioned. There were also a couple of soldiers who were prepared to extinguish any fires with their buckets of water and mud. Within 30 minutes, the second battering ram was pushed to the front of the entrance, rumbling as it went along. 10 infantry troops ran over and started pulling onto the rope fastened onto the ram and let it go with a unified cry. The humongous log smashed towards the gates of the encampment, causing the walls to shake from the savage vibrations. As Reedy was passing a fuel jar to Lorist, he was unaware of the impending strike and fell off the walls from the vibration. Had it not been for Pat who grabbed his arm in time, Reedy might have suffered severe trauma from a fall from that height. Soul, thought Lorist as he hurriedly steadied his feet. The moment he threw the fuel jar just now, a number of bowmen noticed it and shot the fuel jar in mid-air, causing its contents to fly all over the place and covering his face. Not having expected that to happen, Lorist could only stand there stunned and wasn't able to react in time to the incoming fuel. Pog, I'll leave this part to you. I have to go wash up for a bit, shouted Lorist. Currently, it was of utmost importance that he removed the fuel from his face and body, otherwise he might just end up as a human candlestick. Lorist hastily got off the defensive walls with Reedy and Pat and sent the former to bring a basin of hot water with some soap over for him to clean his face up. He also removed his scale armor and grabbed a pile of mud to rub it on the parts that was stained by the fuel. After that, he took a piece of linen cloth and started wiping the fuel off. Pat quickly headed towards the large tent on horseback to retrieve a change of clothes for Lorist. The sound of the camp gates being hammered at rang out at a steady rhythm. Lorist seemed to be unable to accept the incredulous situation of him practically bathing and changing into a fresh set of clothes in the midst of a siege. "It's on fire," cheered Lowe's from the walls. Turning his head to look, Lorist could see clouds of soot and smoke rise from outside the walls. However, the sound of the hammering continued incessantly. Wiping his face dry and getting his new clothes on as well as donning his cleaned-up armor, Lorist quickly got back to the walls and saw that the battering ram was indeed aflame, but that didn't stop the infantry who were operating the ram from behind using the rope that was fastened to the hammering log. "Reedy, get me 2 fuel jars." "Pat, hold a torch ready for me," instructed Lorist. This time, Lorist aimed for the infantry troops at the back of the battering ram. Hurling both of the fuel jars to the midst of the soldiers and following it up with a torch, a choir of agonized cries rang out in unison as the smell of charred flesh once again wafted through the air. The hammering sound finally stopped due to the rope of the ram having been burned away. And so, yet another glorified bonfire was created in front of the camp gates. "Master, I think the gates won't hold up for much longer," said Reedy. Lorist went down the walls and inspected the double gates only to see that it had been hammered so badly that it was bent inwards for almost half a meter. A man of slight build could probably even fit through the opening of the dented gates. The top one of the 3 iron bars that held the gate shut was the most malformed, having been bent into a bow-like shape. The rod in the middle had a slight dent while the bottommost rod still looked perfectly fine. "Let's stop defending the gates. It's not like we need it to secure the camp anyways. To be honest, I doubt that it would be easy for us to even open it ourselves. Just look at that distorted shape. I'm only worried that the enemy will stop attacking and leave us trapped within here," joked Lorist. It was fortunate that the enemy still wasn't willing to give up after that. They sent yet another group of garrison troops to extinguish the burning battering ram and moved it aside to make way for the third one this time. The third battering ram was fortified even more meticulously. It seemed almost like a wooden longhouse given its roofing and the wooden barriers that surrounded it by the sides, offering protecting to the soldiers within. A layer of thick, moist mud was also covered all over the wooden surface to help with fire resistance. This battering ram moved even slowlier than the former 2 and took almost 2 hours of pushing before it arrived at the gates, giving Lorist and his men enough time to rest up and have their lunch. Potter Fang and Lowe's even managed to take a short nap during that time. Worried about the situation with the camp gates, Charade went over to the walls with Els. Seeing its miserable state, Charade asked Lorist with a pale face, "You're just gonna let them push the battering ram all the way here without bothering to stop them at all?" Lorist felt like laughing out loud on the spot as he thought, "Charade, based on your martial prowess at the 3-star silver rank, you'll be a peak silver ranked fighter soon and will break through into the gold rank in the near future." Even though Charade was currently swamped with all sorts of tasks and also had to accompany that pretty little maidservant of his at night, he still managed to find some time to train in his battle force. His dedication to his training was really something to be admired. In terms of ability, even Potter Fang himself graciously took a few steps back and let Charade take the position as the chief knight of the Norton family, thus making him the main supervisor of the northbound convoy. The man himself also did not let anyone's expectations down and managed almost every affair, big or small, within the convoy. Back then, Baron Miranda once personally told Charade that he thought of him really highly and was appalled at his management skills. He even said that a man of Charade's caliber was fit to be a high-ranking official in a kingdom's government. It was worth noting that Charade was injured at that time and had to be carried around by others on a chair all over the place to get things done. Even so, while Charade spoke quite a bit of sense during the War Council meetings, when he was actually on the battlefield, his weaknesses would start to flow out ceaselessly. His hands and feet sweated incessantly and his face would turn utterly pale as he pranced around the battlefield in a state of panic, frightened by every little sound. His battle prowess in that state was not even comparable to a soldier who did not know how to utilize battle force. Lorist felt intrigued that the usual beast-like calm and courage of Charade would instantly vaporize in the heat of battle. It wasn't like he was not accustomed to seeing dead bodies, he had taken quite a few lives himself. Why, then, was he like that on the battlefield? Charade could only sigh in exasperation. He said that for some reason, seeing so many people die at once and hearing the savage cries of the warriors made him feel nauseous for some reason. Potter Fang and Lowe's, however, didn't feel that it was a weird thing and concluded that it was because of Charade's lack of exposure to large-scale skirmishes such as these. One time, they said that if Charade were to use corpses as stools and dip his bread in their blood before biting into it, he would eventually stop feeling so affected by the surrounding atmosphere. Yeg! Charade quickly ran away to throw up upon hearing that comment. Poor Lil Charade! He knows that he can't stand being in the front lines of battle, yet he still comes over to mingle in spite of that. Lorist patiently responded, there's no need to do that. When it comes to defense, we must not only focus on one aspect and must look at the bigger picture. We would be able to stop the battering ram from approaching the gates, but it would come with a heavy price. It isn't wise to do so when we have a better alternative. Look at the fortifications they have made to the battering ram. You will soon be able to see how it would actually work in our favor later. However, that did not transpire as quickly as Lorist had mentioned. With but one strike of the ram, the iron bars that held the gate shut were knocked flying, leaving behind a large hole that revealed the surprised faces of several garrison troops. Lorist ordered a few of his crossbowmen to shoot volley after volley of projectiles towards that hole, causing screams to echo from outside the gates. Only after a few moments were the enemy able to close that hole up with several shields. There was no activity for the later half hour as the enemy was presumably adjusting the position of the ram before the hammering started all over again. Lorist's brows started to twitch with impatience when the hammering begun once more. This time, it only took 20 impacts for the gates to crumble, causing its hinges to go loose. The gate has fallen. The soldiers within the wooden barriers surrounding the battering ram all cried out in joy. At the same moment, Els and Lorist rushed like raging storms towards the wooden barriers that flanked the battering rams. The soldiers who were in charge of pushing the whole siege engine and operating the hammering log were truly in a pinch as they did not have even one weapon on their hands due to having been preoccupied with operating the war machine. More than 60 of the soldiers perished from Lorist's and Els's massacre, with only a couple at the back of the ram somehow managing to make a run for it. Corpses were littered all over within the enclosure of the wooden barriers, with a large amount of blood leaking out, forming a small, crimson stream. The main reason why Lorist refused Potter Fong's offer to go with him and brought Els instead was due to the fact that Els's dark attribute battle force was best suited for tight spaces like the inside of the barriers of the battering ram. The night vision his battle force granted him also put him at more advantage in the low light conditions within the barriers, allowing Els to efficiently chase down each and every foe without accidentally harming his allies. While Lorist and Els were keeping themselves busy within the barrier enclosure, the people in the camp were not slacking off either. Reedy and Pat brought a few thick ropes and fastened one end of each of the ropes to the battering ram and the other ends to several stakes that were hammered flat into the ground, effectively turning that battering ram into yet another obstacle for the enemy. Upon seeing that, Charade finally understood what Lorist had meant previously. The enemy commander was instantly enraged at seeing that happen. This really is going too far. Why aren't they abiding by the common conventions of warfare? Don't people usually assemble their soldiers in formation while waiting for the enemy to move the battering ram away after the gates have been breached? Why did they use it to bolster their own defenses instead? This is truly beyond reason. And so, the enemy's garrison troops started operating the ram again to clear out the remnants of the gates while removing the corpses of their comrades. However, the battering ram was still stuck firm on that spot. A pike cavalry company could be seen assembling at the battering ram facing towards their own camp and tying their own ropes onto the ram. Before long, a game of tug-of-war had begun between the two sides. The struggle lasted for more than 30 minutes before another squad of pike cavalry that acted as the rearguard of the enemy was roped into participating. Coupled with 1,000 other horses that they had brought out of their main camp, the rebel sweeping corps won out in the end. But it did not end well, for Lorist had waited for the ropes to be at its most tense before he cut them loose, causing the battering ram to roll towards the enemy troops unimpeded and down the road, resulting in the deaths of tens of soldiers and horses who were too late to react. When the enemy stared flabbergasted at the situation that was unraveling before them, Lorist quickly instructed for his men to bring over a wooden cart and secured it vertically at the entrance. When the enemy broke out of their trance and attempted to rush over to stop it, the wooden cart had already been firmly planted to the ground, creating yet another obstacle for them to take down. The heck! They're not done yet! Countless curses and complaints sounded from the group of enemy soldiers outside the gates, with some even ignoring everything and ramming towards the wooden cart recklessly. The defenders of the cart weren't merciful either. There were 3 spear tips installed at the front of the wooden cart. The enemy soldiers, thinking that it was affixed to the cart and only served as a deterrent, believed that it wouldn't be able to harm them. As the soldiers rushed towards the wooden cart, the spears suddenly shot forward and impaled the sorry soldiers who had attempted to ram against the cart, causing the others to not act recklessly nor approach the cart. The few illegitimate sons who were in command of this rebel sweeping unit were steaming with anger. It had already been almost a day ever since they launched the attack during the early dawn, but their forces still hadn't been able to breach the camp even after sustaining near 600 casualties. Now that the battering ram was gone and the makeshift wooden gate wasn't completely undefended, what would they be able to do? Set that wooden cart aflame. Several garrison troops hurled a few sacks of fuel onto the cart and quickly set it on fire. Since you're going to start a fire, I will do it too. Come, guys. We'll be setting up a bonfire here tonight, Lorist said. When the enemy soldiers reported seeing Lorist's men hurling wood towards the burning cart and using it as a bonfire, Count Cabra's illegitimate sons almost went insane. At that moment, flecks of snow slowly drifted downwards from the sky. The illegitimate son that led the group instantly cried out, "Aha! The weather's turning to our favor today. It's snowing. Let's see how they keep the fire up now." Lorist, on the other hand, sighed and said, "It seems that fate intends to reap the lives of the enemy sooner. I had planned to let them live for one more night for us to have enough time to prepare, but it seems that we wouldn't be able to avoid bloodbath tonight." As the bonfire finally went out, tens of garrison troops rushed towards the camp and moved the pile of wood aside as the sounds of horses galloping gradually got louder outside the camp. When the pike cavalry arrived at the entrance, the garrison troops cheered loudly in unison, "Go in there and kill them all." Chapter 64 Winter Night Massacre. Having been taxed heavily for the whole day, the pike cavalry unit felt extremely worn out, especially due to the tug-of-war match during the afternoon. Being the elite soldiers of Count Cabrai, never once have they been assigned such a laborious task. To add salt to injury, given that the camp was on higher ground and they were pulling it off the slope, when the battering ram came crashing down, the 40 of them who couldn't react in time got ground into meat paste along with their mounts. This incident had further incited the already fervorous rage of the pike cavalry soldiers. Now that the main gates have finally been opened up, they rushed directly into the camp filled with killing intent. A company and a squad of pike cavalry joined up together to a total of around 600 men and prepared to rush into the camp and slaughter anything in their sights to release their pent-up frustration and rage, thinking that nothing could stand in their way. After entering the main camp, the cavalry soldiers all got into a charging formation with 500 silver rank soldiers ready in the vanguard, as they knew that the enemy had tens of knights who also have had their battle force awakened. However, not a single soul or thing could be seen within the camp, save for a path that was 10 meters wide that led into the middle section of the camp. Some of them felt that something was off. The soldiers riding in front eventually slowed down to a gradual trot. They were unable to stop completely because there were 600 more people following behind them. Gradually, the soldiers slowly filled up the 10-meter wide corridor like sardines in a can. The pike cavalry could all feel that something weird was happening. They had imagined that they would be greeted by the familiar sight of the tents once they entered the camp and had wanted to use their enemy's blood to wash off their humiliation. However, all they could see was the 3-meter tall walls surrounding them on both sides, blanketed by a layer of snow. The pike cavalry could not but continue onwards on the corridor path. The skies started to darken once again as the snow gradually fell, blurring the vision of the pike cavalry quite significantly. "Check these walls out and tell me what they are," someone instructed. 2 soldiers nearby poked their pikes toward the walls and said, "These are wooden walls, sir." "Weird, they couldn't have possibly gotten so much wood from within the camp," said one troubled soldier. "Continue onwards. I refuse to believe they have enough materials to build such a long corridor." Not even one of the soldiers could have imagined that the walls were actually carriages placed on both sides with their bottoms facing each other horizontally to form a corridor-like structure, an idea though of by charade. Even though it wasn't perfectly sealed and there were occasional openings here and there, they usually weren't big enough for the pike cavalry soldiers to pass through. Some of the soldiers attempted to topple the walls, but their efforts ended up in futility. Even though the walls would budge a little after being pushed, the sides of the carriages that served as a stand on the ground gave them even more stability when compared to normal wooden divider boards because of the larger base area. As the soldiers at the front approached the end of the corridor, they could see a wooden platform in the area in front of them. Suddenly, countless torches lit up at the same moment, illuminating the whole area within. Upon seeing the spectacle in front of them, the soldiers at the front instantly turned pale. Finally, someone started shouting out loud. It's a trap! Quick! Retreat!" On top of the wooden platform was a group of black armored soldiers in a square formation equipped with jet black shields and lances. It was common knowledge that cavalry troops wouldn't stand against heavy armored troops such as those when they lost the advantage of charging. However, that was not the main threat the pike cavalry faced. The light from the burning torches reflected off the 12 ballistas, causing them to glimmer in a chilling manner in the midst of the dark night. The pike cavalry instantly erupted into chaos. Some wanted to go back the way they came only to find that it had been blocked off by their own comrades, who were unaware of the situation at the front. To add fuel to fire, there were 2,000 or so garrison troops following behind them. Dullus's excitement instantly soared as it was finally his turn to show off the might of his Caro ballista unit. Seeing the crazed pike cavalryman, he waved his hand and shouted, "Release!" Initially, the 6 ballistas on the second floor of the wooden platform let out a thunderous sound as their strings snapped forward to propel the ballista darts at breakneck speeds towards the enemy, instantly skewing them alive and causing a wave of blood to surge out of their impaled bodies. After that, the other 6 ballistas on the lower platform fired while the ballistas above reloaded. The cycle then repeated itself. The 12 ballistas fired 20 volleys in total before they stopped due to their strings being overly worn out. The last volley completely paled in terms of power and accuracy of that of the first. Standing on top of the wooden platform, Dullus himself was stunned at the effectiveness of the unit he commanded. He could smell the thick iron-like smell of blood that lingered in the air and see the corpses of the cavalrymen and their mounts clustered together. The 12 ballistas have fired 240 darts in total, wiping out the majority of men who emerged from the carriage corridor. The first darts even pierced through 5 to 6 men in one shot. Currently, only tens of the enemy were still alive and standing amidst their fallen comrades. Yeg! That was the sound of a soldier of the heavy armored unit vomiting from witnessing the bloodbath that had just occurred in front of his eyes. "Heavy armored troops, onward!" ordered Potter Fang. Having long been baptized by the blood and corpses battle after battle, the sight in front of Potter Fang's eyes did not disturb him in the slightest. Uirg! Varf! More soldiers of the heavy armored unit started vomiting one after another. "Heavy armored troops! Charge forward!" shouted Potter Fang again. He was suddenly reminded that his current heavy armored unit was comprised of mostly new recruits and was far inexperienced than battle-hardened soldiers that he had once commanded in the Wittelian Legion. If he allowed them to take their time, it was entirely possible that more of them would start vomiting and decrease the overall efficacy of the whole unit. Most of the troops did end up rushing forward in the end, only leaving behind several who were still in the puking their guts out. In actuality, there wasn't a real need to deploy the heavy armored soldiers as the remaining cavalrymen had already lost all their will to resist. Potter Fang also lost interest in the battle after 10 or so of the enemy were killed and ordered that the remaining soldiers be captured alive instead and relieved them of their equipment. After that, he led his units towards the corridor where sounds of battle could be heard. While the pike cavalrymen suffered such a huge loss from the ballistas, the garrison troops that followed behind them did not fare much better either. Initially, they were assaulted by 400 or so crossbowmen without being able to fight back as their bowmen could not grasp the location of their enemy. The convoy's crossbowmen all hid behind the carriages and fired their bolts through the small openings. Being shot at a close range, the bowmen couldn't retaliate at all. The remaining garrison troops could only surround themselves with their shields, but that did not stop them from the incessant torrent of crossbow darts. The ground between the carriages was littered thoroughly with corpses. The snow that fell from the skies eventually froze the blood on the ground, creating a thin layer of bloody ice. Having nowhere else to go, one of the Count's sons who commanded the garrison troops ordered them to retreat immediately. At that moment, the walls near the entrance of the camp quickly collapsed. These were made of normal wooden separators instead of carriages. Turman and his knight brigade quickly rushed in and barred the way of the garrison troops. And behind him were hundreds of pike infantry troops who brought with them many wooden barricades and quickly erected a simple defense perimeter around the area. At that moment, Lowe's was already in combat with the gold-ranked commander and both of them were quite evenly matched. Turman on the other hand led his knights on a rampage through the corridor, causing many soldiers to fall beneath his lance. Several garrison troops' soldiers attempted to escape from the spaces between the walls that could fit a person in, but shortly after they did that, their pain screams resounded throughout the area. Even one of Count Cobra's silver-ranked sons suffered the same fate. What they did not know was that 2 senior academy students and several pikemen had been stationed there just to take care of the soldiers who slipped through the gaps. When Potter Fang's heavy armored troops rushed to the middle of the corridor, the already battered garrison troops finally despaired, with some dropping their weapons and kneeling down to await the inevitable and others struggling desperately to make their last stand. They were either killed by swords and spears or shot to their deaths by incoming crossbow darts. Lorist gave the order to Reedy and Pat, passed down the order to spare anyone who drops their weapons and surrenders and kill the rest who resist. Without delay, multitudes of garrison troops within the corridor quickly let go of their weapons and kneeled down in subservience. The battle was already over. Lowe's had managed to take the head of the gold-rank illegitimate son by countering after taking a sword blow to his shoulder. However, he was still energetic enough to wave that head around while laughing heartily. Potter Fang on the other hand was worried as there should have been another gold rank within the ranks of the enemy just now. What he did not know was that the other illegitimate son had been pierced by one of the ballista darts at the very beginning when he was sandwiched between the soldiers to his front and back at the corridor. At that moment, smoke could be seen rising from outside the walls of the camp, signifying the rebel sweeping corps' camp being set on fire from the assault launched by Yuri's light cavalry troops. Not long after, Yuri sent a messenger back to report that the enemy camp had already been taken over and also mentioned their discovery of over 2,000 prisoners who lacked food and other basic necessities. He was currently awaiting Lorist's order on how to deal with them. How did the 2,000 prisoners come about? After questioning a few of the surrendered garrison troops, Lorist came to know that the prisoners had been captured by the rebel sweeping corps after they had taken down a mountain fort that belonged to the rebels to be used as slave laborers. What should I do with them? Thought Lorist as he shook his head with a bitter laugh. I guess I can only bring them here for now since they wouldn't be able to survive given the night there without resources. They might just freeze or starve tomorrow in the snow if I leave them be. Send Reedy and Pat to go look for Charade and inform him about this issue. Let Turman and his knights as well as a company of infantry pikemen escort the people here and don't forget to collect the wooden boards they used as shields on the way. They will make good firewood to warm us up during the night. He also instructed Charade to set up a couple of more tents at the northwestern area of the camp and start a bonfire there so that the 2,000 captive youths would be able to keep themselves warm throughout the night and be provided with some wheat porridge. After that, he also got them some garments to stave off the chilling winter night air. The northwestern area of the camp was originally intended for the 400 captives they liberated within the camp and the people who came over with them from Mester Castle, as well as the vagabonds that had ended up tagging along with the convoy. There would be nowhere more appropriate for the 2,000 captives to be allocated to in the camp other than there. The mutters of the men could be heard as they entered the gates of the camp. However, they eventually quieted down, with nobody daring to even take a loud breath, as the first thing that had greeted them was the grim sight of the blood-stained roads. Beside the path were multitudes of bodies stacked up together. The enemy soldiers who had already surrendered were currently stripping off any usable equipment from the bodies and stacking them on top of each other after that. The 2,000 young men crossed the crimson-red path without uttering a sound and only managed to regain their vigor after they arrived at the northwestern area of the camp. Lorist was satisfied with the shock the men had been given from seeing the corpses, as he was worried that the prisoners would make a ruckus and cause trouble for the convoy. The snowflakes continued to fall gently to the ground, covering it with a snow-white veil of tranquility. Within the camp, bonfires were burning bright all over. Standing in front of the large tent, Lorist looked at the falling snow before exhaling deeply. Now that the slaughterfest was over, he wondered what other battles the convoy would have to partake in on the way to the Northlands. Chapter 65 Conclusion and Reorganization. The snow continued to fall. However, it wasn't like the feather-sized flakes like before, but rather tiny flecks of white that gradually painted the ground white. It was as warm as spring within the tent, as a large brazier had been placed in the center of it with a piece of burning charcoal within that let out wave after wave of heat. On the brazier was a large bronze kettle with steam coming out of its spout. Shadecamp lifted the bronze kettle and filled the teacup in front of him and handed it to anyone else who needed it. When the kettle was emptied, it was refilled with water and Max and was placed back on top of the wire gauze on the brazier. In a few moments, the aroma of Max filled up the whole tent once again. Lorist, Charade, Terman, Yuri, Els, Potter Fang, Mons Malak, Lode Wales, as well as the 37 senior students of the academy were assembled together within the tent. In a corner also stood Englich and her granddaughter, Malize. They were currently talking about the gains they had obtained following the battle yesterday. In terms of logistics, the gains we have obtained from the battle were outweighed by the cost. Even though we only lost 17 crossbowmen to take out all 3,000 of the enemy troops, not only were our profit quite low, we also inherited a huge burden. We have killed over 1,600 enemy soldiers and captured another 1,200 and also saved more than 2,300 youths in the process. Even though our victory was quite magnificent, we did not gain much food or other supplies from it. Therefore, it would be quite hard for us to provide all these men with the necessary amount of food and clothing to sustain them throughout the winter. I estimate that our resources will last us up to a month at most. Apart from losing 17 crossbowmen yesterday, we also have 48 injured men, 34 of which are crossbowmen as well. Others include 4 from Terman's Night Brigade, 7 from Yuri's Light Cavalry Scouts, as well as 3 from the infantry pikemen. While it is quite fortunate that our casualties were relatively low, it must be noted that the resources we expended during the battle yesterday is nothing to scoff at. For example, of the 20,000 ballista darts we have prepared, we are only left with 8,000 of them, and that includes the ones we managed to salvage from the battlefield after they have been used once. The rest were all damaged beyond repair and must be reforged. Also, Dullus's Caro ballista unit also wore out all their ballista strings. While we do have some reserves of that, we still lack ballista darts nevertheless. If we don't procure more of those, I'm afraid the Caro ballista unit won't be able to contribute much in future battles. While we didn't get any consumable supplies from this skirmish, we did however obtain more than 3,000 sets of weapons and armor, as well as 2,000 war-trained horses that used to belong to the Count's pike cavalry. It is fortunate that the camp has quite a decent amount of hay. Otherwise, we will have to consider killing off some of the horses. Other than that, we have found almost 10,000 gold fords worth of money, as well as approximately 1,000 pikes, 300 longswords, 600-odd longbows, almost 1,000 arrows as well as 500-odd bucklers. We also got 132 four-wheeled horse carts, 341 two-wheeled horse carts as well as 1,252 work horses to pull those carts with. According to the prisoners, the horse carts had been left over since their latest supply shipment from the Count and hasn't been sent back due to our attack on the camp. Aside from all those, we've also got a number of miscellaneous items. Right now, we're facing three main problems. 1. What are we going to do with the 1,000 plus war prisoners? Should we leave them or bring them along when we set out? 2. At least half of the captives within the camp that we have rescued wants to join our army to take revenge for their family members who have been killed at the hands of the Count's forces. Having wiped out the rebel sweeping corps, we have become their symbol of hope. Should we let them join our forces or not? The third issue is about a man who claims to be the son of a viscount and plans to bring a few hundred men away with him. He has requested that we provide him with some weapons and equipment. Should we adhere to his demands? After Charade finished giving his report, chatters and murmurs reverberated throughout the tent as the people present discussed the issues. When it came to the war prisoners, some were of the opinion of setting them free to avoid having to spend any resources to keep them alive, while others brought up the possibility that they would once again return to the Count and provide him with precious military intelligence. Given that they couldn't just kill them off, they could just bring them along on the journey and have them help out with rough labor. As for the youths who wished to join the convoy's army to avenge their family members, most of the people were of the opinion of letting them join for the time being. However, when it came to the man claiming to be a viscount's son, the consensus was that he had no right to demand free equipment from them no matter whether the convoy needed the surplus weapons or not. In the midst of the discussions, Lorist clapped his hands and signaled for everyone to quiet down. He then said, "After listening to your opinions, I feel that we shouldn't free the war prisoners just yet. Even if we do, it'll have to be after we exit the area of influence of the Count so that they don't add any unnecessary trouble for us. As for the youths who wish to join our army, ask them if they would like to follow us all the way to the Northlands and inform them regarding the treatment our soldiers get. Also, don't force anyone to join against their will so that we won't have any deserters in the future. As for the last issue, I think we can't just refuse that man's request outright. I will first go and see him and decide whether we have a good reason to fulfill his request. If it isn't a sound one, I will definitely not consent to giving the equipment to him. Alright, the next thing I'll be telling you about will be a summary of the battle yesterday, so I hope you guys pay attention. This is only the first large-scale battle we have participated in since the journey started, and there is no way for me to know whether things will continue to be like this for the rest of the journey. I hope that you will all learn from any mishaps from this experience and make sure not to commit them again in the future. We only paid a small price to win the battle yesterday and managed to wipe out an enemy force of over 3,000 men. This battle could easily be one of the most impressive and perfect victories ever to be recorded in the history books. However, let's not forget that victories like this is a result of a number of unlikely coincidences that just so happened to be in our favor. First, we have the sudden snow that forced the enemies to attack us even though they were at a disadvantage because they were already running out of resources. As a commander of an army, it is extremely unwise to pour every bit of your forces into a situation with so many unknown variables like the enemy commander did yesterday. That was why they fell for our trap so easily. Additionally, we also had the terrain working in our favor as well as the necessary defensive fortifications that were already present at the camp, making it easy for us to defend it and extremely difficult for the enemy to besiege. Coupled with our apt response, we have managed to stall them during the day and only let them into the camp when their vision was obscured by the low light and snow. The frustration of having been held outside of the camp also fueled their recklessness and caused them to fall for the bait. Had they managed to breach the camp during the day, what do you think they would have done when they encountered that wooden corridor? Would they have let their troops rush straight into it in that situation? I'm sure you're all aware that if that had happened instead, even if we were able to eliminate their forces, our casualties would be far worse than that. That is why luck was a huge factor when it came to our victory last night. Finally, the trap we devised using the Karo ballistas has produced an unexpected result and caused most of the pike cavalrymen of the enemy to be completely wiped out. Our victory was also mostly in part of our crossbowmen who have attacked from the gaps of the wooden walls, an action that allowed us to take control of the tide of battle that ultimately led to our victory. However, if we consider this victory along with the battle when we were occupying the camp as well as the time when our convoy was first attacked by the pike cavalry, we have lost quite a number of people, including one of our cherished comrades. Throughout all these battles, I have discovered that our family's forces is heavily dependent on certain units. That can be seen in the fact that our heavy armored units weren't able to shine during this battle, as we have mainly relied on the light cavalry scouts, the Night Brigade as well as the crossbowmen and Karo ballistas to secure our victory. This is not Knight Pog's fault. He has done very well to train his soldiers to make them the elite unit of our family. However, when we first set up the heavy armored unit, we forgot one important thing: the convoy is mobile, therefore to protect the convoy effectively, that unit has to have sufficient mobility to back it up, and that is exactly what the heavy armored unit lacks. The impressive performance of the light cavalry scouts and the Night Brigade has been quite a surprise for me personally. However, their weaknesses also show there too. The main shortcoming of the Night Brigade is that it lacks the manpower it requires to be completely able of changing the tide of battle. The scouts on the other hand can't undertake assault operations due to the same reason. For instance, when the light cavalry scouts attacked the enemy camp when they were at their weakest, 7 of them were injured even though they only faced off with a squad of infantry troops. That is definitely an undesirable result. That's why, I will be reorganizing the unit structure during these 2 days while waiting for the frost on the roads to clear up. Firstly, the Night Brigade needs to expand. Including the sets of armor and saddles the Night Brigade currently has, the convoy has a total of 88 sets. The Night Brigade will thus be expanded to a full squad of 120 people. Each knight will be allocated 3 mounts, which include 1 warhorse, 1 travel horse and another spare mount. Every knight will also be assigned a squire who will be picked from the family members of another knight of age 15 to 16, as well as an attendant that will be in charge of managing the horses and armor of the knight. Both of them will also have 1 mount, but they will not be required to go on the battlefield. Knight Terman, I'll leave the reorganization to you. I hope you build a stellar Night Brigade for the Norton family. Terman quickly stood up and saluted. My lord, I will definitely not let your expectations down. Other than that, Knight Yuri, your light cavalry scouts will be expanded into a full company comprising 4 squads with 120 people in each one. Each scout will be assigned 2 mounts, a crossbow, javelins, a pike, a longsword, a shield as well as mail and leather armor. There will also be another squad of attendants accompanying the scouts that will be responsible for managing the mounts and equipment. You must give the scouts strict training so that they will not only be able to fight from afar, but in close range as well. Yes, my lord, said Yuri as he stood up and saluted. Lorist glanced towards Potter Fang and he nodded slightly in response. Lorist continued, next, I will talk about the reorganization of the heavy armored units. The assault from the pike cavalry has given us a huge realization. After discussing with Potter Fang and some others, I have decided to change the heavy armored infantry into heavy armored cavalry and intend to have 2 companies set up for the time being. Each company will be made up of 4 squads which will each also have 120 people. Each soldier will have 2 horses and each company will have a squad's worth of attendants. The new heavy cavalry unit will be commanded by Knight Pog and Knight Lowe's. Potter Fang and Lodwales stood up and said in unison, Your will is our command, my lord. Lorist smiled with satisfaction and gestured for them to sit down. After spending some time with the convoy, Lowe seemed like he was very keen on joining the Norton family, and it is only a matter of time before he joins the ranks of the family knights. Currently, we'll prioritize the soldiers who have already awakened their battle force in the reorganization of the different units. Other than that, we will also set up a constable unit to maintain the order and security within the convoy that will be equipped with armor, axes, and halberds. It is my hope that Knight Mons Malak will accept the position of the leader of the constable unit. Mons Malak stood up and saluted before saying, "My lord, it is my pleasure to be of service to you." Other than that, the main camp's guards will also be expanded into a company, but they will have to be in charge of looking after the war prisoners as well as maintaining the security of the convoy. Els, I'll leave that part to you. Understood, my lord. Lastly, I have decided to fuse the crossbowman unit with the pike infantry regiment. Every company will be made up of 5 squads, namely, 1 swordsman squad, 1 crossbowman squad, 1 longbowman squad and 2 pikemen squads. Every squad will have 120 members. I will leave the command of this reorganized regiment to. Lorist's gaze fell on Englich before he continued, "Englich, it'll be your responsibility." Englich didn't expect that Lorist would actually nominate him to be the commander of the Pike Infantry Regiment, which has the most amount of people when compared to the other units of the convoy. With his face flushed with surprise, he said, "My lord. I don't think I can." "Why not?" "Not only do you have the necessary experience, having been a commander of a city defense garrison before, you have nothing better to do around the convoy other than leaning outside of Charade's tent to eavesdrop. Don't bother denying it, I've seen that a couple of times. As a gold rank, you can't just sit around doing nothing. As for your granddaughter, don't worry. Knight Charade has told me that he intends to marry her once we get back to our dominion. For your granddaughter's happiness and safety, you'll have to put in your part as well." After saying that, Malize, who was standing just beside her grandfather, blushed profusely. Charade on the other hand walked up to her and pulled her in his embrace, causing the men in the tent to laugh out loud. Some of them teased Englich while others congratulated Charade for having found his true love. Englich was embarrassed that his behavior had been exposed by Lorist. He was merely worried that Charade would force himself on his granddaughter. However, now that Malize truly had mutual feelings with Charade, there was nothing he could do to stop them. However, he brightened up when he heard of Charade's intention to marry her and said, "Okay, I will definitely do all I can." Lorist faced the rest of the men in the tent and waved his hand. "All right, meeting adjourned. We're rather pressed for time and we only have 2 days to carry out the reorganization. Make sure to make the best use of your time and cooperate with one another. Pat, ask that guy who claims to be a Viscount's son to come over. I'd like to hear what he has to say." Chapter 66. Mr. Tim. The one who followed Pat into the large tent was a man who looked to be in his 40s that wore a loose-fitting grey cloak that did not quite fit his physique as well as a set of brown breeches. They were obviously the clothes the convoy provided for the people to withstand the winter cold. Even though this middle-aged man wanted to present himself as a noble, his eyes that looked all over the place unnervingly gave his nervousness away. Lorist had a bad impression of that man on first glance. Even though he seemed rather sharp, he lacked the refined air of a noble and seemed more like a merchant or a butler, as could be inferred from his eyes that kept on moving non-stop as if he was plotting something in his mind. The heir of Viscount Tabri Tim, give you my congratulations on the victory, great sir," said the man as he bowed deeply to Lorist, who still remained seated. Lorist started laughing out loud right away. No descendant of nobles would address oneself as the successor when making an introduction and would only state their family name and their dominion's location. While this might be able to fool the common folk, any noble who had received proper education for etiquette will be able to see through it right away. It seemed that the man's identity was quite questionable. "I am Norton Lorist of the Norton family from the Northlands and I am the person in charge of this convoy. May I know who you really are?" Lorist didn't bother to hide his suspicion at all. I really am Viscount Tabri's son. If you don't believe me, you can ask the ones whom you've saved. Many of them know me personally and have grown up with me together. Otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to heed my instructions and want to leave with me at all," said the middle-aged man with a flustered look, as if Lorist had struck his most sensitive part with his question. "Is that so, said Lorist indifferently. The man slumped downwards like a ball that had lost all its air. That is definitely true, sir. I am indeed the eldest son of the Viscount. However, I'm the only one who's still alive that bears his blood, as my family members have all perished. That's why I'm his sole successor. Lorist suddenly came to an understanding. That man was in fact an illegitimate son of the Viscount, whose family had probably been wiped out by Count Cabrae just recently. That's why this man dared to call himself the successor of the family head. What kind of post did Viscount Tabri assign you? Asked Lorist. The Lord Viscount had me manage the business of the 3 orchards within his dominion. Due to spending most of my life among the common folk, I haven't had much interaction with people of noble standing, said the man honestly without hiding a single thing. All right, how about this? Mr. Tim, I'm not the least bit interested in whether you're truly the heir of Viscount Tabri. I heard that you requested us to give you some weapons and equipment for free. Let me ask you this then, why do you think we have the obligation to fulfill that unreasonable request? Lorist said as he stood up and stared at the middle-aged man. Yes, sir. Isn't there an obligation between nobles to help each other? And I also want to equip my men to go up against the Count's forces. From Tim's point of view, Lorist's aggressive speech and gestures pressured him greatly and made him forget all the arguments and excuses he had thought up before. Flustered, he could only resort to that traditional reasoning. Haha, Mr. Tim, first things first, you are not yet a noble. Don't think that just because you're his son and heir that you will automatically become one. You must have the recognition of at least 3 other landed nobles to be able to officially lay claim to the position of the Viscount's heir. Only then can you go to the capital to obtain a birthright certificate from the senior noble that the Tabri family has pledged allegiance to. The aforementioned method is the proper, more traditional route to ensure one's noble status. The other method is to assemble a strong army and force the local lord to cede their title and the right to rule the dominion to you. I believe that second method is what you're trying to achieve. Am I right, Mr. Tim? It could also be possible that Viscount Tabri did not register your name in the family registry as his eldest son. That should cause you quite a lot of trouble if you were to attempt the first method. Then again, Mr. Tim, you should not forget your status as a war prisoner of Count Cabrae. And we, the Norton family, has managed to defeat the Count's forces, so we have the rightful claim to the spoils of the battle. In theory, we have all the right to kill you or sell you to a slave trader, unless you are able to pay a suitable ransom for your freedom like other nobles would should they be captured. And when it comes to the obligation between nobles to look out for each other, Mr. Tim, do you really understand what that entails? That clause only applies when the neighboring nobles of a region get attacked by invaders or waves of magical beasts. And as it stands now, I am a noble from a different nation entirely. Even if you were a noble, there's completely no obligation for me to lend you a hand. Heck, I can even have your head lopped off and offer it to my senior noble for a reward because you're from a different nation. Your excuse of wanting to help us resist the Count is also really pathetic, you know that. The middle-aged man was currently shivering and sweating all over. Back then, the moment he called himself the successor of Viscount Tabri, the citizens of the Dominion would instantly bend to his will and not offer any sign of resistance. Even when he was captured, he still had some degree of influence among the other prisoners there. He did not expect that his self-proclaimed status of heir would be instantly torn down by a true noble within moments. Lorist merely walked around that man and examined him carefully before saying, Mr. Tim, personally, I don't care if you're trying to impersonate a noble or whether you're really the Viscount's son. It's a good thing to have ambition, it helps motivate one to strive hard for one's goals. If you can offer a favor of equivalent value to me, then I will forgive your ignorant transgressions. However, if you think that you'll be able to take from me without offering anything in return, then I will really have to consider how I should punish a charlatan like you. Should I hang you or behead you? You're free to make the choice. Tim instantly slumped limply to the ground as he recalled how his father, Viscount Tabri, so casually ordered someone to be beaten to death with a gentle and smiling expression, as well as how his other brothers, who were the legitimate sons of the Tabri family, caned some of the Dominion's citizens to death for having startled their mounts. From a young age, he had been taught how to live his life humbly given his status as an illegitimate son, and slowly gain his father's trust to become an official in the Dominion by his mother, who was one of the Count's maidservants. He was also instructed to take advantage of his status as the illegitimate son of the Viscount to glean some advantages for himself from the dumb common folk. But when his father and brothers were all killed by Count Cabrai's forces, he was struck with the sudden revelation that he was the only person who still carried the blood of the Viscount. Even though he hadn't received any etiquette lessons for nobles nor awakened his battle force, he had been allowed to learn how to read and write as he had gained the favor of his father. But his hardships didn't stop him from building his reputation as the sole heir of the Viscount among the Dominion's citizens, and he capitalized on his experience and wit from his days as a traveling merchant, as well as his skills as an orator, to form an insurgent force by recruiting the citizens of the war-torn land, and had managed to erect a stronghold within the western mountains. However, that all ended when the Count's forces crushed his own and made him their captive. Originally thinking that there would be nothing more waiting for him other than death, he was quite surprised to discover that the powerful rebel sweeping forces would actually be defeated by a convoy's military escort, thereby liberating him from his predicament. After having his fill of food on the night of the camp's occupation, he went around to ask about the convoy and suddenly realized the potential benefits he could gain from that opportunity. He thought that the moment he introduced himself as the heir of the Viscount, the master of the convoy would treat him like a person of exalted status and adhere to his every request. At that time, he had already thought up a number of proposals and even planned to use the convoy to crush Count Cabrai, and fantasized about his glorious return to the Viscount's dominion with a large military force and become the noble that everyone admired and respected. But when Lorist prompted him to choose the way in which he would be put to death, all those fantasies vaporized within an instant. So this is what a real noble is like. Sociable, yet cruel, and having subordinates that would be willing to do anything for him, unlike my own, who can only be swayed by fear or the promise of a reward. To Tim, Lorist reminded him of the fearful side of his father that had the life of the common folk at his fingertips. Shriveling up on the ground and crying out loud, Tim pleaded, "Sir, please have mercy on me. I shouldn't have ever dreamed about gaining the title for myself. Please spare this pathetic life of mine. To you, I am but an existence that only compares to that of an ant. I'm not worth your attention at all." Lorist took a step back and said, "Please get up, Mr. Tim. If you would like to become a noble, you should at least have some degree of self-respect. No noble would ever humiliate oneself like what you just did. A proper noble would never submit to anyone, even in the face of certain death. Perhaps, you have misunderstood my intentions. I've mentioned that I don't care whether you're the Viscount's son or not. What I want to know is, what status were you assuming when you made that request of me?" Seeing the dumbfounded look on the kneeling man, Lorist gave a bitter laugh before proceeding with his explanation. "Mr. Tim, if you think that you will be able to get what you came for without any reciprocation, then I can kill you for being a fraud and liar, because that act would have insulted the Norton family name. You should know that nobles hate nothing more than petty tricks and being insulted." Tim felt a chill down his spine and once again had a flashback of the moment he witnessed his father ordering for a fisherman to be hanged for attempting to hide his catch in order to avoid paying his fair share of tax. That fisherman lost his life just because he dared to try to trick the Viscount. He could clearly recall what his father had said back in the day, "I don't really care about the fish you were trying to hide from me. But I can definitely not forgive those who dare to lie to my face." Tim nodded in agreement to Lorist's previous statement. "Mr. Tim, if you're not approaching me as a conman but as a noble, then I should offer you a helping hand as well. However, nobles don't give their help without expecting anything in return. Are you prepared to pay the price for my assistance?" Lorist asked. "I can help you form an army, take the Dominion back for you, and even give you the proper training and lessons necessary on the customs and traditions of nobles so that you will act and behave like one and not embarrass yourself in front of other nobles. However, this will not come cheap, Mr. Tim, Lorist said. I have some money and supplies that I can offer you for your help. Tim was gradually getting the drift of what Lorist was hinting at, and he was even more excited after Lorist said that he would provide him with the training necessary to become a proper noble, or at least, behave like one. That's the spirit, Mr. Tim. It's great that you intend to cooperate with me. However, can you tell me where you would get the money and supplies from as payment for my assistance? Tim then told Lorist with absolute honesty about the location of the funds and resources he had. He mentioned that when Count Cabra's initial assault began, Viscount de Brie had brought Tim along with him to bury a stash of gold coins in a secret location so that he would one day be able to use it to regain his power. He also instructed Tim to not return to the castle and head to the areas within the dominion that had yet to be taken over to move the food and supplies to a cave within the mountains which he had discovered when he went out on a hunting trip with Tim. It was an abandoned bear cave that only the two of them knew of. Having carried out the Viscount's instructions properly, he returned to the dominion only to find that the castle had already been taken over and the Viscount as well as all the rest of his family had all been put to death. Tim said that there were almost tens of thousands of imperial gold coins as well as enough food to last 3,000 people for up to 6 months. Looking at the map, Lorist noticed that the hiding place that Tim told him about was only 1 day's worth of travel away. He then called Reedy to bring Els over and instructed him to bring Pat, Tim, and several other soldiers to head to that location to bring the gold coins and supplies back to the camp. Before they left, Lorist wished them a smooth journey and promised Tim that he would arrange for someone to start the etiquette training when he got back. When he returned to the large tent, Reedy came up to him and reported, "My lord, Knight Jisk has come over with a group of people and has requested to meet with you." Chapter 67 Jisk's Wish. Upon seeing Jisk, Lorist noticed that he looked rather haggard glum. There were a large group of people behind him numbering around 400 people of ages ranging from their mid-teens to their 50s. Every one of them held makeshift weapons or farming tools in their hands. "My lord, I have let your expectations down," said Jisk humbly before he saluted. Lorist laughed and said, "Don't worry about it. The tide of battle is really hard to predict, so accidents like these really can't be blamed on you. Moreover, we have troubled you so much to go all the way there and back. So let's cut the pleasantries short and enter the camp first. We'll talk after we get you something warm to eat." The aromatic smell of cooked meat wafted around the camp. Charade had ordered to have the dead mounts of the pike cavalry to be skinned and cooked in a big cauldron into stew, providing a hearty serving of meat for all within the convoy. Upon hearing what Lorist had just said and taking a whiff of the mouth-watering smell of food, Jisk's men instantly let out a loud cheer as their stomachs growled aloud. Embarrassed, Jisk said, "My lord, to be honest, we haven't eaten for the past day. Everyone's pushed to the brink of hunger already." The near 400 men settled down in the camp pretty quickly after 30 or so tents were set up in the northwestern section. After that, Shadecamp had someone bring over some horse meat and potato stew for them to fill their stomachs with. Within the tent, Jisk could be seen wolfing down his food. He almost instantly finished the whole bowl of horse meat stew and the tens of pieces of bread Reedy had brought for him. After having his fill, he started to recount his experience after returning to the stronghold. Among the insurgents who fought against Count Cabrai, Jisk could be considered as a rather influential person with almost 700 men under his command and a total of 2,000 people including the soldiers' family members. However, he didn't have the intention of setting up his own stronghold and instead chose to let the family members stay at the largest stronghold, the Hidden Bull stronghold, while he led the soldiers to cause trouble for the Count, enabling him to be one of the most active insurgent groups in the area. The recent skirmish between the Hidden Bull stronghold and the Count's forces had caused Jisk to lose nearly half of his own men and drove him to try to burn the supplies of the Count in an act of desperation, resulting in him getting acquainted with Lorist. When he left the convoy to rally up the other insurgent groups, he had imagined that they would be thrilled to join the war effort. However, when he arrived at the western mountain area, he was only met with rejection and ridicule. To the people living in the mountains, the fact that the Count's rebel sweeping corps had left the mountains was already considered a victory for them. They believed that they should take advantage of the peace that was to come to rest up instead of provoking the rebel sweeping corps, lest they once again fall into their sights. They even suggested to Jisk to let the convoy and the Count's forces wipe each other out. Some of them even suspected Jisk for entering into a secret agreement with the convoy. Otherwise, why would he bother asking the rest of them to attack the Count's forces? Given that they had struggled so hard just to protect their strongholds from the rebel sweeping corps, to take the initiative to attack them was like knocking an egg against a rock. And some others even hoped that the convoy and the Count's forces would mutually obliterate one another so that they will be able to take advantage of the whole situation. Given that Jisk had told them about the size of the convoy, they inferred that it would definitely own a huge amount of resources that would instantly make them filthy rich. Toiling away for 3 whole days at the mountains to try to negotiate with the insurgents, Jisk ended up heavily disappointed that nobody bothered to join his cause to aid the convoy in attacking the enemy's main camp. To make matters worse, the leader of the Hidden Bull stronghold invited Jisk over and told him that they would no longer be able to sustain the 2,000 family members of the soldiers and Jisk's men due to the losses they sustained during the recent skirmish with the Count's forces, and suggested that they either join the stronghold and survive on some meager amount of rations until spring the year after, or bring them away from the stronghold to find other means of survival. Jisk was angered beyond belief, as that signified that the Hidden Bull stronghold intended to take advantage of Jisk to make up for their own losses without even taking into account their contributions in resisting the Count's forces. In fact, the stronghold did not lack any supplies at all, as they had obtained 2/3 of the supplies pillaged from the Count's warehouse that was just recently conquered by Jisk's forces. The prideful Jisk instantly exposed the lies of the stronghold's leader and left with his men that very night. After that, he brought them to another stronghold within the mountains that had been ravaged by the Count's forces. Jisk was starting to feel a headache welling up when he saw the pained and crying old people and children, as well as the 100 or so injured men. The mere thought of the leaders of the Western Mountain insurgents caused him to grit his teeth in anger. These short-sighted, ambitionless bastards who only dare to hide in their little corner will never be able to help me avenge my family. They are completely satisfied with staying at the strongholds for the rest of their lives within the mountains. When he recalled his arrangement with Lorist and the way the stronghold leaders treated him, for the first time in his life, Jisk felt like rushing into battle and dying to end it all. That was why he left all of his rations with the women and children at the abandoned stronghold and rushed all the way to the encampment with 300 of his able-bodied men to the camp. He thought that as long as the convoy was still fighting with the Count's rebel sweeping corps, he would sacrifice himself and do whatever damages he could to the enemy to fulfill his promise with Lorist. However, when he arrived at the battlefield with an empty stomach, the fight had already ended for 2 whole days. At that moment, Jisk instantly regretted that he had spent so much time to convince the stronghold leaders to no avail. Lorist gave him a brief summary of the battle that had occurred and said that the convoy was only able to obtain victory due to a series of unlikely coincidences. After that, Lorist suggested that Jisk move his men and their family members to this camp, as the convoy would leaving in the next 2 days, citing the reason that the camp was much easier to defend and incredibly hard to besiege, with ample land for farming as well. He said that as long as he occupied the camp, his days in the future would be much easier and he wouldn't have to face the likes of the mountain insurgents ever again. If Jisk was willing to do as he suggested, Lorist said that he would have some of his carriages help out with the moving and even leave enough equipment and supplies for them. After considering it deeply, he shook his head and turned down Lorist's goodwill and gave a response that greatly shocked him. "My lord, I would like to join the convoy and follow you up to the north. However, when we arrive at your homeland and dominion, I will come back here after everything is settled down to kill the Count and all his illegitimate sons before returning to serve you completely." Lorist wondered why Jisk would end up at that decision, as well as his history with the Count. Jisk sighed and said, "My lord, I'm truly, very tired. I really gave it a lot of thought on the way here, and I realized that I may not be as good a leader as I had hoped. I even ignored the feelings of my own men to go through such lengths to resist the Count due to a personal vendetta. After all this time they took me as their leader, I still can't give them and their families the care they deserve. I only realized all my mistakes when I led these men away from the hidden bull stronghold. I really have wronged the warriors who have fallen in battle under my command for not being able to provide their families with a sustainable and peaceful environment to live in. I really can't do it. My lord, I'm really grateful that you were willing to give the camp to us. But I understand that even if we were to stay here for the time being, we wouldn't be able to avoid the inevitable conflict and battles that are to come. That's why I would like to entrust you with my men so that they can have a peaceful life when they reach the Northlands. I believe that you will definitely be able to let them have the comfortable and blissful life that they deserve. After that, he told Lorist about why he hated the Count so much. To Lorist, it all seemed like a children's tale of happiness as well as one of revenge. Jisk's father was a gold-ranked knight who had left his newlywed wife around 20 years ago to answer the call to arms of the Empire to resist the invasion of the trade union, only to die on the battlefield and never return. After Jisk was given birth to, his mother soon left the world from a sickness that has ailed her since she had gotten wind of her husband's death. Orphaned from young, he had only managed to survive thanks to the goodwill of his neighbors. During one fateful day when he was 12, he managed to save Baron O'Matter from a raging wild boar and was brought back to the castle of the thankful Baron. Among the landed nobles in the area, Baron O'Matter was considered to be an eccentric person. First, he was extremely devoted and never had any illegitimate children nor affairs with his maidservants and has remained single after his wife passed away and lived with his precious daughter ever since. Additionally, the Baron also had a great relationship with the citizens of his dominion and rarely punished them for no good reason and usually laughed it off when anyone committed a simple mistake. He would even distribute food and clothing to his citizens during festivities, earning him the reputation of the most benevolent noble in the area. After understanding Jisk's family history, the Baron decided to adopt him and trained him strictly in hopes that one day he would become a gold-ranked knight like his father. Jisk himself also trained zealously and successfully became a one-star gold knight who was well versed with the bow and arrow under the Baron's tutelage at the age of 24. During the 14 years Jisk lived at the Baron's castle, the Baron's daughter also gradually grew up and the two of them fell in love to nobody's surprise. The Baron was extremely pleased with the relationship and let his daughter get engaged with Jisk and said that they would officially become husband and wife when his daughter reached 20 years old. Up to that point, the whole story seemed like it came right out of a children's storybook. However, on the day when Jisk was supposed to get married to his lover, the Count sent someone to request the Baron's daughter's hand in marriage for one of his illegitimate sons. During that time, the Baron was incredibly furious and chased the messenger away. Who knew that right after that, Count Cobrae and his army invaded the Baron's dominion and surrounded the whole castle and declared war with the Baron using the excuse that the act of chasing away his messenger was a grave insult to his status. The castle that was prepared for a wedding ceremony was naturally not a match for the Count's army and was breached within 2 short hours. Jisk, who was defending the castle at the front lines, had ended up severely injured and only managed to survive from having been rescued by his subordinates. On his trip away from the castle, he regained consciousness for a moment and witnessed a scene that he would never forget. The castle that he had lived in for the last 14 years had been set on fire with black fumes rising high up into the sky, with his betrothed plunging to her death from the highest floor of the castle in her snow-white gown. Jisk let out an inhuman shriek before falling back into the indifferent embrace of unconsciousness. It took another half a year before he completely recovered from his injuries and infiltrated the Count's mansion in an attempt to kill the Count and his illegitimate son. However, of the 3 arrows he had managed to unleash, 2 of them managed to take the illegitimate son's lives while the third only hit the Count's shoulder. After that incident, he was under constant pursuit of the Count's forces. Due to his seething hatred for the Count, he eventually formed an insurgent group that aspired to cause as much trouble to the Count as possible. In the middle of telling his story, Jisk broke down into tears and suddenly knelt in front of Lorist. He said that if Lorist was willing to help him take revenge, he would definitely accept him as his lord and will be willing to serve the Norton family for life. Quickly helping Jisk up from the floor, Lorist expressed that he had always admired Jisk's skills and said that he would definitely be glad if Jisk was willing to serve him. However, he said that he couldn't agree to exterminating the Count lightly, as the main objective of the convoy was to head to the Northlands and the whole convoy's well-being will be affected by that decision. However, he assured that the convoy's travel plans was still not set and he would definitely see how he can help out if it was within his abilities, as the Norton family also had a grudge against the Count for killing off their merchant convoy. After that, Jisk finally calmed down and was led by Reedy to a nearby tent for some rest. After all, even a gold-ranked knight would be exhausted after traveling such a long distance without food or sleep. Lorist stroked his chin as he drowned himself in his thoughts. He strongly believed that Jisk would be a great addition to his forces and would make a stellar subordinate. However, he had to fulfill his wish and exterminate the Count and his family in order for that to happen. I suddenly feel like I'm in an RPG game. The gold-ranked marksman Jisk is like a quest reward for exterminating the Count. Alright then, let's think hard about how I can complete this quest, mused Lorist to himself as he sat down on a desk and started analyzing the map of the area. Chapter 68 Strategizing. When Charade, Potter Fang, Terman, Yuri, and Lowe's hurried over, they saw Reedy bringing a few of the surrendered garrison troops out of the tent. Upon entering the large tent, they noticed several maps, large and small, were littered all over the place, as well as a table that had half of its surface occupied by beast skin books that were marked with all sorts of symbols by Lorist. "What are you doing?" asked Charade curiously as he approached. After looking at it for some time, he still couldn't understand what Lorist was trying to achieve. On the other hand, Potter Fang instantly had a hunch about what was going on. These look like the distribution of soldiers and supply lines. Upon hearing what Potter Fang had said, Charade looked back at the side and got a shocking realization. "Are you planning to take on Count Cabri?" Lorist nodded and took out a small map and circled a part of it. "Look, this is the Count's area of influence." He subsequently drew a single line outside the circle and said, "This is the path that we were going to take, and it just so happens to circumvent that area of influence. If we manage to travel up to 35 kilometers a day, it'll take us around 12 to 14 days to leave this area. However, we'll only be passing through the wilderness or the places where the Count's forces have ravaged, and that would make it hard for us to resupply and do business. But if we take this route," Lorist drew another line that passed through the circle and continued, "it'll only take us 7 days, and it's far more convenient for us to procure resources along the way. However, the precondition of using this route is that we have to first defeat Count Cabri." "Then, have you thought of how you would go about achieving that?" asked Charade. "Nope. I've just got the Count's garrison troops over and questioned them about the situation at hand. I do have some thoughts about it, but I'm not sure how the Count would respond to our actions, so I'm not too confident if that's the best way," said Lorist as he shook his head. He then took out a book and placed it on the table. "You guys should join me in planning this too. After all, I can only consider so many scenarios by myself." "Reedy, get me the Kirov War Chess set," Lorist said. Kirov War Chess was a war game created by the General Kirov from the Roman Empire about 100 years ago. Lorist felt that it was quite similar to the modern chess back in his world. However, the chessboard was more similar to that of Monopoly board game rather than the traditional checkerboard. "Count Cabri has a new city in development that is modeled after the capital called Guldo City," said Lorist as he pointed towards the book he placed on the table before he put 2 cavalry chess pieces and 4 infantry chess pieces atop the book. Currently, Guldo City has 2 cavalry companies and 1 garrison regiment defending it. It is worth noting that one of the pike cavalry companies as well as 2 companies within the garrison regiment were only recently formed and don't have any real battle prowess. According to the surrendered troops, the Count only has 1 personal guard made up of a squad with members that are at least at the iron rank equipped with heavy armor to look out for his safety. After that, Lorist placed a plate onto the table and put a cavalry and infantry chess piece each onto the plate. William Miles Castle is defended by a cavalry company and another garrison company, and the soldiers number almost 1,000 in total. Even though the Allied noble armies that are currently in a conflict with the Count have around 4,000 men, they're still gradually being pushed into a corner by the Count's forces and are currently passively defending themselves. What a useless bunch! Casually commenting on the allied noble armies, Lorist put down another cup on the table and placed an infantry chess piece within. Over here is Burdock Bastide, which is situated within the Count's original territory, and there is a company of garrison troops stationed there. Now, pay attention to Guldos City, William Isles Castle, and Burdock Bastide. If you connect all 3 points to each other, you get a triangular shape. So, if one side is attacked, the other two will be able to go back it up as quickly as possible. Unless our forces far outnumber that of the Count's, we will not be able to take down the forces stationed at William Isles Castle and Burdock Bastide to reach Guldos City. Fortunately for us, the Pike Cavalry Company and Garrison Regiment that were supposed to be stationed at Burdock Bastide has already been annihilated by us, and they only have one company of garrison troops sent there from William Isles Castle stationed there. Taking into account that the Pike Cavalry from the rebel sweeping forces have also been wiped out by us, their forces have weakened quite a lot and no longer pose much of a threat to us. What I have in mind is we take the opportunity when Burdock Bastide is only weakly defended by a single garrison company and disguise ourselves as insurgent forces and start causing trouble in the dominion of the Count to lure him to deploy his soldiers from Guldos City so that we can occupy the city post-haste. As long as we manage to get Guldos City and Burdock Bastide within our control, the Count's foundation will have crumbled and there will be no way he can rise up to power again. Milord, your plan sounds really viable. Why, then, are you hesitating to do so? Asked Potter Fang. It's mainly because we still don't exactly have enough soldiers to gain a victory without incurring a heavy loss at the same time. If that were the case, not only would we lose the control over the situation, we might also get attacked by others who are preying on the convoy. That is why I'm currently trying to come out with some way to minimize the losses our forces will incur. If only we can somehow get rid of another Pike Cavalry Company, said Lorist with a bitter laugh. But milord, I think that our forces are more than enough to handle the Count's army. Why do you say otherwise? Asked Loz curiously. We have to consider the security of the convoy as well and cannot send all our forces without leaving some behind. After doing some calculations, I found that we can only afford to dispatch 3 Pike Infantry Companies, 1 Heavy Armored Cavalry Company and the Caro Ballista Squad as well as the Night Brigade. We have to leave behind 1 Heavy Armored Cavalry Company and 2 Pike Infantry Companies to be able to ensure the convoy's safety. With the Constable Squad having to remain to regulate the convoy and the Camp Guard Company being in charge of watching the war prisoners, even if we were to draw some forces from those units, we would only have 2,000 extra men give or take. And Yuri's light cavalry scouts will have to leave a squad behind to patrol the surrounding area and can only spare 3 squads to join our main attacking force and 2 more squads for the group that will ambush Guldos City. We also have to consider how the Count will respond to our movements. If he hears that insurgents have come to attack his dominion, then he might possibly deploy all his forces, meaning that he will send 2 companies of Pike Cavalry and the Garrison Regiment of Guldos City, a staggering number of 3,000 people, to exterminate the insurgents. If we include the nobles that have allied with him, he can easily raise an army of around 5,000 people. That's why I'm worried that we will suffer heavy losses if we fight head-on with his main force, explained Lorist patiently. Lorist gave a long sigh and said, actually, I was considering using the opportunity provided to us by the defeat of the Count's Pike Cavalry to prompt the insurgents to cause trouble in the Count's dominion when Jisk said that he would rally them from the western mountains to attack the enemy's main camp and give the Count no choice but to deploy his troops. That way, we can focus our forces to deal with the disorganized enemy and use the insurgents as our scapegoat to lessen our casualties as well. Who would have expected that the insurgents would be so cowardly and not dare to take any risks? That's why Nightjisk felt disillusioned and came over with his men to join our side. Lorist then briefly told the rest about the history between Nightjisk and Count Corby. I would really appreciate a gold-ranked talent like Jisk and would definitely love to have him join the ranks of the Norton family knights. That's why I'm so eager to wipe out the Count to avenge the family's merchant convoy while fulfilling Jisk's wish at the same time. That's also the main reason why I'm sitting here going through the maps and trying to formulate a plan that will entrap the Count's forces and avoid going into direct confrontation with them. Nightjisk really is a devoted man. It's nothing but good news if he intends to join us. We should definitely help him out, said Charade sympathetically after hearing about Jisk's experience. But Lord Locke, you seem to have missed out on an important piece of information. What is that about? Asked Lorist. Yesterday when Els was questioning the surrendered garrison troops, I overheard one of the soldiers saying that when they received news at the Western Mountains about the occupation of the camp, the illegitimate son that was in command sent some pike cavalrymen back to Count Cabrae to report that incident before ordering for them to go take the camp back, bringing along the captive youths with them. Given that it takes 4 days to travel from the Western Mountains to Burdock Bastide, Count Cabrae will only receive the report of the camp's occupation by today and will still think that the rebel sweeping corps is in the process of recapturing the camp. Lord Locke, what you missed was how the Count would behave given that he had only received the news of the occupation today, said Charade. Hey! Lorist's eyes instantly brightened. If I were Count Corby, upon receiving the report and taking into account the less than ideal snowy weather for the past 2 days, I will definitely worry about the rebel sweeping corps. I will send them some reinforcements straight away, and the fastest unit that is available to me is the Pike Cavalry Company. It will take them around 4 days to travel to this camp by horse from Guldo City, which is to say, the Count's reinforcements will arrive within 3 to 4 days. We still have a chance to take out their Pike Cavalry. That's correct. Also, didn't Nightjisk mention that some of his men's family members are still at the abandoned stronghold? We should go there openly to escort them back and spread the news of the Pike Cavalry's demise while we're at it. Even if they don't believe us, they will definitely send someone to check out the situation for themselves. We can then invite the people they send to witness us defeating the incoming Pike Cavalry Company and tell them that without the Pike Cavalry, the Count's might will effectively be halved and there is no better opportunity to raid the Count's dominion like now. I believe that the insurgents will definitely spare no expense and send out all the forces they can muster to the Count's dominion. When the insurgents throw the dominion into chaos, we can then sneak our way to conquer Burdock Bastide. Or, if the Count decides to send his main force over there, we can have the insurgents' forces keep them busy and secretly send our elites to ambush Guldo City, added Charade. Good, that is exactly what we'll do, said Lorist excitedly with both his fists clasped. Reedy, we have no time to waste. Quickly invite Nightjisk over. After giving Reedy that order, Lorist looked at Charade, Yuri, Turman, Potterfang, and Lowe's and suddenly felt that something was off. Oh, you all came together at the same time. Is there something I should know? The gang suddenly remembered why they came to Lorist in the first place. Charade laughed bitterly and said, "My lord, the reorganization plans that you have drafted were mostly carried out smoothly. The only issue is the lack of war horses. The various units have already started quarreling over the remaining war horses we have right now." According to Charade, the convoy originally only had more than 700 war horses. They obtained a few dozen after raiding Viscount Mester's castle as well. Coupled with the 2,000 war horses obtained after eliminating the rebel sweeping corps, the total number of war horses they had was still less than 3,000. Based on Lorist's reorganization plan, a total of 4,000 horses would be needed, and that did not include the mounts needed by the camp guard and the constable unit. Currently, Turman, Yuri, Potterfang and Lowe's had already argued day and night over it and finally settled to go to Lorist for a solution. Lorist laughed out loud before continuing, "There isn't a need to quarrel over something like that. Just endure it for the moment. Don't we have some people sending horses to our doorstep in another 4 to 5 days? How shameless for you to be arguing over something so trivial like this. When we defeat Count Cabrae's forces, we will have all the horses we want." What Lorist was referring to was the reinforcements sent by the Count. Given that each cavalryman had 2 mounts, the convoy would definitely not be short on those by the time they defeat the reinforcements. After that, Jisk entered the tent with Reedy and overheard about the lack of horses. He said, "My lord, if you are willing to trade weapons and equipment with the insurgents in the western mountains, I estimate that you will be able to get around 600 war horses." Lorist nodded and said, "That's good. I'll be counting on you for that." After that, he briefed Jisk on the plans they had gone through just now. Surprised and delighted, Jisk said, "My lord, are you really going to exterminate Count Kabri?" "That's right," said Lorist. "Since we have already destroyed so many of his troops, we might as well finish the job thoroughly and uproot the foundation of his power, lest he cause more trouble for us in the future." "My lord, it is my pleasure to be in your service," said Jisk as he deeply bowed to Lorist. Chapter 69 The battle begins. "My lord, we've returned," said Pat as he entered the large tent with Els and Tim. "Oh, you're back. Reedy, ask Charade and Shadecamp to come over. Oh, don't forget Dulles as well," said Lorist as he rubbed his face to refresh himself. He did not have any sleep last night as he was planning hard on how to minimize his losses in the upcoming fight against the Count's Pike Cavalry Company that was en route to reinforce the rebel sweeping corps. "Sit down. Was the journey smooth?" "Pat, get Mr. Tim some Max, I've been smelling its fragrant smell since this morning when Reedy was making it," said Lorist. Charade and Shadecamp came over quickly and Lorist had them do an inventory check and record on the food and money that has just been brought over. Without delay, Charade came back into the tent with a cheerful expression and said, "My lord, there are 100,000 kilograms worth of refined flour." "Hey? Mr. Tim, why does Viscount Tabri have so much of that?" asked Lorist. Tim stood up and bowed before he said, "My lord, the 100,000 kilograms of refined flour is made from 2 years' worth of produce from the Viscount's land. The crop has been converted to flour for ease of trading. Every 2 years, there will be a merchant convoy that goes to the Viscount's dominion to purchase that flour for a price of around 1,000 gold fords. I have been in charge of dealing with the merchants all this time." "Oh, so that was the case. With this stock of refined flour, we can loosen up the rationing of the supplies of the convoy by quite a bit. Mr. Tim, thank you for this. Rest assured that I won't take your things for free and will purchase them according to market price," said Lorist as he nodded in satisfaction. Dulles then entered the tent and saluted to Lorist. Lorist asked him to wait for a while because he had something he needed Dulles to do later. Subsequently, Shadecamp came into the tent with a large book and reported to Lorist, "My lord, within those 7 large chests, there is a total of 17,000 gold Ford ES as well American Samoa 11000 Imperial gold coins. Mr. Tim, as the heir of Viscount Tabri, I believe that 1,000 gold Fords will be quite suitable as the ransom for your freedom given your status as a prisoner of war. The remaining gold coins will be taken care of by our convoy for the time being until you officially inherit your title and your expenses will be deducted from the figure. We will definitely return what remains of that sum to you when the time comes. Are you okay with that arrangement?" asked Lorist towards Tim. Tim deeply bowed and said, "My lord, let's handle everything at your discretion." "Good, that's a wise decision. Mr. Tim, how many men do you have in your command at the moment?" asked Lorist. I'm not too sure about this myself. There should be around 600 people. I should probably ask Knight Gemmers about the exact number," said Tim without confidence. "Knight Gemmers? Who's that?" Tim quickly explained to Lorist that Knight Gemmers was a 2-star silver-ranked knight that had served the Viscount. Only, his age was rather high at 53 years old and he had a carefree personality and frequently commented on the Viscount's way of handling things without holding back, thus making him not favoured by the Viscount. Had it not been for the fact that his family was a long line of knights that served the Tabri family, the Viscount would have sacked him long ago. Consequently, he was sent to guard the refined flour business with Tim and was also the one that helped Tim to move the stock of refined flour to a secret location. When he realized that the Viscount and his family had all been wiped out upon returning to the castle, he quickly took Tim as his lord and made an oath to secure the Tabri family line throughout the generations. He also played a large part in rallying the citizens of the Viscount's dominion to join Tim's insurgent force. Given that Tim had passed the order to surrender when the rebel sweeping corps broke through their stronghold, the force of the stronghold had not diminished by much. After being saved as a result of the convoy's occupation of the camp, the people under Tim's stronghold gathered together with several others from neighboring insurgent forces and quickly formed a group of 600 men. However, Tim said that he wasn't well versed when it came to military matters and left it all to Nightgemer's jurisdiction. "How about this, Mr. Tim? I will find your men later and provide them with some equipment. You can then go over to the camp of the rebel sweeping corps that we have just taken to set up your own camp. I will allow you to use the flag of the Tabri family. After that, send some people who are good with words to the western mountains to spread the news of our victory over the Count's forces and encourage the insurgents to join the war effort. Tell them that they will not only be able to cripple the Count forever but also make a good haul by raiding his dominion, and that the things they manage to obtain will remain in their possession. After your unit receives the weapons, have Nightgemer start their training before you return to start your noble etiquette lessons. Dulles, let me introduce Mr. Tim to you. He is Viscount Tabri's heir. Due to certain reasons, he wasn't given training for noble customs and etiquette. I understand that you have been a temporary instructor for the etiquette course for the Dawn Academy when we were still at Moronti City. I am now entrusting Mr. Tim's training to you. Make sure to turn him to a prim and proper noble within the shortest time possible, understand?" instructed Loris to Dulles. "Yes, my lord," acknowledged Dulles. He then turned to Tim and said, "Come on, Mr. Tim. I will observe your behavior and start correcting you when you carry out the assignments given to you by our lord. The training has already begun." When Dulles left with Tim, Loris said to Charade and Potter Fang, "Make a new account for Tim's gold coins as well as the food he brought back and give him a copy of that as well. Tell him that if he needs anything, he can claim it from the main camp and the expenses will be deducted from his account. When allocating equipment to his men, use the ones obtained from the garrison troops that surrendered to us and sell it to him at a rate of 70% of the market price. As for the resources he will require to set up a new camp, sell it at a normal market rate. You too, while it's okay to sell it to him at a slight profit, don't go overboard." Charade started laughing out loud and said, "I was just considering whether I should raise the price by a few times, but it was shot down by you immediately." "Oh well. Shadekampf, we'll do as your young master says and sell the weapons and equipment with a 30% discount and charge a normal price for the supplies Tim will need. I'll leave it to you." "Yes," said Shadekampf as he hurriedly left the tent. The only ones who currently remained within the large tent was Lorist, Charade, Els, Pat and Reedy. Pat couldn't withhold his curiosity anymore and decided to ask Lorist, "My lord, why were you so lenient with Mr. Tim and even bothered to help him become a noble? Isn't it a little too much to assist a con like him? If this were the Northlands, he would have his head lobbed off and displayed to the public for attempting to impersonate a noble." Loris laughed and said, "Pat, whether Mr. Tim is a conman or not is not up to us to decide. It is not completely unprecedented for a family to be inherited by an illegitimate child. If we were at the Northlands, I would definitely kill him and swallow up his dominion just as most other nobles would. However, we are now in the Red Lee's kingdom and the Northlands are thousands of kilometers away. Why would I bother to take something that I won't be able to benefit from? Killing Mr. Tim does not profit us in any way. On the other hand, if we give him the appropriate nurturing and let him become a bona fide noble with an army to be commended within the area, then he would owe us a favor. In the future, whenever we have anything we need help with, we know who to look for. Understand now?" Charade also offered his opinion on the matter. Also, helping Mr. Tim form his own army will also serve as a reminder to the insurgent forces as to whether they should become our friend or foe. If they ally with us like Mr. Tim did, we will provide them with weapons and equipment and help them gain their dominions back. If they go against us, then we will not show them a shred of mercy and wipe them all out. The important thing is that we don't lack funds nor equipment but rather people who would be willing to purchase the gear from us. That's why we didn't prey on Mr. Tim's gold and food. As long as we show ourselves to be fair and trustworthy, we will naturally be able to attract some of the insurgent forces to do business with us. Just as Charade has stated, ever since Tim brought his men to set up camp under the banner of the Debris family and after Jisk brought the family members of his subordinates back from the mountains in a grand and public fashion, coupled with the men Tim sent to spread the news about the Count's rebel sweeping corps' demise, the insurgent forces have started sending people to the convoy to trade for weapons and equipment. Charade has managed to exchange many unused items for war horses in a short period of time due to the fair prices and quantity of the weapons offered, temporarily alleviating the desperate lack of mounts the convoy faced. As for the ones who came to trade their war horses for food, they were rejected by Charade with the reason that the convoy themselves were also lacking in that resource. However, Charade invited the insurgent forces to plunder the Count's dominion after the defeat of the Count's reinforcements that were on their way. Even though the representatives of the insurgents were rather dubious of the invitation, they still left some of their people to monitor the situation to ascertain whether the convoy was really going to take out the Count's reinforcements. After another 2 days, Yuri sent someone to report that Count Cabra's reinforcements have finally been spotted. As expected, they were a company of pike cavalrymen that were escorting tens of other carriages that seemed to be transporting some supplies. It seemed that the reinforcements had traveled at a rather slow pace for the past 6 days and it would take another day for them to reach the camp. Lorist had originally expected for them to arrive within 4 to 5 days. The process of surrounding and ambushing the Count's forces proceeded without much difficulty. When the pike cavalry company noticed that they had been surrounded from all sides, Nightjisk went all out and showed off his divine marksmanship in front of everyone by taking down 3 of the silver-rank commanders of the company with only 3 arrows. After the battle, it was discovered that 2 of the commanders were the illegitimate children of Count Cabrai. Nightjisk had managed to inch ever so closer to his goal of revenge. After that, Turman's newly formed Night Squad and the heavy armoured cavalry company led by Potter Fang and Lowe's started their assault. The pike cavalrymen who had been travelling in the snowy weather for up to 6 days had no way to resist such a ferocious attack, especially given that their leader had already fallen in the beginning of the battle. It didn't take long before they ceased all resistance and surrendered. After the battle, Lorist and his knights got to know that while their forces only sustained light injuries, the only casualty had been accidentally knocked off his horse by one of their own and stomped to death by a horse in his chest. The other soldiers' injuries were also due to accidental friendly fire while the ones actually hurt by the enemy numbered less than 10. After that report was concluded, Turman, Potter Fang and Lowe's all had faces as red as a baboon's rear and were completely speechless. However, the insurgents who were monitoring the battle did not notice that discrepancy and were completely enthralled by the fearsome manner in which the convoy's forces obliterated that of the Count's. They all came to the realization that the Count had actually lost 3 of his pike cavalry companies as well as 1 regiment and 1 company of garrison troops to the convoy. That meant that the Count only had half of his military might left. Currently, the Count's dominion was akin to a scantily clad and defenseless girl who practically couldn't resist anybody's forced advances. Without much delay, several of the insurgent forces of the Western Mountains quickly sent their troops to gather at the camp, effectively filling it up to the brim. Lorist and Charade called for their leaders and discussed for a whole day, promising that the convoy would support them with their own forces to give the 3,000-strong insurgents a chance to pillage the Count's dominion within the coming days. The first place to fall was the Count's original territory, Burdock Bastide. Within a single day, the Bastide administration had received tens of reports of their citizens or warehouses being plundered by bandits and was thrown into severe disarray. The gold-ranked illegitimate son that was stationed at the Bastide angrily rallied 3 squads of garrison troops in an attempt to squash the impudent bandits who dared to ravage their dominion. When they broke through the ranks of 2 of the insurgent groups, Potter Fang and Lowe's led a company of heavy armoured cavalrymen to the forefront of the battle and completely vaporized the 3 squads of garrison troops, with the head of the gold-ranked illegitimate son severed and paraded around on a pike. Upon seeing the severed head, the last squad that was defending the Bastide chose to surrender and the control of Burdock Bastide was officially transferred to Lorist. "Onward!" shouted Charade on top of a huge and majestic Xeno horse as he waved his horsewhip valiantly. Near 1,000 horse carriages lined up into 4 columns headed out of the camp. Within it, the flag that bore the insignia of the Raging Bear was lowered and a flag that depicted a horseshoe belonging to the Tabri family was raised. After receiving Lorist's report of the Bastide's capture, Charade ordered the convoy to set out for it. Before they left, Charade even transferred the ownership of the camp to Tim for 1,000 gold fords. Tim agreed to that transaction happily as he felt that the strong defensive fortifications of the camp was far better than the ravaged dominion of Viscount Tabri. Having received days of training in noble customs and etiquette, Tim seemed to have a slight air of nobility emanating from him and has started to dress more presentably. With the support of the convoy, he has managed to rally 1,000 young and strong soldiers as well as 2,000 non-combatants under the banner of the Tabri family and had become a force on par to the other insurgents. However, there was one thing that still caused Tim quite a bit of worry: the amount of the money he had entrusted to the convoy was depleting rather quickly. As of now, he was only left with around 10,000 gold fords. This wasn't due to the convoy taking advantage of Tim's funds. In fact, he was extremely grateful for the convoy's help and support as well as the reasonable prices they charged for the items sold to him. His financial issues mainly stemmed from the upkeep required to sustain the thousands of people under him, causing him to eagerly look forward to the day when he can go get a big haul from the Count's dominion. During the latest expedition, he brought 800 of his men to join the convoy's forces and even gave each of them a large bag to take as many valuables as they can. Chapter 70 Troop Deployment. Count Cabrae was fuming with rage as he squeezed yet another golden cup in his hand into a crumpled-up chunk. All his servants didn't dare to take loud breaths lest they end up like that unfortunate Sob the day before, who had returned to the embrace of the Earth Mother Goddess having been struck on the head with a similar chunk that used to be a metal cup that was thrown by the Count after he had accidentally made a loud noise when the Count was irritated from hearing about the bad news. The Count unconsciously squeezed his fist and turned the cup into a plethora of different shapes. He only noticed that the cup had been squeezed into a small golden ball of metal when the jewel inlaid on the cup fell out of his palm. Placing the golden ball on the table, the Count stood up and paced around in frustration before going to the veranda, causing all the servants to let out a breath of relief as nobody was hurt in his presence. Count Cabrae was already 63 years old that year, but he still looked like a strong and healthy middle-aged man. Even though he had been criticized for his bad character among the noble circle, his talent in battle force training was definitely top-notch. Not only was he a 2-star gold rank, he had managed to bring up 17 gold ranks and 38 silver ranks out of all his illegitimate sons. If the Count were at the Moranti city's academy sector, he could use those results to earn himself a gold-ranked battle force instructor badge without much difficulty. Relying heavily on his illegitimate sons, Count Cabrae has managed to expand his territory by quite a huge margin and solidified the Cabrae family's position as the hegemon of the northwestern area of the Red Lees Kingdom. However, just when the rank of a duke was within his reach, his plans had been overturned all of a sudden. How could he not be pissed? Since he first became good friends with the first prince 10 years ago at the capital, the Count has always served him well by disguising his troops as bandits to raid merchant convoys. The Count had sacrificed over 6 gold-ranked and 13 silver-ranked sons in hopes of being granted the title of the Duke of the Northwest by the first price. But that could only be achieved if he manages to make the former nobles of the Chrisan Empire submit to the first prince. The northwestern area of the Red Lees Kingdom was the place where nobles who had military achievements were enfeoffed land. While the nobles there were loyal to the first prince in name, none of them actually took him seriously. When the first prince first raised the flag of rebellion, only a few of them actually joined the war effort enthusiastically. And when it came to taxes and administration, all of the first prince's attempts to raise the taxation rate has been suppressed either openly or secretly by the nobles. The Count understood that his reputation in the Northwest was not that impressive. Back in the day, having a less than ideal reputation as a branch family spawned from a birth outside of wedlock. Not a single noble family wanted to form marriage alliances with the Cabrae family. The first prince had wanted the nobles of the northwestern area to give 20% of their earnings as tax, but the count understood that they would definitely not agree to that proposition. Thus, he resorted to using military force to subdue the nobles, since he believed that the northwestern area would one day become his dominion and the lesser nobles their area there, the better he would fare. How, then, did everything start to go haywire? Count Cabrae stood at the veranda and looked towards the site where the new city was being built that was blanketed by a cloud of dust. The layout of the city before his eyes had been inspired largely by the design of the capital, and he planned to have it be his headquarters when he becomes a duke in the future and use it as the center of administration for the northwestern area. In the past, the count frequently felt proud and full of himself when he witnessed the city's construction from the veranda. Even though life was fleeting, his name and legacy would forever live on in the form of the city and weather through the indifferent passage of time. He had even planned to erect a large statue of him when the main construction of the city was completed and hold the ceremony of his ascension to the title of the duke there. His dream would only require 2 more years to come true. The count grasped both of his fists and steeled his resolve to not allow anyone stop him in his tracks of realizing his long-held desire. The current situation was looking pretty good for the count, as the allied noble armies had been forced into a corner and had no way to resist him whatsoever, as could be seen from the fact that many of the nobles had started writing private letters to him stating that they would be willing to switch sides and obey his orders. And with the gradual increase of the count's power, he had managed to wipe out many of the neighboring nobles and had turned their dominions to uninhabited wastelands that housed no one apart from some insurgent forces or bandits who probably had death wishes. When the count thought about the insurgent forces, he was once again reminded about the merchant convoy that his rebel sweeping corps had attacked out of habit from the old days when they masqueraded as bandits. Until now, they were still entangled with the convoy and seemed to have forgotten his order to capture people from the mountainous strongholds to be used as laborers. The count could never even imagine that the forces he had sent out had been all wiped out. He truly believed that his force, that consisted of 2 companies of pike cavalry and 5 companies of garrison troops, was completely invincible in the northwestern area of the Red Lee's kingdom. He reasoned that his men probably didn't dare to send reports back to him because they were worried that he would be further angered by the fact that they were having a hard time taking back the camp, as the convoy's forces had a defensive advantage. Then again, he had sent yet another company of pike cavalry along with a sizable amount of food and supplies as reinforcements, so he believed that he would receive the good news in a couple more days. He was angry yet curious at the same time about the convoy that spread so far that one couldn't see the end of it from the other end, as reported to him by one of his men who had participated in the second assault on the convoy. Which merchant guild could the convoy belong to? It was glaringly apparent that they did not put the count in any regard from the manner in which they decided to cross his lands unannounced. What he didn't expect was that the entanglement between his rebel sweeping corps and the convoy's forces had given the pests from the western mountains a chance to occupy the Burdock Bastide when his forces were spread thin. That place was the original dominion of the Cabrae family. Had it not been for the reports of the citizens who had evacuated the area, he probably would have been unaware that the Bastide was being ravaged by the insurgent bandits for 5 whole days already. At first, the count didn't believe the report of the citizens at all and even gave them a savage round of caning. However, even under the painful strokes of the cane, the citizens' testaments still stood firm, and they even swore that all of what they said were true. Half believing the reports, the count sent a squad of pike cavalrymen to check the situation out. According to their reports, they had encountered divine marksman Jisk and many other bandits that numbered around a company's worth of men. After engaging in a brutal skirmish with the enemy, only a few of the pike cavalrymen managed to make it back alive. Upon the mention of Jisk, the count felt a chilling sensation on his shoulder where Jisk's arrow had once pierced. Given Jisk's participation, it wasn't hard to guess that the illegitimate sons stationed at Burdock Bastide had met their demise. Based on what the citizens and his cavalrymen's reports, he estimated there to be around 3,000 rioters, which was about the number of the insurgent forces that hid themselves in the mountains. It seemed that they were going all out for that attack. All right, I guess it's time I made my move. Don't think that just because I'm 63, I would be easy to mess with. However old a lion is, it would always retain its savagery and majesty and will retaliate when it is threatened. If I don't quell these rioters as soon as possible and word about this gets out, others would think the Cabrae family is on the way to its downfall to the point where it couldn't even handle some petty rioters. The Count made an oath to himself that he would teach the insurgent pests a severe lesson and will not rest until every single one of them pays for their transgressions. The Count could afford to deploy a regiment of garrison troops numbering around 2,000 people as well as one company of pike cavalrymen from Guldo City, given that he had one newly formed squad of pike cavalrymen and 2 squads of garrison troops, which was more than enough to defend the city with. Coupled with the other pike cavalrymen he had stationed at William Isles Castle and the soldiers of the nobles who were on his side, he easily rallied a force of 5,000 people that was powerful enough to completely crush the insurgents of the Western Mountains, not to say much about a disorganized bunch of rowdy bandits. I guess this arrangement is fine. I'll deploy my soldiers within 3 days. After finishing his thought, Count Cabrae called out loudly, "Heed my orders." Lorist started pointing all over the map and said, "Here, here and here. Yuri, send some people to be stationed there. These are the ideal places to monitor the road that connects Burdock Bastide to Guldo City. The Count will definitely have his men use that road if he starts mobilizing his troops, and we will be able to make our preparations the moment we see something going on. Jusk, you did pretty well yesterday and managed to eliminate half of the squad of pike cavalrymen they sent over without relying on the forces of the convoy. However, the insurgents have lost quite a bit of men too, right?" "That's correct. They have lost around 200 men. If I didn't happen to pass through that area with a squad of light cavalry scouts, they would probably have been wiped out entirely. However, I left the equipment and weapons of the defeated soldiers of the Count to them and they were quite thankful and pleased with that arrangement despite their losses," reported Jusk. "That's the main reason why I praised you." Now that news of his soldiers' defeat has gone out, he would definitely mobilize the rest of his troops. We are prepared to face off against him at this spot. If we didn't have the insurgents fleshing out our numbers, we will not be able to stave off the full force, head-on assault of the Count and might even incur huge losses even if we emerge victorious. Where is the convoy led by Knight Charade located at now? Lorist asked. Potter Fang pointed to a point on the map and said, "They're already here and will arrive at Burdock Bastide by tomorrow afternoon. I've already sent Knight Lowe's and a company of heavy armored cavalry to receive and escort him along the way, so I believe that the convoy would not have any problems reaching the Bastide unharmed. Please rest assured, my lord. How can I not be worried when the convoy hasn't arrived yet? I'm afraid that everyone will have to be quite busy within the next 2 days. Yuri, make sure your scouts increase the patrols in the surrounding area, but try to shut an eye to what the insurgent forces are doing to minimize the conflict we have with them. Don't get into fights just because of their despicable behavior, all right?" said Lorist. "Yes, my lord. I will make sure to inform my subordinates to be careful," replied Yuri. "Just hold it in for now. When the convoy arrives, we will be able to send Malak to gather up the insurgents that are causing trouble and enforce military discipline on them. If they don't obey, then we will kill a few to make an example out of them for the others to follow suit. We have no choice but to endure for the first few days as we don't have enough manpower right now," said Lorist as he shook his head while laughing bitterly. In actuality, the actions of some of the insurgents were even lowlier and more detestable than things common bandits would carry out. Incidents like robbery, murder, and rape was rather common within the Count's dominion at the moment, but it was an understandable consequence. Given that the insurgents have been fighting against the Count for so long, they would naturally desire to cause as much havoc as they can within the Count's dominion as a form of payback. However, it would be too extreme to allow them to vent all their hatred for the Count onto his innocent citizens. As Nightjisk had put it, some of the insurgents used to run away on the mere sight of the Count's soldiers. Currently, they were laying their hands on the defenseless citizens of the Dominion, and that had caused several fights to break out between the convoy soldiers and the insurgents. Jusk, how fares the formation of your mounted cavalry unit? Milord, the people who fit the criteria of that unit is exceedingly hard to find. Not only do they have to be good at riding, they must also have a talent for marksmanship as well as have some mastery in battle force. So far, I've only managed to find 10 of men who fit that bill, said Jusk in a downcast manner. It's all right, take your time. I believe when the unit is properly formed, it will definitely take the battlefield by storm, consoled Lorist with a smile. On the next day, Charade arrived at Burdock Bastide with the rest of the convoy, causing everyone to be in a cheerful mood. That night within a large hall, Lorist looked at the map and announced, "Today, Knight Yuri brought us some news that the nobles who are allied with the Count were leading their armies to gather at Guldo City. That means that Count Cabrae is already rallying his forces and will possibly deploy his troops in 1 or 2 days to take the Bastide back. Since we don't have much time, we'll rest up for the whole day for tomorrow, and I'll have Potterfang lead a heavy armoured cavalry squad and 3 pike infantry companies over here to set up camp. Terman's Knight Squad and Dullus's Caro Ballista Squad will also leave at the same time. We'll leave 2 companies of pike infantry to defend the Bastide with Charade being in charge of them. Knight Malak, you will be tasked with patrolling the surrounding area and gathering up the insurgents who have been exploiting the citizens of the Dominion quite excessively. Make sure the insurgents obey our orders and ask them to gather up at Potterfang's camp. If there's anyone who refuses to comply..." Lorist suddenly radiated a killing intent at that moment. "Knight Lowe's, you should know what to do." Lode Wales's face showed a sinister snicker. "I understand. I'll let them have a taste of my heavy armoured cavalry company if they dare to break their word." "Great. Mr. Tim, you don't have to worry. As a true friend and ally of the Norton family, you only have to let your men rest up and recuperate. When our forces start confronting Count Cabrae's army, I will let you lead the ambush on Guldo City," said Lorist. Chapter 71 Success. Guldo City was situated not far from Burdock Bastide, and a pike cavalry unit would be able to travel from one place to the other within 1 day and 1 night. However, when it came to infantry garrison troops, they required at least 3 days and 2 nights of travel. The presence of the disorganized farmer militia of the other vassal noble families of the Count only served to slow down the whole process even further. Currently, the Count was regretting his decision on bringing them along and ordered for the 2 of his cavalry companies to leave for the Bastide sooner. Just as the army was setting up camp after 1 day of travel, Count Cabrae received news that 2 of his illegitimate sons had perished yet again, one of whom was gold ranked with the other being a silver rank. The soldier who made the report stammered in fear when facing the Count, as he had drawn the losing lot to be the one to make the report. Just that afternoon, the 2 companies of pike cavalry noticed an enemy stronghold at the Mott's Hills that just so happened to be on the path to Burdock Bastide. The leader of the pike cavalry that was reassigned from William Miles Castle was also a gold-ranked son of the Count. When he observed the enemy's stronghold, he noticed that while they had advantage being on higher terrain, being the common bandits they were, their fortifications were full of holes. It was crude and far from perfect. As a result, the gold-ranked commander believed that he only required a company of pike cavalrymen to break through the stronghold to massacre the bandits within. And so he did just that, only to notice that the defensive fortifications up front were merely a facade and the true line of defense was deeper within. Not only that, the bandits had also set up a trap and ambushed the pike cavalry company from all sides with concentrated volleys of arrows, crossbow bolts as well as huge ballista darts. The messenger then handed the Count a long javelin-like ballista dart that was retrieved from the illegitimate son commander's corpse. Even though he was at the gold rank, there was no way he would be able to deflect all 12 ballista darts aimed directly at him, resulting in his death, as well as another silver-rank step-brother of his who was also standing nearby. The pike cavalry company that rushed straight into the stronghold had suffered heavy losses, and only 2 squads worth of soldiers returned, among which more than 10 were even injured. Fortunately, the bandits only stayed put and defended their stronghold without giving chase, causing yet another gold-ranked illegitimate son to regroup the soldiers and set up camp outside the stronghold without taking any rash actions and await reinforcements. This is a ballista dart. Given Count Cabra's vast experience on the battlefield, he quickly recognized what the spear-like object was. However, what made him frustrated was how the bandits had managed to acquire a weapon of such caliber. While ballistas were definitely powerful, they were also heavy and immobile and cost a lot of gold to maintain. For example, even if a ballista wasn't used, every 2 years, its arms had to be switched so that the durability of the wood wouldn't decrease its performance. When it came to the string, it had to be switched out after firing 10 darts, and also cost quite a lot to be order-made. Apart from proper armies of kingdoms or garrisons defending large cities, no armed force, especially that of landed nobles, would choose to utilize ballistas as the upkeep was too high and it was troublesome to maintain. As if one troubling incident occurred one after another, a few other reports caused the Baron to lose sleep for the whole night. Before the sky had started to brighten from the first rays of the sun, the Count left the farmer militia behind and mobilized his garrison regiment to hurry onward to rendezvous with the pike cavalry at the camp they had set up and managed to arrive there by noon. After getting 2 hours of rest, the Count ordered the sword and shield soldiers of the garrison regiment as well as the longbowmen to cooperate with the pike cavalry company to test the strength of the bandits' stronghold. He later discovered that while breaching the first line of defense of the stronghold was relatively easy, they ended up on a vast flat field that allowed them to be easily targeted by the bandits who used projectile weapons from the far side, raining down volley after volley of projectiles towards their forces. Count Cabra's men hurriedly retreated, leaving another 100 or so corpses behind as they left the stronghold. This time, however, the Count didn't notice any sign of ballistas being used. It seemed that his inference that bandits couldn't afford to maintain ballistas was correct and that the ballistas used yesterday must have been out of commission. That was music to the Count's ears. Even though he had lost hundreds of men during the test battle that noon, it had allowed him to understand how the stronghold was defended. So they only have the terrain and projectile weapons to their advantage. When the farmer militia from the vassal noble families arrive in the afternoon, I can use them as enemy fodder to take the projectiles for my troops and easily crush the stronghold. During that night, the Count had the farmers help him construct near 100 carts with simple wooden shielding. On the next day, the Count had them push the wooden carts to block of the arrows while his units quickly made their way to the back of the stronghold. Seeing that the situation had turned against their favor, the bandits quickly shot out another volley towards the cavalrymen before fleeing the place quickly. This time, the operation to capture the stronghold went well with only minimal casualties. However, the Count noticed that around 100 meters along the path there was another stronghold waiting for them. Mott's Hills was a collective name for a group of more than 10 small hills around the area. Nobody knew why it was named as such, so the people merely called it according to what the maps that was passed down since ancient times stated. The path that connected Guldos City and Burdock Bastide passed through the middle of these nondescript hills was craftily utilized by the bandits to set up many simple strongholds that managed to effectively hinder the passage of the Count's army. To the Count's dismay, he discovered that there were easily over 10 more of those strongholds blocking his way on the path to Burdock Bastide, causing his face to contort badly with rage. Unable to directly stop the Count's vanguard, the bandits had wittily set up various strongholds that allowed them to shoot at the Count's forces from afar and retreat to the next when their defenses were about to be broken through. Not only would the Count lose quite an amount of his forces along the way, it would also cost him a lot of time. Even though he desperately wanted to flatten the strongholds with his forces, the traveling speed of the makeshift wooden shield carts was so slow that it took a few hours to move even a few hundred meters. Given that the farmers didn't have any sleep whatsoever the day before, the prior attack had completely drained them of their energy. On the other hand, the Count was unwilling to let his own soldiers sustain casualties to attack the stronghold and was forced to rest for the night. On the second day, tempted by the promises of riches, the farmers once again toiled away and enabled the Count to conquer 3 strongholds within one day. Even though about 200 of the farmers perished during the attacks, the Count did not care much for them and only tried to minimize the casualties of his own troops. However, on the third day, the farmers started to dawdle around and refused to obey their orders as the Count's pledge that each of them would be awarded 1 imperial silver for each stronghold conquered was left unfulfilled. The Count had no choice but to promise to give them the money when he returns to his castle, as he did not have that much coins on hand. However, the farmers only felt that they were being cheated and only managed to conquer 1 stronghold on that day due to their low morale. Even though the losses on that day was far lesser compared to that of the day before, the Count was still pissed as there were still 7 to 8 strongholds left to be conquered. If they progressed at this rate, it would take them at least 5 to 6 days before they leave the Mott's Hills. Thus, the Count wrote an order and sent a pike cavalry squad back to Guldo City to ask for more supplies to be sent over, as he had only brought 7 to 8 days worth of supplies, given that he didn't expect the presence of so many strongholds along the path. The other reason he did not bring much supplies with him initially was that he was afraid that he would end up a laughingstock by preparing so thoroughly just to deal with a rowdy bunch of bandits. What weighed the most heavily on the Count's mind was that if his supplies were exhausted by the time he conquers the final stronghold, he would have no choice but to lead his army back to the city and truly become the joke of the century. To prepare for the worst, the Count had ordered for around 15 days' worth of supplies to be transported over. His second order was a request for some coins to be brought over so that the farmers would once again be convinced and motivated to become arrow fodder willingly. Naturally, Count Cabrae planned to pay back the farmers by the time he makes his way out of the Mott's Hills and show them that his money would not be so easily taken. In his third order, he planned to have his gold-ranked illegitimate son that was stationed at Guldo City recruit more soldiers within the Dominion, as he had a sense of foreboding that a big conflict was about to break out, as if the current situation was only the calm before the storm. That was partly due to the fact that the bandits, who mainly relied on guerrilla hit-and-run tactics, had learned how to resist his forces in a head-on battle all of a sudden. What had transpired for them to be able to change their tactics in such a short time? It turned out that the squad of cavalrymen sent back by the Count with the letter had been surrounded by Lorist's forces. The first few vanguards of the company that rushed out had their horses caught by a rope trap that caused them to tumble like there was no tomorrow. They were further greeted by the assault of Turman's night squad along with 30 or so javelins that had been thrown by Lorist. The few of those cavalrymen who were fortunate enough to escape from the encirclement of the several hundred men ended up being shot to death by Jusk, who was circling the area from a higher vantage point. The 20 or so riders only managed to survive after getting off their horses and surrendering. Looking at the letter written by the Count with satisfaction, Lorist laughed and said, "With this letter, Guldo City is already our possession." Tim, wearing a suit of armor, congratulated Lorist and said, "Baron Norden, you truly are very thorough with your plans. You even guessed that the Count would send a letter for extra supplies and planned for us to ambush his forces here. I had thought that we would be attacking Guldo City right away after circumventing his forces. Hehe, it isn't that difficult to figure out. Given that he didn't bring much supplies with him when he first set out and the fact that we managed to defer his forces at the Mott's Hills for a couple of days, he was bound to run out of supplies at some point. It is only logical for him to send someone out to request for more. With this letter, we will be able to casually walk up to the city and have them open the gates without any trouble. All right, you guys, change out into the clothes of the Count's troops. We're going to head to Guldo City. Else, I'll leave the prisoners on your watch. Kill any who attempts to escape," instructed Lorist. This time, Lorist formed the ambush unit with only Jusk, Els, and 2 squads of camp guards, Turman's night squad, Yuri, and his 2 light cavalry squads, as well as Tim and his 800 men who were carrying a large sack each. When Count Cabrae was still held back at the first stronghold, Lorist spent 2 days carefully circumventing the Count's forces and hiding themselves in the area to prepare for the ambush. In the evening, a squad of pike cavalrymen and a company of garrison troops arrived at the gates of Guldo City. The garrison squad in charge of guarding the city did have any suspicion whatsoever of their presence and lowered the drawbridge and opened the gates to the city without hesitation after receiving the Count's letter. The squad leader of the pike cavalrymen who had just arrived then asked the guards of Guldo city where the son of the count was located. Immediately after the guard answered, the garrison troops walking in from behind hastily rushed in and tied up the rest of the guards and even stuffed their mouths with bloody cloths that caused the guards to feel irresistible urges to puke. Lorist instructed, Yuri, Els, quickly go and take control of the other 3 city gates and leave a squad of people behind to guard each gate. Termin, bring your night squad with me to the Duke Manor in the middle of the city. Jusk, you should come along too. Mr. Tim, make sure you withhold your men and make sure they don't start raiding before we successfully take over the city, understand? Don't let their impatience ruin the whole plan. Milord, please be assured that I will not let you down, Tim replied. Probably due to the absence of the usually strict count, the gold-ranked illegitimate son was irresponsibly not carrying out his duties and was instead busy hosting a nude party within a hall of the Duke Manor. Upon hearing the report of a manor guard about the count's letter, the drunk son stood up stark naked and ordered for it to be delivered to him as he chugged away at his wine. Lorist and Jisk subsequently entered the hall as the one guarding the door had his neck snapped by Termin. The two of them felt a chill down their spine as they witnessed the stark naked men and women within the hall engaging in indecent acts and debauchery with reckless abandon without a care in the world. The stark naked man before them lifted his wine cup and laughed in a drunk manner before he mumbled, "Enough looking around. Give me my father's letter. You should strip down as well, and have fun with us. It's all right. You can have all the women you want. Or men, if that's your thing." Lorist and Jisk gave each other a glance before they both wordlessly drew their swords. Chapter 72 Freyar. Fresh blood flowed all over the ground as a thick, nauseating, iron-like stench permeated the hall. The tens of people who were just fornicating before had already become cold, pale corpses. Lorist let out a big sigh and patted on Jisk's shoulder to wake him up from his trance. Just now, Lorist had only killed the men within, but Jisk went out of control and lashed out towards every person without regard to their gender. When Lorist came to notice it, everyone within the hall had been killed by Jisk. Exiting the hall while emitting a murderous air, Lorist walked around at a casual pace within the newly built Duke Manor. After a while, Termin came to him to report that the manor had already fallen under their control and everyone within from guards to servants had all surrendered and were kept in captivity. Let Yuri send a squad of light cavalry scouts to guard the 4 city gates and have another squad ready on standby. Order Mr. Tim to send out 4 squads of his soldiers to help out with guarding the city gates as well and have him send the remaining men over here. Have Els bring his 2 guard squads to the Duke Manor to defend the place and order your night squad gather up over here. We still have lots to do, instructed Lorist. Termin hurriedly sent some men to pass out the orders as Jisk approached Lorist and said with an embarrassed voice, "I'm sorry. I was being far too rash just now." Lorist looked at him and said, "Joe, don't forget that you're a stellar marksman. A marksman must always keep his cool in any situation. Don't let hatred cloud your eyes." "I understand. I will definitely take that to heart," said Jisk as he nodded. When Els made his way to the Duke Manor with his men, Lorist had already asked a few of the captured supervisors of the manor about the situation of Guldo city. He had Els leave 1 squad of his men behind to take over the defense of the Duke Manor and had a supervisor guide the other squad to take control of the city's food warehouses and stables. After that, Lorist brought Jusk, Termin, and his night squad to the army camp to dispatch the remaining squad of garrison troops as well as 10 pike cavalry that remained within the city before rushing over to the laborer camp. The main issue Lorist now had was the lack of manpower. The citizens of Guldo city was filled with hostility and enmity towards his forces as the count had arranged for the family members of his men to live within the 2 newly built street sectors to solidify his standing there. Even though Lorist was currently using stealthy ambush tactics to slowly wrestle the control of the city to him, he was worried that the moment he was discovered, the civilians there would instantly break out into chaos and cause his plan to fail. That's why Lorist had his hopes placed on the laborers that were forced to help out with the construction of the city. After removing tens of guards, Lorist easily conquered the slave laborer camp. The next step was to utilize the hundreds of men Tim had sent to gather up slaves that were acquainted with them. They ended up with 2,000 or so men. Turman picked 1,000 or so strong youths and brought them to the armory that they had just taken over to give each of them a pike, and picked a few senior soldiers from Elsa's men and had them form 2 companies of pike men. One of the companies was sent to the gates to replace the men that had been sent over by Tim and Yuri, while the other company was allocated to defend the warehouses and armories under Elsa's leadership. Lorist finally breathed a sigh of relief now that he had 2 more companies of men. However, he knew that the laborer pikemen were only good for looks, as it was hard to say whether they were trained sufficiently for battle or not. Even so, now that the city gates were staffed with the laborer pikemen, it allowed for 2 of Yuri's units to be reallocated to form a subjugation force with Turman's Night Squad, effectively relinquishing Lorist's worry of a civilian revolt. At the moment, the slave laborer camp was under watch by 800 of Tim's men, with another 1,000 or so laborers who were tasked by Tim to move food from the warehouses and start cooking up a big pot of meat porridge for the rest of the men in the laborer camp. This was done to placate them and fill up their growling stomachs. Els subsequently sent someone to report that after a rough inventory check, he noticed that there was equipment enough for 2 companies of pike cavalry and 1 regiment of garrison troops. After asking the supervisor about that, he found that those equipment was gathered up by the Count to prepare for the expansion of his troops. Els had already let the laborer pikemen company change into the complete sets of equipment from the armory and had the guard captains allocated suitable weapons for them. Aside from a few laborers who were allocated pikes as they didn't know how to wield anything else, the rest of the laborers were given the standard loadout of garrison troops and were split into squads of longbowmen and sword and shield users. Els needed Lorist to send him someone well versed in making inventories for the rest of the armory and more people to help the laborers that were stationed at the gates to change into the new equipment, as well as some men to carry out miscellaneous tasks like making food for the soldiers who had been working throughout the day on nothing other than dried rations. Lorist facepalmed as he had completely forgotten to let his men rest and recuperate while he was busy managing the affairs of the laborers. Had it not been for Elsa's reminder, he would have been unaware of that situation until the next morning. It made him feel even more impressed with how Charade could always seem to handle so much without missing out on any small detail. He understood that he wasn't as capable as Charade when it came to management, given his tendency to gloss over the less significant but nevertheless important details, even though he was quite adept at planning a long-term general strategies. Lorist asked for Tim to come over and instructed him to pick several men who could do accounts and 300 others from the laborers who were busy making meat porridge to report to Els, and also had one of Elsa's light cavalry squads escort them there. The laborers who were picked parted unwillingly with the pots of meat porridge and looked towards the food wistfully. Tim angrily pushed and rebuked them. "Why are you still here? Don't you know that I've just done you a favor? While the amount of food you get here will be rationed, you can eat all you can over there. What are you still waiting for?" Tim's outburst caused Lorist to laugh out loud. At that moment, Jusk suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Milord, please come over, there's something that needs your attention." Jusk brought Lorist to a corner of the laborer camp that was surrounded by a wall that seemed to be used for defensive fortifications of cities. There was a building that was even more sturdily built from a combination of rocks and metal bars than the wooden housing that was used to accommodate the laborers outside. "What is this facility for?" Lorist asked. Jusk responded, "Milord, this is the hard labor camp whose main purpose is to keep the slaves who have already awakened their battle force captive with their family members. Most of these slaves are soldiers who had been captured on the battlefield. The reason the Count kept them locked up with their family was because he wanted them to change sides and serve under him. Most of the members of the Count's new pike cavalry company are people who have been picked from the slaves locked up in this area. As long as they agree to serve the Count, their family members will be allowed to move out to the new street sectors and live there without having to experience any hardships." "How do you know about this?" Lorist asked. "Milord, the guards that were in charge of watching the area told me about it," said Jusk as he pointed towards the stone building where 2 people in uniform could be seen standing. These men carried out their instructions faithfully under the watch of Tim's men. "How many people are locked up in there?" asked Lorist as he walked towards the building. A chubby man walked over and bowed before looking at a thick book in his hand and saying, "My lord, there are 734 captive soldiers within this facility with 3,151 others who are their family members, totaling up to a number of 3,885 people. Why is there so many? My lord, this number is already considered pretty low. The record number of soldiers being held captive here was above 2,000 with more than 7,000 other family members. Currently, the men who had been locked up the longest was captured sometime a year ago, with the most recent prisoners being captured about a month ago. According to the regulations here, those who submit to the count have to work 3 months of physical labor, as the count reasoned that the people would not be completely loyal to him without experiencing some form of punishment," replied the chubby man. "I see," said Lorist as he rubbed his chin in thought. The count really had his own way of messing with people. If they wanted their families to have better lives, they have no choice but to work for 3 months before they were allowed to serve the count. No wonder Count Cabrae had managed to gather soldiers so quickly and easily. At the same time, Jusk asked the guards about the slaves who still had yet to submit to the count. The guard then flipped the book to the last page and showed it to Jusk, to which he exclaimed in surprise, "So, it's him. No wonder he still hasn't submitted yet." With his curiosity piqued, Lorist went over to take a look. Jusk said, "My lord, you should definitely go see this person. His name is Chino Friyar and he's a 31-year-old gold-ranked mercenary who has quite a reputation in the northwestern parts of the Red Lees Kingdom. It is rumored that he was orphaned from a young age and was raised by a kind female neighbor. When he grew up, he eventually got married to the neighbor's daughter, who gave birth to a pair of twins soon after. It was said that when the count's pike cavalrymen raided his town, they broke into his home and ended up killing the woman who had raised him. In a fit of rage, he killed almost 20 of the pike cavalrymen, but was later subdued by 2 gold-ranked illegitimate sons of the count who took his wife and kids hostage. Ever since, Count Cabrae has been waiting for Friyar to submit and serve him, but he still hasn't accepted the offer and has remained locked up here. All right, I'll go meet this Friyar. Hey you, bring me there. Tell me your name," said Lorist towards that chubby man. "My lord, I am called Tarkal," he replied. As Tarkal led Jusk and Lorist around, he started talking about his woes. "My lord, even though he's our prisoner, Friyar is even more arrogant and bossy than the warden himself. He's the true leader within the prison camp, and there's no way an iron rank like me would dare to boss him around. Even when a few of the guards were beaten up quite severely by him, the warden didn't bother to take any action. He was satisfied as long as he didn't attempt to escape. To be honest, if it were not for his blind wife and his twins, he would have killed his way to the count for revenge long ago. Even though the count admired his abilities, doesn't he know that there's no way Friyar would serve him given the grudge he held for his adopted mother's death? Oh, Friyar's cell is just right ahead. Please be careful, there's a ditch on the road," said Tarkal as he led the way with a torch in hand. The light illuminated the depths of the cell and revealed a tall, big-built man who was cautiously looking at the 3 who were approaching. "Friyar, it's me, Jusk. I believe it's been 2 years since we last met during the martial arts competition at Kesid's castle," greeted Jusk. "Jusk," said Friyar in a surprised voice. "Marksman Jusk? It's you." After that, his expression returned to normal as he spoke in a low voice, "Are you serving the count now?" "Tui. I can't wait to feast on his flesh and drink his blood. Why would I ever serve that bastard?" "You must be crazy," said Jusk with bloodshot eyes. The grudge he had with the count was so deep that it caused it to freak out at the mere mention of him serving the count. "Oh, then why are you here?" asked Friyar curiously. He inferred that Jusk wasn't brought here as his prisoner given the way the torch-holding guard treated him. "Tarkal, open the door," instructed Lorist. "Friyar, this is the man whom I serve now. He is my lord, Norton Lorist of the Norton family of the Northlands." Guldo city has already been conquered by us under his lordship's leadership, introduced Jusk. The Norton family of the Northlands? The roaring raging bear? I've heard of that family a few years ago when I visited the Northlands. However, why is he all the way here conquering Guldo city? Asked Freyar suspiciously. I think it's better if you let me explain, said Lorist before he greeted Freyar. He then told Freyar about his journey to his homeland to inherit his title and position as well as the reason why they were in conflict with Count Cabrae as well as the current status of the occupation of Guldo city. That pretty much sums it up. Even though the city is under our control, we don't have enough manpower to manage it effectively. When Jusk saw your name on the prisoner records, he brought me here right away. To be honest, I also hope that you, Mr. Freyar, will be able to lend me a hand in this matter, said Lorist sincerely. Chapter 73 Trust. Maybe it was because he felt Lorist's sincerity, Freyar accepted the invitation without thinking for too long. Lord Norton, I can agree to temporarily serve you, but it's only limited to the conflict with Count Cabrae to avenge the death of my adopted mother. However, I hope that you can agree to let my family and I leave if I wish to. Lorist laughed out loud and said, of course. Even if you don't help me out, you are still free to leave with your family. I can promise you that on the Norton family's name. Thank you for your magnanimity, Lord Norton, said Freyar as he bowed to indicate his respect. Lorist stretched out his hand to shake Freyar's and said, please call me Locke. That's what all my friends call me. Now that he had agreed to help Lorist for the moment, Freyar didn't hold back at all. Lord Locke, you said that you lacked manpower, right? Can you tell me about the status of your troops? Lorist then briefly described the number of troops he brought to ambush the city and also told him about the 2 new companies of pikemen that were formed from some of the laborer prisoners. And that pretty much sums it up. Right now, we're still holding up well. But I'm worried that once the Count finds out that the city has been conquered, he will have his soldiers come back here right away to retake the place. Given the size of Guldo city, as long as the Count manages to gather 1 pike cavalry company and 1 garrison regiment led by his gold-ranked sons, they will easily be able to take the city back in one go. After all, the 2 laborer companies are only good for show and don't have any real combat ability. Freyar understood what Lorist had meant and turned back to look at the prison facility. Lord Locke, do you intend to rally them up? Lorist laughed out and said, I've heard Jusk mention that the people locked up here are all either veteran soldiers or garrison troops that have awakened their battle force. That's why I intend to rely on them to form a temporary unit. I don't need them to be the vanguard and take the full brunt of the Count's forces. Instead, I only require them to defend against a few waves of the Count's attacks to allow my family's armed forces to arrive. Lord Locke, I understand. Please be assured. Freyar, understands best what the people who are locked up there want. Had it not been for the damned Count, they wouldn't have to be imprisoned for so long. Even those who went to serve him did so only to let their families live better lives and are not truly loyal to the Count. Now that they know Count Cabrae is on the verge of falling, I'm sure they'll be happier than most and try their best to add as much oil to the fire as they can. Trust me, I will gather them up right away. You, hand me the keys. Lord Locke, I will send good news your way in a short while, said Freyar as he took away the keys hanging from Tarkle's waist and set out to free the prisoners. Having had his keys taken, Tarkle felt a little dissatisfied and was mumbling something softly. Lorist looked at him and said, Do you have anything you'd like to say? I can't hear you that well, Tarkle. Tarkle turned to look at Lorist hesitantly before saying out loud, Actually. You can defend Guldo city without using these people. Milord, if the prisoners don't obey their orders when they are let out, it'll cause even more trouble for you. Oh, Tarkle, tell me then about the plan you have in mind to defend the city, said Lorist curiously. Milord, half of the garrison regiment and the pike cavalry company that had set out with the Count are fresh recruits that haven't been in service for more than 2 months. Their names are recorded in a listing at the Duke Manor. You only have to hold their families hostage according to the list and bring them to the city gates when the count arrives. I'm sure the soldiers will definitely panic and might even fight back against the count on the spot. Then, you can easily obtain your victory, said Tarkal. Lorist really didn't expect that the chubby man in front of him could really come up with an effective plan. Tarkal, tell me more about your family and your experiences. Lorist suddenly felt interested in the man whose face was filled with flabby meat. My lord, I have a family of 4 that consists of me, my wife, my dumb daughter-in-law as well as my son. Other than that, I have a brother who's a blacksmith and he lives in the city as well and is in charge of making the count's weapons and equipment. Our family used to be serfs during the days of my grandfather and we were only granted the status of free men when my father joined the count's garrison troop. After that, my father had passed away during one of the count's excursions to eliminate mountain bandits and I have been chosen to fill his position. After the count's return to the city, he had suddenly started to expand his military forces. Not wanting to be enlisted, I spent quite a sum to bribe my way to become a prison guard and have been doing this job ever since and got promoted to the position of a warden, said Tarkal honestly. Then, do you understand the big and small matters of this city? Asked Lorist. That's a given, my lord. I don't want to sound too arrogant, but there isn't a corner of the city that I'm not familiar with, boasted Tarkal. Lorist naturally didn't take it at face value and started questioning Tarkal about the area. To his surprise, Tarkal really could describe almost every place he named with great detail. He was even familiar with the rough number of resources that were stored in the various warehouses. Tarkal, you have truly surprised me today. While the method you proposed earlier is indeed effective, but there are some things that you can do but I cannot. If I obtain victory using the method you mentioned, I will effectively taint the reputation of nobles and lose the honor of knights. No noble would ever use the enemy force's family members as hostages to win a war. That would constitute to shame and humiliation for the family that chooses to do so. That's why, I can only thank you for trying to suggest an alternative for me, said Lorist. My lord, it's my fault for not considering your status well enough. I'm just an uneducated man after all. I didn't consider the honor and reputation of nobles at all, Tarkal said in a horrified manner. How about this? Follow me around in the future. Naturally, I will want you to go to the Northlands with us when the matters here are concluded. I also want your blacksmith brother to tag along when the time comes, said Lorist. This. My lord, can I refuse? Said Tarkal with an agonized face. He didn't expect that his showing off would cause Lorist to start to fancy him. Of course you can. I won't agree to it though, Lorist said while laughing. At that moment, the laborer camp was illuminated by various bonfires with groups of people gathering around the plaza and making merry like a sudden flash mob. Sounds of laughter and chatter could be heard throughout the night. Lorist brought Tarkal to the plaza and saw Jusk leading a group of men approaching from the front. Jusk said excitedly with a flushed face, My lord, this is the garrison captain of the territory of Baron Omater, Nors. Over here is the knight of the Baron's family, Lind. And these over here are guards Hawk, Marius, and Sybert. I thought they were all dead. I didn't expect for them to be imprisoned here for the past half-year. Lorist looked towards them and nodded in greeting. At that moment, Freyar squeezed into the group and said, Lord Locke, I have already briefed them about the situation and they are all happy to serve you. Oh, before I forget, many people within the laborer camp are their subordinates. As long as you provide them with arms and equipment, a regiment's worth of soldiers can instantly be formed. Good work, Freyar. How about this? Let's form a company of pike cavalrymen and 3 companies of garrison troops first. Freyar, you will be the commander of these companies with Joe as your second in command. Start allocating the laborers into their respective companies as you see fit. I want them to be battle-ready as soon as possible. After forming all 4 companies, leave 1 garrison company to defend the laborer camp as the family members of some of the prisoners here are still at risk. The other 3 companies will be stationed at the city's army camp and begin training right away, said Lorist as he made his decision. Freyar and Jisk stood straight up and made a salute. "Milord, we will do as you wish. I will ensure that the necessary equipment be delivered as soon as possible." "Freyar, Jisk, I am counting on you too. Don't hesitate to report to me if anything urgent comes up." "Yes, milord." Lorist brought Tarkal back to the Duke Manor, only to cause him to puke uncontrollably after he witnessed the bloody scene, causing Reedy and Pat to look at him with curious eyes. It wasn't only Tarkal, 10 other labourers who were also present had thrown up their meals cleanly. "Soul, how can anyone eat with this smell in the air?" Lorist was incredibly pissed as the group of people had puked while he was just about to have his meal. "Reedy, please close the doors and windows. Remember to have them clean up after they finish puking," said Lorist. The busy night was over and Guldo City still remained the same with the Count's flag that depicted a bull's head flying up high. To the citizens, there was no other change apart from the increased presence of soldiers on the streets as well as the curfew order they were given, the laborers' halting of the city's construction, with the official reason being that an assassin was on the loose in the city. Nobody knew that the control of the city had already changed hands overnight. The next day was pretty uneventful as well. During the night, the Duke Manor's main hall was brightly illuminated by candlelight. Lorist, Jusk, Freyar, Terman, Els, Yuri, Tim as well as the several officers from the newly formed labourer companies all sat at a round table on which a large beast-skin map was placed and were listening to the pale-faced Tarkal who was revealing the secrets of the Cabra'i family. Count Cabra'i has 67 illegitimate sons in total, and under his training and nurture, 17 of them became gold-ranked and 38 others managed to get to the silver rank. That was the situation 10 years ago. After that, the Count brought 38 of his illegitimate sons to serve the first prince, and 6 gold ranks and 13 silver ranks died in the process. However, 2 years after his return, there was one son who had just broke through to the gold rank, with 4 others making their way to the silver rank. However, this wasn't publicized, so nobody outside the family knows about it. Ever since the Count began launching his attacks on the neighboring nobles that didn't submit to him, 2 gold-ranked sons as well as 5 silver-ranked sons have perished. These include the 2 sons Jisk had assassinated when he infiltrated Guldo City once. When the Count sent the rebel sweeping corps to the western mountains, he still had 10 gold-ranked sons and 24 silver-ranked sons. The remaining 9 are either not at the silver rank yet or have not awakened their battle force altogether and held administrative posts in Guldo City. The rebel sweeping corps that the Count had sent out was led by 3 gold-ranked sons and 8 silver-ranked sons. However, I heard that Milord's convoy has completely wiped them out. The reinforcement sent by the Count to recapture the camp that was led by 2 silver-ranked sons was also decimated. The gold-ranked son that was stationed there when the Count set out for Burdock Bastide was also killed as well. After the Count set out, he was entrapped at Mott's Hills by our Lord, and I heard that one of the captive pike cavalrymen who were on their way to deliver the letter said that when they first started to attack a stronghold, 1 gold-ranked and another silver-ranked had fallen. After that, during the operation to conquer Guldo City, 1 gold-ranked and 2 silver-ranked illegitimate sons perished. Among 9 of the illegitimate sons who were not even silver ranks, 7 were killed within the hall of the Duke Manor and only 2 remains by the Count's side with his army currently. Other than the 1 gold-ranked and 2 silver-ranked illegitimate sons stationed at William Isles Castle, the Count only has 3 gold-ranked and 9 silver-ranked sons remaining. If we include the Count himself, they only have 4 gold ranks on their side. Given that our Lord has already prepared the city appropriately for defense, there is no need to worry that they will be able to recapture it based on their forces, said Tarkal as he concluded the report on the Count's forces, calming down the restless minds of the ones present. Lorist laughed out loud and said, "I'm not worried about his forces though. I believe that by the time the Count comes back to attack the city, his soldiers would have to deal with the desperate lack of resources as well as the allies that are closing in on them from behind. I'm sure their morale would be extremely low. I am however considering whether I should take the chance to conquer William Isles Castle as well now that news of Guldo City being conquered still hasn't spread out yet, said Lorist as he pointed to a spot on the map where William Isles Castle was located. His plan was rather simple. He would first bring a company's worth of soldiers wearing the Count's equipment and request access into the city in the name of helping out with the city's defense and sneak into the castle. As long as he manages to kill the 3 illegitimate sons that are stationed there, Lorist's group would be able to absorb the garrison forces by telling them that Guldo City, where many of their family members are living in, was under their control. He believed that there would not be much resistance on that front. Els gave an alternate opinion in that there wasn't enough time. Given that William Isles Castle was around 1 day of travel on horseback away from Guldo City, a journey to and fro would easily take 2 days. And the coming 2 days was the most crucial moment as the Count might run out of resources and retreat to the city during that time frame. If Lorist wasn't able to make his way back at that time, the situation might very possibly turn for the worse. Lorist disagreed and explained that if he let William Isles Castle be, the Count would still have a place to escape to and be able to recover his forces, causing Lorist's group to be delayed there even further. That's why I believe the best way to settle the matter quickly is to remove all of the Count's foundations and cause him to have nowhere to fall back to. After that, we can swoop in and finish him off to end this conflict. Currently, the defense at William Isles Castle is at its weakest. When would we attack if not now? Lorist then instructed Yuri, Turman, and Jisk to get a light cavalry squad, a night squad as well as the 2 newly formed pike cavalry squads to change into the Count's pike cavalry equipment and each bring 2 horses along to prepare for departure within an hour. Lorist will also take Tarkal along the way. As for the defense of Guldo City, he entrusted it to Els, Freyar, and Tim. Freyar hesitated in agreeing to that order as he believed that Jisk would be a better choice for defending the castle and said that he would instead prefer to follow Lorist to conquer the castle. Lorist laughed and said, "It cannot be you, Freyar, as the illegitimate sons of the Count will recognize you. Given that they know that you definitely won't submit to the Count that easily, your presence would only serve to bring their guards up. That's why I picked Joe instead. The reason I left you behind to defend the place is precisely because I trust you, as should any lord or leader. Els and Tim, Freyar will be the first in command during my absence, all right?" "Yes, my lord," Els responded. "Please be assured, my lord. This one will definitely not disappoint you," said Tim as he bowed. Lorist patted on Freyar's shoulder and said, "I'll be counting on you during these 2 days. Once I take William Isles Castle, I'll definitely rush back immediately." Freyar stood straight up and saluted Lorist. "My lord, as long as I am here, the city will remain ours." Chapter 74 Surprise Attack Successful. Afternoon on the next day, Lorist stood within the Great Hall on the first floor of William Isles Castle. Sitting in front of him was a hawk-nosed, eagle-eyed man in fully armoured knight attire, wearing a breastplate that depicted a black bull's head. This man was one of the gold-ranked illegitimate sons of the Count that was stationed at William Isles Castle. Sitting further away from him was 4 silver-ranked men in armour. The 2 at the front were silver-ranked illegitimate sons of the Count with other 2 being garrison squad captains of the castle. "You mentioned that this pike cavalry company you brought over has only been formed 3 days ago, and that you were sent here by my 21st brother," said the hawk-nosed man as he stared hard at Lorist. Lorist made a confused face and said, "That's correct. I don't know the reason myself, but the order I received clearly stated that our company was to make our way to William Isles Castle to bolster its defense. I myself thought that there was some sort of battle going on here. It seems that our journey here was a complete waste. Oh, and, will you be letting my men into the castle? If not, we'll have to go back to the city." "Go back? Yeah, right. Now that you're here, you better stay put." "What's your name and battle force rank?" snorted the man. Lorist nodded and said, "My lord, this one is called Lorist and I'm at the 3-star iron rank." Pfft! A man with a receding hairline started to laugh out loud. Soldiers nowadays really have no standards. For a puny iron rank like you to be able to become a pike cavalry company captain. It's a little too unreasonable for us 3-star silver ranks to only be squad captains of garrison troops. It truly is ridiculous. 14th brother, I think that 21st brother is just trying to mess with us. Otherwise, there's no way he would appoint a 3-star iron-ranked captain. We still have to face the allied noble armies on our front. Even though the recent situation has been quite stable, we might be more prone to enemy attacks if there is no pike cavalry stationed here at the castle. That must be why our Lord Father sent us this newly formed company to make sure we'll be well defended from any potential threat, said another man who wore a mail armor. Right, 19th brother's words make sense. Heed my orders, let the pike cavalrymen outside into the castle and order them to gather at the plaza in front. You lock something, you're unfit to be the captain of the company, so train hard till you're a silver rank first. I will reorganize the pike cavalry in the afternoon, so you will be assigned to be a captain of a garrison troop squad instead, said that hawk-nosed man. Lorist stood there without making a sound as if he was dissatisfied with having his position taken away from him. The hawk-nosed man didn't bother with it and started discussing with the other men beside him. Which one of you will go command the pike cavalry company? Pick 2 among yourselves and mix some of our own troops into the cavalry company so that we'll be able to better control the unit. At that moment, the hawk-nosed man once again looked towards the shivering Tarkal. Oh, aren't you Tarkal? What's a coward like you doing in the pike cavalry company? Are you sick of being a prison guard? 8-8th master, this one does not dare to disobey the 21st master. And he said that an iron rank Lee like me should join the cavalry company. So I got allocated here, stammered Tarkal. Tarkal was currently regretting his previous actions a lot. How did he manage to make Lorist take a fancy on him? He wasn't that much of a talented person and only loved to pay attention to gossip and analyze the situations surrounding them. Now that he had been picked to be Lorist's personal attendant, he was even brought along to Williamiles's castle to participate in the surprise attack operation. The one guarding Williamiles's castle was the 8th illegitimate son of the Count, a 2-star gold rank who not only excelled at combat, but was also a devious and attentive person who was not so easily dealt with. This could be seen from how only a small group including Lorist had been allowed into the castle for verification while the other soldiers they brought had been denied entry and were left outside. Of all the people available, you had to pick me to follow you inside. Marksmanship would have been so much more helpful for this purpose. Tarkal really didn't understand why he was asked to come along. Was it because he had greeted some of his former colleagues outside the castle? Those were his acquaintances and it would only be more suspicious if he didn't greet them. Lord Norton is also a really careless person. Even though he's only an iron rank, he actually came inside the castle with an iron rank like me. It's basically suicide for 2 iron ranks to go up against 1 gold rank and 4 silver ranks. The more Tarkal thought about it, the more afraid he got. At the moment when the 8th master instructed for Lorist's men to be allowed into the castle, he feared that they would attack right away and cause their intentions to be discovered and set his demise in stone. When he first entered the Great Hall, Tarkal tried his best to not utter a voice nor attract any attention to himself. But, just because he coughed once, he was discovered by the 8th master. It was fortunate that he was witty enough to come out with an excuse on the spot. 21st brother must have been drinking a little too much. Then again, Tarkal, you coward, are you really that afraid of fighting? If you're this nervous now, I wonder if you'll faint when you're on the battlefield. Ha ha ha, laughed the hawk-nosed man out loud. Lorist turned his body sideways slightly and looked outside the window of the great hall of the first floor from the corner of his eyes and saw that his men were already making their way into the castle. Good, the gates are already under our control. Right now, Terman is making his way to the 2 side gates with Yuri's light cavalry scout squad making their preparations at the plaza. Jisk is also making his way here already. The garrison troops of William Isles Castle were not fully armed for some reason and only gathered together to watch the spectacle. Maybe they had just finished their lunch and were still slacking off. Some of them were even sunbathing on the side of the walls. This was the perfect opportunity to launch the attack. Lorist drew his sword and said, "He's afraid because you are all about to die. He's allergic to corpses, you see." The hawk-nosed man was surprised and enraged at the same time. "How dare you go against a superior officer? Your ambitions must have turned you crazy. For you to actually dare to draw your sword in front of me. Settle him, make an example of him for the other pike cavalrymen to see." Even though the 8th master was sharp, he actually misunderstood the situation. He thought that Lorist was rebelling because he wasn't satisfied with being demoted from his position as a company captain. 2 of the silver-ranked garrison troops rushed over immediately without bothering to draw their swords. One of them thought, "Humph, a mere iron rank. My hands are enough to subdue him." Tarkle instantly crouched on the ground and thought, "It's over. Is Lord Norton insane? Why did an iron rank like him even draw his sword in front of 1 gold rank and 4 silver ranks? It's like saying, 'Please come and kill me.'" He even boasted that they were about to die. "I think the first ones to die will be iron ranks like me and Lord Norton. Why couldn't you wait for your men to arrive first before lashing out? Now you even dragged me into it as well. Oh, my poor wife and precious son! What would he do without me, his father, beside him?" Tarkle shut his eyes in despair, only to hear 2 instances of agonized cries. The first cry slowed into a moan while the other was swift and short. "Eh? That didn't sound right. Why was it 2 cries instead of 1? He then opened his eyes only to be surprised by the scene of Lorist standing unscathed with the first silver rank that leaped towards him rolling on the ground in pain with both his arms severed and asking for a quick death. He also found that Lorist's sword had been embedded in the throat of the 2nd silver rank squad captain that came after the first. The hawk-nosed man and his 2 brothers jumped up in befuddlement. Nobody would have expected an iron rank to be able to dispatch 2 silver-ranked garrison squad captains with only 3 strikes of the sword. "Who the heck are you?" asked the hawk-nosed man as he stared at Lorist intensely while slowly drawing his sword. Lorist laughed in a light tone and said, "My identity doesn't matter. You only have to know that I've come for your lives. 19th, go sound the alarm. The pike cavalrymen are not on our side. They're enemies," shouted the hawk-nosed man to the one dressed in mail armor immediately after his realization. "Okay," he answered as he drew his sword and paced carefully towards the exit and broke into a run. An arrow flew over in a flash and pierced through his chest, sending the man flying for 3 whole meters before he fell back down on the ground and spit out large mouthfuls of blood with both his hands clasped tightly onto the arrow in his chest as if he was trying to pull it out, before he let out his final breath and stopped struggling altogether. At that moment, Jusk showed up at the door of the Great Hall with a green longbow in his hand. "Marksman Jusk," said the hawk-nosed man in stupor. "Long time no see, 8th master," said Jusk with his bloodshot eyes. The hawk-nosed man, Count Corby's gold-ranked 8th illegitimate son, also referred by others as the 8th master, was the very person that had attacked Baron O'Matter's castle during the wedding and was one of the main perpetrators that had caused the demise of Jusk's loved ones. "Hold him down," shouted the hawk-nosed man to the man with a receding hairline as he rushed towards Lorist while drawing an arc in the air with his sword. "Just what I needed," exclaimed Lorist as he raised his sword to meet the incoming blade. The moment the two collided, sharp sounds of metal clashing echoed rapidly throughout the Great Hall. The 8th master had intended to let the half-bald man hold Jusk back while he took care of Lorist before moving on to suppressing Jusk together with his partner. That way, they would have a better chance to turn the tide of the battle, since Lorist was only an iron rank. He thought that no matter how good Lorist's swordsmanship was, it would only allow him to take on silver ranks at most. Given the 8th master's gold-ranked battle force, he would be able to easily defeat Lorist by brute force alone regardless of the level of swordsmanship given the disparity of raw power between their ranks. That was the 8th master's first mistake. Never in his wildest dreams would he expect that the moment he first crossed blades with Lorist, his battle force felt like it didn't have any effect at all, causing a gold rank like him to stagger backwards against a supposed iron rank and even almost getting slashed. Even the half-bald man who was busy with Jisk stared dumbstruck at the result of the first clash. Tarkal was looking at the fight with his mouth wide agape with saliva leaking out of it, making him seem like a dumb idiot. So Lord Norton wasn't insane and was confident in his abilities all along. This swordsmanship is truly godly. So much so that he is able to hold back a 2-star gold swordsman like the 8th Master to the point where he had no choice but to be on the defensive. The half-bald man snapped out of his stupor and noticed that Jisk was still entranced by the battle between Lorist and his step-brother. Extremely delighted, he carefully inched backwards and intended to escape. This was the 8th Master's second mistake, he overestimated his subordinate's loyalty to him. As a stellar marksman, Jisk had noticed the half-bald man's slight movement immediately. He quickly held his green bow up, stretched it wide like a full moon and unleashed 3 arrows in quick succession. The first arrow had been blocked by that man, but it took him a lot of effort to do so and he had retreated 3 steps backward as a result. The second arrow broke that man's sword into 2 and caused the man to cough out some blood. By the time the third and final arrow arrived, the baldy had already lost all his power to resist and could only stare at the arrow expand within his field of view until it inevitably entered his mouth and lifted him into the air, nailing him onto the wall nearby behind. Having witnessed the death of the middle-aged man, the 8th Master started to panic. He already had his hands full with fighting Lorist. Now that Jisk had taken care of that half-bald man and had started aiming his bow towards him, the 8th Master started to feel even more nervous. In his disturbed mental state, his hands missed a beat and allowed Lorist the opportunity to inflict the final blow. With a flash of a blade, the savage-looking 8th Master let out a pained grunt before his head separated from his body and flew through the air. Lorist backed off quickly to avoid the fountain of blood that had erupted from the stump of the man's neck. "How long are you going to stay flat on the ground like that, Tarkal? Quickly get up and hang these heads on the veranda and announce to the soldiers that Guldos City is already under our control," instructed Lorist. By the time the 5 heads were put on display at the first floor veranda, the whole castle broke into a panic that was quickly suppressed. That was especially the case after 7 or 8 soldiers who were dead loyal to the Count started to fight back against the pike cavalrymen entering the castle, only to be shot to death with 1 arrow each by Jisk, further accelerating the surrender of the castle's garrison troops. By the time evening came, Lorist's men had already taken full control of William Isles Castle. "Yuri, after resting for 1 hour after dinner, I'm going to bring Turman's Night Squad and Night Jisk back to Guldos City. I will leave William Isles Castle in your care. Make sure you let your light cavalry scouts patrol the surrounding area from time to time, but don't attack the surrounding allied noble armies unless they initiate the attack, in which case you may retaliate. Tarkal, stay here and placate the garrison troops' mental state and tell them that by the time the soldiers that are coming to take their place to guard the castle arrives, they will be allowed to go back to Guldos City to check on their family members. Don't worry, it won't take too long. I'm confident that I'll be able to send a messenger over within 10 days, said Lorist as he bit into a piece of bread in his hand. "Milord, I understand. Please leave the place to me," said Yuri before he continued his meal. Tarkal placed the piece of bone in his hand onto his plate, rubbed his mouth with his sleeve and said, "Milord, as long as I'm here, I'll ensure that the garrison troops don't cause any trouble." Chapter 75 The Final Assault. Count Cobra was currently raging non-stop outside Guldos City. Ever since he sent out the pike cavalry squad to deliver his request for more supplies, he had been experiencing an inexplicable feeling of worry from the depths of his heart as if it was foretelling the misfortune that was to come. The situation of the battle he was in wasn't ideal either. Of the 2,000-odd farmer soldiers rallied by his vassal noble families, almost 500, a quarter of the total number, had already perished. On the other hand, his 5 pike cavalry companies and garrison troop regiment had only sustained tens of casualties for the past 2 days and still maintained their battle power. During the past 2 days, he had conquered 3 more strongholds and only 5 still stood in their way. The farmers he relied mainly on to conquer the strongholds were already on the verge of revolt as their numbers diminished quite quickly and the money just wasn't worth that sacrifice. Whenever they received orders to mobilize, they would loiter around and waste as much time as they could until they were pressured and forced to act by the pike cavalrymen. Count Cabrae knew that he couldn't keep this up, given that the knights from the vassal noble families were giving him odd looks, as if they believed that the count was only using this opportunity to try to diminish the strength of the noble families that served him. With the remaining supplies in their camp only able to last them for 3 more days, the count started to worry about the absence of any communication from Guldos city after he sent his troops back there 2 days ago. This shouldn't be the case. Guldos city is not that far away from the Mott's Hills and it would take 8 hours at most to get there on horseback. My pike cavalry squad should have been able to make it back here with the response from Guldos city about when the resources and supplies would arrive. Something must be going on. Unable to continue waiting, the count decided to return to the city after giving it some thought. He left the remaining supplies to his garrison regiment and gathered the knights from the other families for a pep talk to encourage them to continue guarding the camp until his return. Count Kobe then brought his 5.5 companies of pike cavalrymen to Guldos city with the intention of replenishing their numbers over there. At the same time, Lorist had just completed his matters at William Isles Castle and was on the way back to Guldos city with Jisk and Turman's knight squad. During daybreak, the count arrived at the gates of Guldos city with his soldiers and breathed a sigh of relief after seeing his family flag still flying on the flagpole. He then instructed some people to go request for the gates to be opened so that his exhausted men may rest after a long day of traveling. Little did he know that no matter how loudly the soldiers announced the return of the count and requested for the drawbridge to be lowered and the gates to be opened, the garrison troops on the walls of the city made no indication of doing so at all and instead started cursing back towards the soldiers below and even armed themselves with their bows as if they were going to defend the city from invaders. At first, Count Cabrae was quite satisfied with how alert and careful the soldiers who guarded the city was being. But after half an hour, he noticed that something was off and saw a large group of people showing up at the city walls led by Freyar, whom he had imprisoned for being unwilling to serve him. When Freyar announced to the count that the city was under his control, Count Cabrae thought that this was all just a bad dream. Nowhere in his wildest imaginations would he think that a prisoner like Freyar would be able to take over the city. The raging count then pointed towards the flag and asked why it wasn't taken down if the city was truly under his control. Laughing in an embarrassed manner, Freyar told the count that he had forgotten to use the flag to wipe his ass after going to the lavatory as he had way too much things requiring his attention. He then apologized for neglecting the flag and assured the count that he would have someone take it down to be used at the lavatories. In response, the count was enraged to the point where his veins were almost going to pop. One gold-ranked son who stood by his side started cursing back at Freyar and said that despite how well the count had treated him, he still dared to go against the count when he was away from the city like a savage who doesn't know how to repay other people's favors. Losing his temper, Freyar instantly cursed out loud. "You call killing my adopted mother and imprisoning my family an a favor? You're so sick and deluded." Not wanting to continue the conversation, Freyar ordered the bowman to fire and the gold-ranked son got wounded by 3 arrows as a result. Had it not been for the pike cavalrymen who protected him fervently, the count would have lost his life there and then. Leaving tens of corpses of the pike cavalrymen near the city gates, the count managed to make it out of the bow's firing range unharmed. He quickly ordered his soldiers to log and construct siege ladders in preparation for attacking the city. However, the count had forgotten an important fact, that was the pike cavalryman companies that he had brought with him were formed only recently from the people at laborer camp and wasn't the ones who had accompanied him during the years he masqueraded as a bandit. The moment some of them recognized their comrades at the city walls, they started to chat with them and got to know that their family's members were in safe hands. On one side, there was the count who was preparing to attack the city in a fit of rage. On another, the soldiers felt relieved when they got to know that their family members were all right. That's why the Count's men came to a tacit understanding to resist the Count's orders as best they could and took a whole afternoon to construct only 3 siege ladders at an excruciatingly slow pace. The fuming Count angrily caned a few of the men that he thought were slacking off and appointed tens of other soldiers who resisted orders to be the first ones to attack the city. The result ended up almost knocking the Count out from vomiting too much blood. The soldiers he had punished to participate in the first wave of attacks used the ladders they brought to climb up the walls without any resistance from the city walls defending troops. The moment they got on the walls, they tossed their weapons to the ground and hugged their comrades before starting to curse at the Count. Within a flash, the pike cavalrymen that had made their way up the walls surrendered to the enemy and even helped to pull the siege ladders they brought with them up the walls. The Count, who had just witnessed such a scene, spat out a mouthful of blood with his face red with rage. At that moment, the Count's other gold-ranked son started cursing towards the city walls in an even more vulgar manner when compared to the former son who had been injured by 3 arrows. Seeing the Count faint from blood loss, and the pike cavalrymen seeming too tired to be able to accomplish anything, the silver-ranked illegitimate sons ordered for the mounts of the soldiers who had surrendered to the enemy to be killed and butchered to make some meat dishes to fill the rest of the men's stomachs for the moment. Having been traveling at a rapid pace without rest for the whole night, the men were all hungry and spent. After that, the brothers discussed how they should placate the pike cavalrymen. Among the 600 soldiers they had, the ones actually loyal to the Count numbered below 50 and were mostly old soldiers who had followed the Count for years. By the time the Count regained consciousness, he was faced with 2 choices. Attacking the city was no longer an option as he couldn't predict how his pike cavalrymen, who were on their verge of changing sides, would react. The first choice he had was to return to the camp at Mott's Hills to rejoin his garrison regiment and bring the whole army back to retake the city. The only drawback to this plan was that his garrison regiment would probably run out of food by the time they made their way back to the city. The last thing he wanted was for his desperate soldiers to turn their backs on him. The other choice he had was to retreat to Williamiles's castle where he could temporarily stay to rebuild his army and regain his power. However, that amounted to giving up on the garrison regiment he left at the Mott's Hills as well as Guldo City. But, he believed that as long as he could get into contact with the rebel sweeping forces who were at the western mountains, he would be able to take everything that he had lost back. When the Count was pondering on which path to take, sounds of horses galloping from afar could be heard. It seemed that a group of soldiers was incoming from the path that led to Williamiles's castle. The return of Lorist and Jisk with Turman's night squad only served to entrap the Count at Guldo City. Jisk approached the Count's men at a distance of 30 to 40 meters away and tossed over 3 heads that landed at the feet of Count Cabrali. Upon seeing the 3 heads of his illegitimate sons who were stationed at Williamiles's castle, the Count felt that he had been struck by lightning. The deaths of his sons could only mean that Williamiles's castle had already fallen under the control of the enemy. Seeing marksman Jisk turn away to head back to Lorist's side, the Count stood up and headed towards them before stopping 10 meters away. Staring at Jisk with a savage look, he turned his gaze to Lorist and said, "Who are you and why are you going against me?" Sitting on horseback, Lorist looked at the well-built 60-year-old man with strands of white hair on his head, who had taken the northwestern area by storm, and said coldly, "I wonder if I should address you as Count Cabrali, or Redbeard, the bandit whose infamous name and savagery is well known throughout the Badalger province." The Count shivered uncontrollably and revealed a shocked expression on his face. He then calmed down without refuting Lorist's accusations and continued as he pointed to Guldo City and then to the 3 heads that were on the ground, "Who the heck are you? Is this the result of you plotting against me? You've managed to cause my Cabrali family to sink into such depths. Plotting against you? Who do you think you are? Don't tell me you've forgotten your sins already. When you were masquerading as Redbeard, the people of the merchant convoys you raided were all killed without mercy, women and children were no exception either. Did you think you would be able to live out the rest of your life in peace just because you disguised yourself when you did all that? Today, my arrival signals your end. I will uproot the whole Cabrali family just like the way you did to the other nobles in the area, and kill all your male descendants." Seething hatred could be felt from Lorist's words. He signaled for Turman to come over and pointed towards the raging bear badge on his chest and said, "I'm sure you've seen this insignia before on the 2 red wooden boxes in your chambers. My third uncle had intended to present those boxes to the girl that he loved. However, the convoy he led had met with the bandit Redbeard and not a single one of them survived. All these years, my family has been searching high and low for this bandit. Who would have expected that the attack on my convoy by your troops would finally lead me to you? O Lord Count, you must be surprised to find out that the rebel sweeping corps that had intended to prey on our convoy had been wiped out entirely, and some of the troops that had surrendered to us revealed that Redbeard had been you all along. One of them even mentioned that he recognized our family insignia from the 2 boxes you have in your room. That's why I have come for you. You are from the Norton family of the Northlands," stammered the Count. He could recognize the insignia from the time when he raided their merchant convoy. He even remembered that he had lost 1 gold-ranked and 1 silver-ranked illegitimate son from that incident. The people of the merchant convoy who went all out to fight until their last breath had left quite an impression on him. That was also the reason why he kept those 2 boxes as a memento. Now that the evidence had been presented in front of him, there was no point for him to deny the allegations any longer. Staring hard at Lorist, he smiled and said, "So what if I was the one who did it? I've raided far too many convoys in my time. Now that you've come for retribution, I'll definitely entertain you. Let's see who will emerge out of this alive." The Count then turned away to walk back to his soldiers, with Lorist not bothering to stop him at all. Count Cobrai then donned his armor and got onto his horse before he pointed his lance towards Lorist's forces. Behind him, his illegitimate sons and the senior soldiers who were still loyal to him got on their mounts and arranged themselves into a charging formation. Lorist waved and ordered calmly, "Anyone who's not at the silver rank may fall back. For those who are, follow behind me and get into a charging formation." Jisk and Turman rode to Lorist's back, and subsequently, Turman handed Lorist a pike for his use. The various silver-ranked knights also lined up neatly behind Jisk and Turman. Including Lorist, who was at the very front, there were 27 knights in total, who were lined up in a triangular formation. On the opposite side, there were 58 cavalrymen including the Count. During that moment, everyone outside the city stopped whatever they were doing, jointly paid attention to the spectacle that was unfolding before them. The atmosphere was heavy and grim, with nobody daring to utter the slightest sound. At the same instant, Lorist and Count Cobrai began their charge, and the 2 groups of mounted men rushed towards each other at breakneck speeds. Lorist's pike let out no blade glow, while Jisk, who was behind him, had a golden blade of light emanating from the point of his pike. The rest of the knights, including Turman, all had silver blade glows shining out from the point of their riding lances. Only seeing 1 golden blade of light from the ranks of his foes, the Count felt elated and trailed his lance that was also letting out a golden blade of light towards Lorist. "It seems that the twerp over there is not even a silver rank. As long as I manage to take him down, I will definitely be able to turn the tables of the whole situation." In the blink of an eye, the 2 groups collided and chaos soon ensued. Count Cobrai brutally thrusted his golden lance towards Lorist's left arm with the intention of knocking him off his mount before finishing him off. In response, Lorist flicked his pike upward and caused it to collide with the lance. The golden lance was knocked horribly out of trajectory, and Lorist's pike swiped in quick succession towards the Count's upper torso, causing him to fall off his mount with a dumbstruck look on his face. With but a swipe, the Count, who had not yet fallen to the ground, was once again knocked flying into the group of frantic soldiers before he landed 10 or so meters away. 2 stab wounds could be seen on the Count's shoulders as he lay on the ground squirming and screaming, unable to get up. Lorist then rejoined the chaotic battlefield while thrusting and slashing with abandon. In but a few moments, tens of cavalrymen had lost their lives to his pike. After Lorist went to and fro the battlefield 3 times, not a single cavalryman remained on their horses. However, only 10 of the 26 men who had followed him were still mounted. Turman waved for the iron-ranked knights who had retreated further away before the charge to come and help out his dismounted men. As for the enemy soldiers who had yet to die, they were graced with a swift, merciful slash that spared them from having to experience further pain in the face of death. Terman soon came over with a bandaged left arm to report their status. There were 8 heavily injured soldiers with 14 others lightly injured including himself. That was partly thanks to the armor they had been equipped with that provided excellent defense. As for Count Cabra's side, the men who had followed his lead had all but perished, including his 6 silver-ranked illegitimate sons. The other gold-ranked son had fought with Jisk until the last moment only to die as well. The only person who was still alive after all that was Count Cabra himself. Seeing the Count who was groaning and groveling on the ground in pain, Lorist said, "Have a cross constructed. I want to nail him to death on top of it."